Chapter 1. The Infinite Attribute System. In the era of interstellar travel, Feng faced a series of devastating setbacks. Disdained by the family he was to be wed into, he was compelled to accept a foster daughter as a substitute bride. Subsequently, having lost his value in the alliance, he fell victim to the treachery of his cousin, leading him to be forcibly conscripted into the perilous independent reconnaissance fleet of the Border Defense Army, where the mortality rate soared to a staggering 99. Fortunately, during his first battle, he successfully activated the Infinite Attribute System, a boon for traversers. With each enemy he vanquished, he would receive corresponding attribute rewards, with no upper limit. Thus, this reconnaissance vessel became the crucible for his ascent to power. On January 26th, in the year 21020 of the Federation, the small reconnaissance ship NB-4444 glided through the vastness of the starry expanse, en route to planet F30052. Within the confines of the dormitory, a projector embedded in the metallic walls displayed a three-dimensional projection. A stunningly beautiful woman, with flowing blonde hair and striking blue eyes, danced provocatively, clad in scant attire. The pulsating music enveloped the entire dormitory, while the ceiling shimmered with a kaleidoscope of neon lights. As the imminent battle loomed, the soldiers indulged in strong liquor and reveled in the performance, lost in a frenzy. Truly, they were a madcap bunch. On his bunk, Feng winced at the blaring music, his eardrums aching, and muttered a curse under his breath. "Come have a drink. The mission is about to commence." The excitement was palpable. Perhaps death would bring a certain relief. Captain Liang Qingyong waved a half-full bottle of liquor in Feng's direction. Feng declined with a gesture, unwilling to partake. Unlike his peers, who appeared eager to confront death, he harbored no such desire. He had a wife waiting for his return, unlike these reckless souls. Unburdened by ties, those who voluntarily enlisted in the reconnaissance fleet were often ambitious individuals or desperate souls risking their lives for a brighter future. The high death rate and the relentless intensity of their missions had driven the crew to the brink of madness. Feng, however, was an anomaly. In this life, he hailed from planet F369, belonging to a family of moderate affluence. His father was the fifth son of the Li family, the designated heir of the second generation, and his mother also came from a distinguished lineage. At the tender age of 5 or 6, he had been betrothed to Jiang Chuxua, the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Alas, fortune was fleeting. When he was 8, the transport convoy managed by his parents was ambushed by the Wing tribe. The Li family suffered tremendous losses, descending into mediocrity, and his parents perished in the calamity. Upon reaching adulthood, though his martial prowess and cultivation talents were unremarkable, his wisdom from 2 lifetimes allowed him to distinguish himself in the fierce competition for the position of third-generation heir. Yet, misfortune struck once more. The Jiang family, buoyed by the emergence of a promising major, had ascended in status and looked down upon the Li family. Jiang Chuxua, gifted in her own right, also deemed him unworthy. On the day he turned 20, when both families were to fulfill their engagement, the Jiang family presented a foster daughter as a replacement bride. Every prominent family adopts a number of orphans as foster children to cultivate relationships with the powerful and attract talent. Marrying off these adopted daughters, rather than facing the disgrace of breaking a contract, is hardly a better alternative. The Li family, stripped of dignity, can only endure in silence. Yet, for Feng, this situation surprisingly appears to be a significant boon. Having encountered Jiang Chuxua on several occasions, he holds a rather unfavorable impression of her. In contrast, the adopted daughter, Jiang Wanxin, is exceptionally intelligent and perceptive. Within just a month of their acquaintance, she has provided solace to his lonely spirit. He is acutely aware of the implications of marrying an adopted daughter from the Jiang family. He voluntarily renounces all positions within the Li family's transportation enterprise, relinquishing his claim to the title of third-generation heir, and vacates the Li family estate. However, he has underestimated the ruthlessness of familial strife. Not long ago, he received a notification for military enlistment. Someone forged various documents, even genetic verifications, to enlist him in the military, specifically applying for a position in the reconnaissance fleet of the F District Border Defense Force, a unit notorious for its staggering 99 mortality rate. Having just emerged from the anguish of losing his parents, he had finally rediscovered happiness. Lacking any martial or cultivation talents, he has no desire to embrace death. Yet, despite his earnest pleas, his grandfather, Li Zhinya, a self-made and merciless man, refuses to intervene on his behalf to rescind the enlistment application. This is solely because he has lost his value in terms of marital alliances. Li Zhinya's lifelong ambition is to establish a cross-stellar family, a dream for which he is willing to forsake nearly everything. Blood ties and the immense contributions of Feng's parents to the Li family are rendered insignificant. Those who cannot generate future value are unworthy of his investment of connections. Only Jiang Wanxin, unbeknownst to him, secretly borrows over 1 million, combining it with their savings to purchase a secondary gene serum that enhances reaction speed. This vial of serum is placed into his hands just moments before he boards the troop ship, leaving him no time to sell it and return the money to Jiang Wanxin. With a heavy heart, he truly yearns to return alive. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blares throughout the room. Please proceed to the readiness area for assembly. Please proceed to the readiness area for assembly. The military wristwatches of the gathered soldiers incessantly sound the emergency assembly notification. Li Feng is startled, rising to his feet. A mission is at hand, brothers. Let us see who will return alive this time. Liang Qingyong smashes the bottle in his hand against the metal floor. The others, already prepared, don their multifunctional military uniforms. Discarding their bottles and striding out of the dormitory, Li Feng takes a deep breath, following the crowd as they exit the dormitory. The flight function of their uniforms activates, propelling them toward the readiness area. The spacious readiness area is filled with combat personnel arriving continuously. 7 tenths are seasoned soldiers, excited to the point of madness, while the remaining 3 tenths are new recruits, their faces alight with exhilaration. Only Li Feng endeavored to maintain his composure, incessantly reminding himself not to act impulsively. He could not fathom the exhilaration of these daredevils. His sole desire was to return alive. With a mere thought, the intelligence system, attuned to his brainwaves, activated the virtual display on his military wristwatch, revealing a 3-dimensional map generated by the reconnaissance vessel. At this moment, the reconnaissance ship had reached the stellar system of planet F30052, a mere 100 million kilometers from the life-sustaining world ruled by the Wind Mouse tribe. Still advancing at light speed. In approximately 5 minutes, the vessel neared the atmosphere and began to decelerate. When it was merely 100 kilometers from planet F30052, it halted. The reconnaissance scanner unveiled a massive fortress sprawling over an expanse of several dozen square kilometers below. The battle readiness bay doors are about to open. Please prepare. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Though Li Feng was a novice, all citizens of the Federation had undergone virtual military training. He promptly activated the combat mode of his uniform. The green attire swiftly expanded and enveloped him entirely in just 3 seconds. The oxygen supply system initiated, and energy discharge ports opened on his hands, chest, and back. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the enormous bay doors swung open. Commence, bellowed Captain Zhuang Yuenda, piloting a 10-meter-tall mech, leading the charge out of the readiness bay. 5 additional mechs followed closely behind, accompanied by over 500 combat personnel clad in multifunctional military uniforms, including Li Feng. The formation surged towards the colossal fortress at supersonic speed. As they approached, the wind mice patrolling above the castle evidently sensed the intrusion. A throng of wind mice, each measuring around 1 meter, took flight towards them. These wingless creatures, varying in speed according to their ranks, appeared in overwhelming numbers, instilling dread in the hearts of the invaders. The objective of this operation was to capture a level 27 leader of the Wind Mouse tribe. The window for action was a mere 10 minutes. Regardless of success or failure, an immediate retreat was imperative. Zhuang Yuenda's voice resounded once more. Glory is at hand. Act freely. In the next instant, the 6 mechs, including Zhuang Yuenda's, disregarded the dense swarm of wind mice and accelerated towards the fortress. Though the over 500 combatants began to decelerate, they showed no intent of distancing themselves from the horde. Madness. Li Feng, trailing behind, felt his heart race. He cursed these individuals as lunatics. Their multifunctional uniforms, crafted from specialized materials and equipped with a miniature defense system capable of matching a level 15 strength, would be inadequate against the relentless assaults of wind mice ranked level 10 and above. Similarly, they would struggle to withstand the continuous attacks from those below level 10. In the face of such a densely packed and ceaseless swarm of adversaries, leveraging the advantages of flight speed and attack range, maintaining distance between both parties and continuously engaging in long-range strikes emerges as the optimal strategy. Engaging in a direct confrontation is tantamount to disregarding the value of life. Furthermore, the reconnaissance vessel's scanning apparatus reveals that among this group of wind mice, there are indeed several of level 10 or higher. Yet, Li Feng dares not separate from the team. Straying from these lunatics would spell his doom even more swiftly. As the horde of wind mice draws ever closer, the seasoned veterans, despite being well within range, refrain from launching an assault. This is due to the multifunctional military uniforms, which, while ensuring mobility, possess limited energy reserves. The closer the encounter, the higher the accuracy of their strikes. However, the oppressive aura emanating from the wind mice proves too overwhelming for the new recruits, including Li Feng, who instinctively raise their arms. Energy projectiles are unleashed towards the swarm. At a distance of several hundred meters, many wind mice effortlessly evade the energy bullets. Some of the weaker ones, however, are struck and plummet to the ground. Ding, you have slain an enemy. Activating infinite attribute system. Ding, you have slain an enemy. Gaining attribute points. 0, 15. The synthesized sounds resonate in Li Feng's mind, followed by the emergence of a virtual screen. Infinite attribute system host. Li Feng attribute points. 0, 15 constitution, 121 strength, 113 stamina, 135 agility, 232 mentality, 121 ability. Armor break level 1. A surge of information floods Li Feng's consciousness, detailing the system's operational instructions. An indescribable exhilaration surges within him. The benefits of being a transmigrator have finally arrived. With each enemy he defeats, he earns corresponding attribute points, with stronger foes yielding greater rewards. These attribute points can enhance his 5 primary attributes without any cap, and can also be utilized to upgrade various abilities. Once any of the 5 attributes exceed 1 point, an ability is acquired. Surpassing 10 points grants a second ability, while exceeding 100 points bestows a third, and so forth. Since all his 5 attributes are above 1 point, he gains the armor break ability. At level 1, this ability allows him to ignore 10 points of any target's defense. Each level increases this effect by 10. Upon reaching level 10, he could disregard 100 points of defense from any target. This implies that if he ascends to level 10 in armor break, even the most basic energy bullet would penetrate the energy shields and superalloy hulls of massive warships, as well as formidable adversaries with robust defenses and physical prowess. Li Feng's heart races with fervor. With this system in his possession, the battlefield transforms into his paradise. Not only does survival seem attainable, but becoming an unparalleled champion among humankind and an invincible war god within the military is within reach. He is no longer engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, a semblance of understanding dawned upon me regarding the sentiments of these madmen. In my line of sight, the approaching wind rat tribe no longer appeared as fearsome. They were not merely military achievements. They represented attributes as well. Chapter 2. The approach of a formidable foe in the blink of an eye. Both sides had officially engaged. The seasoned veterans launched their assault, energy projectiles piercing the skulls of the wind rats at close range. Some of the quicker and more agile wind rats managed to evade the incoming energy bullets. Razor-sharp wind blades tore through the multifunctional military uniforms of several veterans, bisecting both fabric and flesh. Below, 6 mechs had penetrated the throng of wind rats, advancing toward the castle. Energy cannons unleashed a torrent of destruction upon the colossal fortress, intent on drawing out the level 27 leader of the wind rats. Taking a deep breath, I concentrated, allocating the 0-15 attribute points acquired from dispatching the wind rats to my agility. According to the system's description, agility pertains to reaction speed, movement velocity, jumping ability, and physical nimbleness. In the heat of battle, reaction speed is of utmost importance. It was precisely for this reason that Jiang Wanxin had taken out a loan exceeding 1 million to procure a vial of second-level gene serum to enhance my reaction speed. With this serum, valued at over 3 million, my reaction speed saw a remarkable improvement, thereby elevating my agility above the other 4 primary attributes. Given the intensity of the battlefield and the availability of attribute points, it was only natural to prioritize enhancing my agility. With a mere thought, the intelligent brain activated the energy cannon mode. The energy firing apparatus of the multifunctional military uniform featured 2 modes, one for energy bullets, known for its penetration power, and another for energy cannons, renowned for its extensive damage radius. Each mode comprised 3 levels of intensity, with the first being the weakest and the third the most potent. To maximize enemy casualties, the veterans preferred the energy bullet mode, as the energy cannon mode consumed considerably more power. However, I paid little heed to these considerations. My aim was lacking, and I dared not approach the wind rats too closely, making it challenging to shoot at their heads like the veterans did. Utilizing the energy cannon mode, I could obliterate any wind rat below level 10 with a mere hit to their form. Boom, boom, boom. While keeping pace with the squad, I raised my arms, launching energy projectiles toward the encroaching wind rats. Upon hitting their targets, the energy cannons erupted violently, reducing the wind rats to a bloody pulp. Some weaker specimens were annihilated into mere fragments. Ding, you have slain an enemy, earning 0-17 attribute points. Ding, you have slain an enemy, earning 0-12 attribute points. Ding, you have slain an enemy, earning 0-21 attribute points. The system notifications echoed relentlessly in my mind. 98, 97, 96. The energy reserves continued to dwindle. In an instant, Li Feng joined the ranks, cutting through the dense and incessant swarm of wind mice, arriving at the colossal fortress. Out of more than 500 individuals, fewer than 400 remained, completely encircled by the relentless tide of wind mice. All around, the enemies surged forth without end. The seasoned soldiers, their eyes clouded with fury, charged towards the thickest part of the onslaught. They drew forth the close combat weapons affixed to their military uniforms: daggers, combat knives, sabers, and long swords, all crafted from special materials. The quality varied, requiring military merit for exchange or personal purchase. With a series of whooshing blades slicing through the air from all directions, even with Li Feng's swift reflexes, he could only evade the most powerful of the wind blades. Nevertheless, numerous lesser blades continued to strike against his military uniform. Though they were deflected by the energy shield produced by the defense system, the energy reserves were depleting at an accelerated rate. His heartbeat quickened, compelling him to instruct the AI to administer a dose of a mild sedative. Glancing at the distribution map of the wind mice provided by the AI, he steered his course towards an area away from the level 10 wind mice. Energy cannons fired relentlessly at the surrounding wind mice, booming with a cacophony of sound. System notifications echoed in his mind. Attribute value 012, attribute value 019, attribute value 013. Without hesitation, Li Feng allocated all points to his agility attribute. His companions were steadily dwindling in number, while the wind mice appeared to be an unceasing flood. Brothers, the target has been successfully captured. There are 2 minutes left. Those unafraid may continue to move freely. Those who fear for their lives, gather at the mechs. The voice of Captain Zhuang Yuanda resonated through the communicator, a sound akin to divine music to Li Feng's ears. He quickly pulled up the map to locate the positions of the 6 mechs comparable to level 25. The level 27 wind mice were extraordinarily powerful, though the 6 mechs were nearly invincible against ordinary wind mice. They could not withstand the assault from the leaders and a multitude of wind mice above level 10. In merely 7 or 8 minutes, 2 mechs had already been destroyed. He immediately set his course towards the 4 mechs that were clustered together. As he approached within 100 meters of the 4 mechs, a sense of safety surged within him. These mechs were outfitted with over 100 energy launchers and possessed a formidable AI with an intelligent firing system. Any enemy that came within 100 meters would automatically be targeted and struck with energy projectiles, rendering them as machines of slaughter on the battlefield. Reaching the side of one mech, Li Feng engaged in ranged attacks against the weaker wind mice, striving to harvest attribute points, while simultaneously consulting the map for further information. More than 500 combat personnel have dwindled to just over 200. The casualties are staggering. Those fervent veterans continue to charge toward the swarm of wind rats. Only a handful of fortunate new recruits, along with a few less formidable veterans, begin to converge toward the 4 mechs. Retreat. As the 10-minute countdown concludes, Zhuang Yuanda promptly issues the order to withdraw. 2 of the 4 mechs take off first, clearing the path above. Li Feng and his team immediately instruct the intelligence system to activate the smart flight mode, setting it to automatically follow the 2 mechs leading the way. In the distance, the veterans still embroiled with the wind rats finally make their way toward the mechs. Some approach rapidly, while others are intercepted by the formidable wind rat clan. The 2 mechs stationed at the rear do not attempt to rescue those veterans who have been cut off, nor do they linger for long. They soon ascend, providing cover from below to hinder the approach of the wind rats. The 4 mechs can reach a maximum speed of 20,000 kilometers per hour. However, the multifunctional military suits have a speed limit of only supersonic, approximately 1,200 kilometers per hour. Once the 4 mechs reach supersonic speed, they cease to accelerate further. Li Feng glanced at the data, unable to suppress a silent exclamation. No wonder the death rate is as high as 99 for the reconnaissance ships of the F-Zone Border Defense Forces. In this battle, 2 of the 6 mechs were lost. Out of more than 500 combat personnel, only around 160 successfully returned. With a thought, he opened the system to check. Host, Li Feng, attribute value, 369 constitution, 121 strength, 113 endurance, 135 agility, 1955 spirit, 121 ability, armor break level 1. He had reaped substantial rewards, with his agility soaring by 19 points. As they neared retreat, having approached the mechs and slain wind rats to gain attribute points, he ceased to further augment his agility, still possessing 369 attribute points available. A level 2 genetic potion worth over 3 million had only slightly increased his agility. Yet, in this battle, the attribute points acquired exceeded 20, equivalent to the value of 20 level 2 genetic potions. Warning, warning. A formidable enemy is approaching. According to calculations, your speed is insufficient to return to the warship. Commander, please arrange for an interception. Li Feng had thought the battle was over, only to be startled by the sudden blaring of alarms. His heart raced as he quickly pulled up the map. According to the scanning information transmitted by the reconnaissance ship's intelligence system, a wind rat clan, undetectable at specific levels but suspected to be above level 40, was rapidly approaching from hundreds of kilometers away. Mech 3, the second squad, remains to intercept. Zhuang Yuanda's voice resonated in everyone's ears. This is disastrous. My grandfather will perish here today. What terrible luck. I still have over 300 military merits unused. Oh, who could have imagined that upon calling out father, I would transfer all the funds in my account to him. The comms device crackled with curses. The mech responsible for covering the rear, along with over 30 surviving members of the second squadron, suddenly halted and voluntarily surged towards the approaching high-ranking Windmouse clan. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. Each mission entails a rotation of mechs and squadrons designated to provide cover. Should an encounter arise, one can only resign to misfortune. Li Feng's gaze was fixed upon the map, his heart laden with concern. Although he was not among the first batch assigned to cover, his third squadron belonged to the second wave. Chapter 3. Surviving the catastrophe. Buzzing echoed through the air, under the direct control of the captain. Energy cannons, each measuring a meter in diameter, erupted from the battleship's launch ports, aimed at intercepting the high-ranking Windmouse clan. The distance of several dozen kilometers rendered it improbable to strike such formidable foes. Thus, just a few kilometers from the Windmice, the captain detonated the energy cannons without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The energy cannons exploded in front of the Windmouse clan, generating colossal energy storms. The Windmice, relying on their formidable defenses and physical prowess, navigated through the energy tempest. Although their speed was somewhat hindered, they still moved with a breathtaking swiftness. Li Feng remained transfixed on the map. 40 kilometers, 35 kilometers, 30 kilometers. The squad drew ever closer to the reconnaissance ship, while the Windmice continued their relentless advance. When the squad was merely 20 kilometers from the reconnaissance ship, the Windmice were already perilously close to the rearguard team. Brothers, let me witness how tragically you fall. The operator of the third mech maneuvered backward towards the reconnaissance ship, albeit at a sluggish pace. The 30 members of the second squadron came to a standstill, no longer concerned with the dwindling energy reserves, and activated their energy cannons to full power. According to the map, beams of energy were unleashed blindly towards the Windmice's direction. These energy blasts lacked detonation mechanisms and were easily evaded by the Windmice. Swish, swish, swish. The wind blades darted through the air like lightning. Their speed was so extraordinary that the three-dimensional map could not depict their presence in real time. In the blink of an eye, over 30 squad members, along with their multifunctional military uniforms, were torn to shreds by the wind blades. Blood splattered and drifted in the clouds. The third mech continued its frantic retreat towards the reconnaissance ship. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of energy cannon explosions erupted from the reconnaissance ship, as the Windmice once again evaded the dense barrage, emerging from the energy storm. The third mech accelerated to its utmost limit. Under the operator's command, the mech executed a sharp turn and, guided by the reconnaissance ship's scanning map, sped towards the Windmice with unparalleled velocity. 10 kilometers, 9 kilometers, 8 kilometers, fleeting moments. Blades of wind sliced toward the mech. The pilot of Mech 3 curled into a ball, instantly shutting down the mech's defense system while deftly maneuvering the machine to evade. Without an energy shield to absorb the blows, the wind blades struck the mech's body directly, creating gaping wounds extending several dozen centimeters. The relentless assault of wind blades continued to cleave at these gaps. In the blink of an eye, the towering 10-meter mech was dismembered. Alarm bells blared from various instruments, escalating in urgency as the area surrounding the pilot was on the verge of being pierced by the wind blades. Without hesitation, the pilot initiated the self-destruct sequence. Boom. The explosion resonated 600 or 700 meters away from the Windmouse clan. The mech's stored energy detonated, unleashing a colossal energy storm far exceeding the destructive power of energy projectiles fired from reconnaissance ships. Fragments of the mech were propelled in all directions by this terrifying energy, forcing even the level 40 Windmice to retreat from its ferocity, dodging the swiftly approaching storm and debris. Once the energy storm and fragments dissipated to a point where they no longer posed a threat, the reconnaissance ship launched another volley of energy projectiles. After narrowly escaping the chaos wrought by the explosions, the 3 mechs and 132 team members successfully retreated to the safety of the reconnaissance vessel. At the captain's command, the war readiness doors sealed shut and the defense system activated. A massive energy shield enveloped the small reconnaissance ship, measuring 120 meters in length and 40 meters in both width and height. Simultaneously, the reconnaissance vessel ascended rapidly into the sky. Boom. The Windmice evaded the onslaught of energy bullets and projectiles, pursuing the accelerating ship. Blades of wind furiously struck the energy shield. 95-27, 95-26, 95-25. The energy reserves of the reconnaissance ship dwindled slowly. Even at close range, the energy projectiles posed no threat to the formidable level 40 wind mice. Yet, the wind mice could not breach the energy shield in such a short span of time, nor could they prevent the ship from its relentless ascent. As the reconnaissance vessel's speed surpassed that of the wind mice, a significant distance was established between them. Fortune smiled upon them. They had only encountered a single wind mouse of over level 40. Zhuang Yuanda emerged from the mech. Beside his mech, countless metallic tendrils bound a wind mouse leader. Anesthetized and unconscious, which was the very target of their mission, the level 27 wind mouse chief. The team members eagerly shed their combat uniforms, celebrating their exhilarating survival. What a thrill, and we're still alive. Don't worry, next time it will be your squad's turn to cover the rear. Even if one survives the mission, they may still perish during the retreat. To the brothers of the 3rd Squadron, it is certain that your next endeavor will be fatal. Military accolades and federal credits are of no consequence. Whoever treats me to a good time, I will call them father every day during this period. In the readiness zone, the survivors chatter without a hint of the exhaustion that follows a disaster. Only Li Feng and a few new recruits sit down, their bodies unharmed. Yet their spirits in a state of utter fatigue. What a fortunate lad. He miraculously escaped death. The squad leader, Liang Qingyong, approached Li Feng with an air of surprise. Indeed, luck was on his side. Li Feng smiled, his anxious heart gradually calming. I'll head back now. Liang Qingyong patted his shoulder and directly returned to the dormitory. The veterans also departed intermittently. After resting for 5 or 6 minutes, the readiness zone was desolate. Even the captured 27th level wind mouse tribe had been taken away for confinement. Only then did Li Feng make his way back to the dormitory. Upon arrival, he found only 2 teammates present, making a total of 3, including himself. In this battle, 7 of his dormitory comrades had perished. Liang Qingyong and another surviving teammate, Wei Peng, were indulging in revelry, seemingly indifferent to their own lives, let alone the fate of their comrades. Though Li Feng remained fearful of death, he had also been touched by a hint of madness. He procured a bottle of liquor from Captain Liang Qingyong and, without hesitation, gulped it down. Before the alcohol could begin to stimulate his brain, he, already fatigued, promptly lay down on his bunk in uniform. Once he donned his headphones, he fell into a deep sleep almost immediately, awakening several hours later. The revelry had long since concluded, and his teammates lay asleep on the cold floor. Li Feng first checked the system before summoning the intelligence brain to review the current position of the reconnaissance ship. The ship was still en route to the base, having completed 5 spatial jumps. However, the small reconnaissance vessel's jump system could only cover a maximum distance of 100 light years at a time, and each jump required an hour for maintenance and cooling. It would take an additional 4 to 5 hours to reach the base. He instructed the intelligence brain to upload the combat footage to the reconnaissance ship's system. Feeling an emptiness in his stomach, he ordered a portion of energy biscuits. Shortly thereafter, a support robot delivered the biscuits. Upon taking a bite, he found them hard, dry, and gritty. The sole advantage was that just a small piece could sustain a normal person's energy needs for an entire day. On the reconnaissance ship, the only available sustenance consisted of energy bars, energy biscuits, and energy agents, synthesized and compressed food. Only officers of lieutenant rank were permitted to bring an additional supply of food aboard. The alcohol consumed by Liang Qingyong and others was merely a mixture of alcohol powder with water. This substance requires merely a pinch to concoct a bottle of potent liquor. By pooling resources, one could enlist the assistance of a lieutenant-level officer to procure several kilograms, sufficient for the entire crew to indulge for a month. After a mere 10 minutes, the military wristwatch notified him. The visual data he submitted had already been relayed to the military base by the reconnaissance ship, and through the analysis of the intelligence core, his military merit points were calculated. Chapter 4. Some military regulations can be disregarded in this mission. Li Feng successfully eliminated a total of 112 members of the Wind Rat tribe. Based on their varying ranks, he accrued 209 points of enemy kill merit. The computation method is similar to the system's attribute value, merely multiplied by 10. Furthermore, having accomplished the task of capturing the level 27 leader of the Wind Rat tribe, he received an additional 30 points of contribution merit. In total, he amassed 239 points of military merit. The ranks within the Federation's military are classified as private, second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, major general, and general. Each rank is further divided into 9 stars. New recruits begin as unstarred privates. Accumulating 100 merit points elevates one to a 1-star private, while 900 merit points equate to a 9-star private. Accumulating 1 000 merit points allows for promotion to a 1-star second lieutenant, and 9,000 points to a 9-star second lieutenant, and so forth. It takes a staggering 100 billion merit points to ascend to a 1-star general, with 900 billion points required to attain the pinnacle as a 9-star general. In truth, according to Federation law, a marshal rank exists above that of a 9-star general. However, in the over 20,000 years since the Federation's inception, no marshal has ever emerged due to the extreme difficulty of the achievement. The gap between a 9-star general and a marshal is merely 100 billion merit points, a threshold that is not insurmountable for those at the 9-star general level. Commanding a large-scale campaign and achieving a resounding victory could perhaps secure those merit points. The true challenge lies within the ranks of the parliament. According to Federation law, a marshal serves as the supreme commander of the military, possessing the unique veto power over military affairs and the ability to become the vice president of the Federation Parliament. Should a 9-star general ascend to the rank of marshal, the military would nearly achieve parity with the parliament, a situation that the higher echelons of the parliament would not tolerate. Consequently, even in the event of large-scale conflicts, commanders are typically 8-star generals. Upon reaching the 9-star general level, one is invariably elevated by the parliament. It is no wonder that 99 of senior military officials hail from the frontier defense forces of Area F. The reconnaissance ships serve as a haven for ambitious souls and outlaws. Feng mused silently. His recent battle yielded 239 points, equivalent to a promotion from an unstarred private to a 2-star private, all within a mere half-month of service. In contrast, those stationed in non-combat zones, barring instances of quelling insurrections, can only rise through the ranks by seniority. A private advances a star per year, a second lieutenant every 3 years, and a first lieutenant every 5 years. Even for those with exceptional abilities, the prospect of ascending to the rank of captain throughout their lifetime remains unattainable. Private second class. The salary increased from 5,000 to 7,000 per month. Additionally, military merit points can be directly exchanged for Federation currency and various items, without affecting the cumulative military merit points. The exchange rate is approximately 1 point of military merit for 100 Federation coins. 239 points of military merit equate to 23,000 Federation coins. After a brief calculation, Feng resolved to exchange for a melee weapon first, as enhancing his strength was paramount. With this determination, he donned his spare military uniform and departed from the dormitory. He sent his previously worn combat uniform for maintenance before heading to the training room. There, virtual training pods were available to test which weapons suited him best and to practice real combat experience. The training room on the small reconnaissance ship was not extensive, spanning just over 500 square meters with a height of 5 meters. 50 training pods, several healing devices, and various training equipment were arranged around a small combat arena. After enduring a recent battle, only over 300 of the crew remained from a total of 700. Among the 50 training pods, only a few were in use. Feng casually selected one and lay down inside. After setting the training parameters, environment, and opponent's strength level, he confirmed his choices and was immediately immersed in the virtual scenario. He trained for 4 to 5 hours until a notification from his military wristwatch indicated that the reconnaissance ship had arrived at the military base. He ultimately decided on a longsword as his melee weapon. Its length was moderate, making it relatively easy to carry. Excitedly, he returned to the dormitory. Just as he entered, he saw Liang Qingyong and another teammate, Wei Peng, chatting casually at the edge of the bed. "Waiting for me?" Feng inquired, somewhat puzzled. Liang Qingyong replied with a grin. "I'm taking you to a nearby planet for a few days of fun, complete with food, drink, and entertainment that will leave you utterly enchanted." Feng reminded him, "I've only just reached second-class private after this mission. According to military regulations, only officers of the rank of second lieutenant can apply for outings. Privates must remain at the military base or on the ship." Liang Qingyong playfully draped his arm around Feng's shoulders. "Some of those chaotic military rules can be overlooked. You must understand. We belong to the reconnaissance ship of the F District Frontier Defense Force, with a mortality rate reaching 99. Feng remained somewhat bewildered. Wei Peng explained, "The enforcement officers are quite fearsome. Those of us from the Frontier Defense Force, especially from small reconnaissance ships, can make the enforcement officers turn away when they see us." Liang Qingyong patted Feng on the shoulder. "You're a veteran now. Be a bit more audacious, a tad more arrogant, and a little domineering. Don't tarnish the reputation of our reconnaissance ship NB 4444. Just stride confidently outside. If you face any significant trouble, find the captain. If he can't resolve it, we have even greater backing. Don't be misled by our status as a small reconnaissance ship. We've had a rear admiral in the past. Currently, there exists a colonel, 2 lieutenant colonels, and 15 majors. Wherever they serve, they remain our steadfast support and foundation." Feng inquired, What trivial disputes are they willing to intervene in? Liang Qingyong nodded. In minor conflicts, the captain will step in. In major ones, they will certainly take charge. Li Feng fell silent, realizing they were indeed madmen. Those who had survived and ascended from the reconnaissance ship to high positions were still quite mad. Conversely, if we were to survive and depart from the reconnaissance vessel NB 4444, regardless of the affiliations we might acquire in the future, we would still be considered part of their faction. Liang Qingyong elaborated. The military factions are intricately interwoven, far more complex than the political arena. The nuances within are something I've only gleaned from the old captain. You must understand that between the radicals and conservatives, the yellow faction and the white faction, you must take a clear stance without being wishy-washy, yet you must also avoid being too extreme. Beyond that, align yourself with whoever can elevate your rank and provide protection. Li Feng nodded thoughtfully. A thought struck him, and he asked, is killing permissible? Liang Qingyong and Wei Peng widened their eyes. What a bold lad, emerging from the blue and surpassing the blue. After just one skirmish, you've already developed a taste for bloodshed, even more so than I. After a long pause, Liang Qingyong finally gave him a thumbs up. Wei Peng remarked, killing is a serious matter. Only if you possess righteousness and just cause can you justify it. Otherwise, our connections would find it difficult to extricate you from military prisons or courts-martial. Thus, Li Feng was somewhat disheartened, realizing that one could only kill to enhance their attributes when faced with the truly foolish, and even then, it could lead to arrest and imprisonment. Come on, let us indulge in some free revelry. Liang Qingyong and Wei Peng urged. Free? Li Feng was perplexed. Liang Qingyong explained. The closer you get to the border regions of planets, the more chaotic the law and order becomes, and the more rampant the underground forces. We madmen who have made it out alive from small reconnaissance ships are feared in the military and are akin to living demons outside. With a slap on the table and a display of identity, the casino will promptly provide chips, and the club will ensure the presence of a few ladies for company. Don't just focus on one establishment. Should we encounter trouble, we must also lend a hand. These are unspoken rules. Li Feng realized. Yet he was not interested and shook his head to decline their invitation. Having the opportunity to leave the military base, he yearned to return home instead. Unfortunately, the fare was prohibitively expensive. Seeing his resolute attitude, Liang Qingyong and Wei Peng had no choice but to relent. Chapter 5. Video call. Once Liang Qingyong and Wei Peng departed, Li Feng sat down on his bunk, activated his military wristwatch, and sent a video call request to Jiang Wanqin. Upon the reconnaissance ship's return to the military base, he had immediately concluded his training, eager to return to the dormitory and assure Jiang Wanqin of his safety. Although the reconnaissance vessel is equipped with a signal receiver, it is solely in communication with military bases, and even the captain is unable to reach the outside world. Only within the expansive network coverage of the Federation can one utilize a smart wristwatch to connect with others. After a brief wait of 2 to 3 seconds, a virtual screen materialized. On the screen, Jiang Wanqin was seated at a dining table, a bowl of soy milk and fried dough sticks before her, clearly enjoying her breakfast. Her complexion was fair, her face exquisitely slender, and she donned a delicate and refreshing dress, exuding an air of tranquility and grace. Have you returned to the military base? She inquired, her bright, star-like eyes sparkling with delight, evidently aware of the protocols concerning the reconnaissance vessel of the Frontier Defense Forces. Li Feng nodded. Having not seen her for half a month, he noticed that Jiang Wanqin had visibly lost weight, likely due to her incessant worry of receiving dreadful news. He contemplated reassuring her, but the words caught in his throat. With a mortality rate soaring to 99, any comfort offered would be futile. How are you adjusting to life in the military? I've heard that those aboard the reconnaissance vessel are reckless individuals. Are they giving you a hard time? Jiang Wanqin asked. Li Feng felt a surge of inspiration, devising a way to alleviate her worries. They were not merely reckless, they were also quite mad. Yet, these madmen tended to treat their comrades well. With a smile, Li Feng replied, in this mission, I earned 239 military merit points. A few more, and I will be promoted to second lieutenant. More importantly, I am deemed a special martial arts prodigy, experiencing rapid improvements in combat during the process. That is truly wonderful. Jiang Wanqin exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. Li Feng recognized her keen intelligence. She was merely feigning astonishment. The reason was simple. As a direct descendant of a medium-sized family on a life-bearing planet, if he truly possessed any talent for cultivation or martial arts, it would have been detected long ago, warranting focused training from the family. Nonetheless, actions speak louder than words. He promptly instructed the intelligence system to transmit a copy of the combat footage from his mission to Jiang Wanqin. With her intellect, she would easily discern the significant enhancement in his reflexes during the battle. Soon, Jiang Wanqin's smart wristwatch received the transmitted information. Is it permissible to send battle footage from operational tasks to family members? She asked, somewhat surprised. Li Feng shrugged nonchalantly, not officially, but it's not a significant issue. No one will trouble me over such a trivial matter. It's not as if I'm leaking crucial military secrets. Then I shall have a look right now. Jiang Wanxin exclaimed with joy, immediately opening the footage to review. As Li Feng had surmised, her previous display of surprise was merely an act. His breach of military regulations by sending her the footage had indeed instilled a measure of genuine belief in her. Eagerly, she sought to verify whether it was indeed as Li Feng had claimed. Although the content of the combat footage left her feeling a mix of terror and awe, it also alleviated much of the anxiety and worry that had plagued her for days. She could see that, as the battle progressed, Li Feng's response speed had undeniably improved significantly. Moreover, Li Feng's exceedingly cautious demeanor brought her considerable comfort. She could not help but exclaim, "So, if you complete 3 or 4 more missions, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to second lieutenant and obtain the qualification to apply for a transfer from the reconnaissance ship?" Indeed, Li Feng nodded. Though in truth, he harbored no desire to leave the reconnaissance vessel. Yet, there was no need to divulge such sentiments to Jiang Wanxin at this moment. Wonderful. Jiang Wanxin finally glimpsed the hope of Li Feng's safe return, and the enormous weight that had burdened her heart was lifted significantly. Unable to contain herself, tears cascaded down her cheeks. As a foster daughter of the Jiang family, she had been educated from a young age to repay the family's nurturing by sacrificing her dignity and desires, becoming a mere instrument for the Jiang family to forge connections with the powerful and to attract talent. Living in constant fear and anxiety about the future from such a young age, she felt immense gratitude towards Li Feng, who did not resent her for her status as a substitute bride, nor looked down upon her identity as an adopted daughter. To her, he was the greatest fortune of her life, and she was willing to dedicate her entire being to cherish and protect that fortune. Alas, she found herself powerless to safeguard this blessing. Merely months had passed when Li Feng fell victim to treachery from his own kin, being falsely enrolled in the F District Border Defense Forces reconnaissance ship. This plunged her into even greater depths of fear and concern. Apart from acquiring a substantial loan to purchase a vial of secondary gene serum for Li Feng, she found herself devoid of options. Fortunately, just half a month later, a glimmer of hope reemerged. She had learned to conceal her emotions and intellect from a tender age. But the relentless cycle of great joy and sorrow made it increasingly challenging for her to maintain composure. Tears flowed freely, uncontrollable. Li Feng remained silent, allowing her the space to release her pent-up worries and anxieties. After a considerable time, Jiang Wanxin regained her composure, wiping away her tears while managing a shy smile. Li Feng shook his head, gesturing towards the food on the table, and deftly shifted the topic, saying, "If you truly find it difficult, there's no need to accommodate me." Soy milk and fried dough sticks were his preferred breakfast from his past life, a tradition he continued into this one. In this lifetime, free from concerns about weight, the common breakfast consisted of various sweets and pastries. Soy milk and fried dough sticks might taste peculiar to the contemporary palate. Ideally, meals should have similar flavors. You have these 2 ingredients for breakfast every day, which must mean you enjoy them immensely. Jiang Wanxin gently shook her head. If I cannot adapt or get used to it, I will not force myself. I will prepare 2 different breakfasts in the future. Li Feng nodded. There's no need. Feel free to try flavors you prefer. Jiang Wanxin was momentarily taken aback. In his eyes, it seemed as if countless stars were shimmering. Li Feng inquired, "How are things on your end?" Jiang Wanxin replied, "Although I have lost my utility, to avoid causing discontent among the other foster children, my position in the Jiang family subsidiary remains unaffected. Furthermore, I possess considerable talent for cultivation. Now, I need not fear the Jiang family discovering this. There is no longer any need to conceal my training. Upon reaching level 5, one could even seek a part-time position as an apothecary. Gradually, the income might surpass one's salary, allowing for a complete departure from the Jiang family." Li Feng expressed with confidence, "There is no need to rush concerning the loan. I shall repay it swiftly." "Indeed," Jiang Wanxin replied with a smile. The 2 began to engage in light-hearted conversation about mundane matters. It was only over an hour later that Jiang Wanxin unexpectedly transferred 3,000 Federation credits, prompting Li Feng to realize the gravity of the situation. The cost of interstellar video communication was exorbitant, exceeding 10 credits per minute, and 3-dimensional video calls were even pricier. Jiang Wanxin had clearly calculated that the balance of his account was dwindling to a mere 1,000 credits. With no other option, Li Feng hastily concluded the video call and returned the 3,000 credits to Jiang Wanxin. He was acutely aware that her account was also nearly depleted. Despite a decent monthly salary, it merely sufficed for living expenses, rent, and loan repayments. The military wristwatches offered no discounts. as the high-ranking officials within the military were utterly inept, and the interstellar communication conglomerates were nothing short of leeches. With a lingering sense of dissatisfaction, Li Feng sighed deeply. It was unfortunate that he could not afford the exorbitant ticket price of tens of thousands of credits, nor could he even manage the costs for a simple video call. Exhaling a breath of frustration, he recalibrated his mindset. He activated his wristwatch, connecting to the military's website, and spent 100 merit points to redeem an alloy sword. After much hesitation, he resolutely spent another 100 merit points to acquire a training helmet. Only then did he return to the training room, entering the simulation pod to practice swordsmanship, marksmanship, and evasion techniques. Chapter 6. The unusual mission. The NB-4444 reconnaissance ship is affiliated with Military Base 777 in Region F, part of a vast military installation housing a large fleet with a total manpower exceeding 10 billion. The entire base is constructed within a planet, overseen by a major general. When the warships return for maintenance, the crew members need not disembark from the vessel. To enhance the odds of survival for the upcoming mission, Li Feng devoted himself almost ceaselessly to the training facilities aboard the reconnaissance ship, utilizing the virtual training pods to hone his skills in swordplay, marksmanship, and evasive maneuvers. However, this rigorous routine lasted only 5 or 6 days before the training pods began to require reservations due to high demand. Others, too, sought to survive the next mission. Individuals like Liang Qingyong, having narrowly escaped the previous task, merely sought leisure and relaxation. Before long, they began to return in succession. While not as fervently dedicated as Li Feng, most spent considerable time enhancing their strength through rigorous training. Moreover, with a continuous influx of new recruits, the 50 training pods became increasingly insufficient, largely monopolized by those of greater prowess. The Federation classifies strength by levels, ranging from 1 to 99. An ordinary adult's comprehensive quality may reach level 1, with each subsequent level requiring a 13-fold increase in overall quality. At the pinnacle of existence, the 99th level has been witnessed by humanity only once, embodied in the form of Ceres, the winged emperor of the winged tribe. A millennium ago, in a valiant effort to thwart the encroachment of the human Federation, Ceres, alongside 5 other winged emperors, mobilized their forces against the colossal legion assembled by the Federation, culminating in an extraordinary battle in Zone F. The aftermath was catastrophic for the Federation, which suffered a near-total defeat. Each of the 6 winged emperors possessed the formidable capability to single-handedly annihilate a massive capital ship, while Ceres, through sheer force of will, obliterated the Federation's sole planetary-class space fortress. This devastating loss compelled the human Federation to shift from an aggressive offensive to a defensive stance, bringing an end to over 10,000 years of rampant expansion since the advent of the space jump system. Consequently, the Federation redirected its focus towards enhancing individual prowess. Over the millennia, the most powerful among humanity has ascended to levels exceeding 40. Thus, the galaxy found itself in a fierce competition among 4 dominant factions: the human tribe, the winged tribe, the soul tribe, and the blood tribe, with other races relegated to mere survival in the margins. Li Feng's infinite attribute system bears a resemblance to the Federation's comprehensive quality assessment. An average attribute value of 1 point corresponds to the overall capability of an ordinary adult. Hence, an attribute value of 1 equates to a level 1 designation by the Human Federation, while an average value of 13 corresponds to level 2, and so forth. Presently, Li Feng boasts an average attribute value of 489. If one were to factor in the unutilized 369 attribute points, his average would rise to 563, placing him within the ranks of level 7 according to the Federation's classification. Despite the advancements achieved by humanity over a millennium, the average individual strength remains below level 1, largely due to the presence of numerous elderly, weak, and vulnerable individuals. The majority of the populace remains ordinary, with only a select few attaining remarkable strength through various cultivation methods. A level 7 capability is already a formidable presence. However, Li Feng finds himself aboard a small reconnaissance vessel within the defensive military of Zone F. Those bold enough to volunteer are typically formidable individuals themselves. His prowess is merely above average, insufficient to command a training pod independently. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, expending 100 military merit points to acquire a training helmet. Although its efficacy pales in comparison to that of a training pod, it suffices for practicing basic swordsmanship and archery techniques. In the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed. With the reconnaissance vessel's rest period concluding, missions may be dispatched at any moment. Thus, all personnel, including the captain and various officers, must remain on standby aboard the vessel. Within the virtual realm conjured by the training helmet, Li Feng demonstrates impeccable aim, dispatching targets with precision. After a month of intensive training, due to his unremarkable talent in martial arts and the inability to enhance his level through cultivation, he had not experienced any ascension in rank. However, his prowess had significantly improved. His skills in swordsmanship, archery, and evasion had all seen marked advancement. Suddenly, a warning alarm blared from his headset. Li Feng paused his training and removed the helmet to find Wei Peng leaning in with an air of mystery. I have two monumental pieces of news. Which would you like to hear first? Without hesitation, Li Feng replied, whichever is more important, please share that first. Wei Peng raised an eyebrow and said, our reconnaissance ship has a new female recruit. Impossible, Li Feng retorted, skeptical. Various warships were not lacking in female soldiers, so it was hardly surprising. However, the small reconnaissance vessels of the F District Border Defense Forces were entirely different. Their mortality rate was exceedingly high, and they were manned by individuals capable of the most reckless actions. The likelihood of a female soldier applying to such a perilous reconnaissance vessel was infinitesimally low, well below 1 in a million. It would be pure coincidence for a rare case to occur on the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. You're pulling my leg, Wei Peng insisted. This girl is not only extraordinarily beautiful, but also an exceptionally powerful cultivator. Within just 5 or 6 days, she has bested everyone aboard who attempted to take advantage of her. I wouldn't even mention this if I hadn't received a thorough beating myself and realized I had no chance, Wei Peng added with conviction. I see. Li Feng was now approximately convinced. Are you interested in testing your luck? Wei Peng urged, if you lose, it's merely a matter of suffering some injuries and being humiliated under her foot. A trip to the infirmary, and you'll be right as rain again. Not interested. Li Feng shook his head and inquired, what is the second monumental piece of news? Wei Peng, with a hint of regret, quietly explained. The second piece of news is that the military may launch a large-scale war against the Wind Mouse clan. Li Feng's eyes widened momentarily. This news was not confirmed. It was rumored that Captain Bu Qianzhong had learned from his connections that a large fleet was preparing to head into the territory of the Wind Mouse clan. Wei Peng elaborated. Although he was reluctant to divulge details, Bu Qianzhong approached Captain Zhuang Yuanda. The two of them used their connections to ascertain that the reconnaissance ships on recent missions were predominantly directed toward the Wind Mouse clan's territory, with a frequency far exceeding the norm. Furthermore, the federal stock market, which had languished for many years, particularly in the military and energy sectors, had seen a gradual uptick in recent months. You had me start with the most crucial news, only to place this second? Li Feng exclaimed, bemused. For us on this reconnaissance ship, whether or not a large-scale war is imminent, we must frequently undertake high-risk missions. How significant can this news truly be? Wei Peng dismissed his concerns. Fair point, Li Feng conceded. Wei Peng glanced around, lowering his voice further. Zhuang Yuanda is Liang Qingyong's former captain. He shared this news with him. Liang Qingyong, our former captain, was the one who imparted this information to me, prompting me to share it with you as well. Please ensure discretion. Should this information spread and prove erroneous, we would essentially be disseminating rumors and inciting panic, which could bear significant consequences. It would be prudent to discreetly acquire stocks in the military and energy sectors and await the profits. Li Feng nodded in agreement. Wei Peng refrained from further discussion and returned to his bunk for training. Li Feng donned his helmet and continued his exercises. He had a firm belief, a 9 out of 10 confidence, in the deductions made by Bu Qianzhong and Zhuang Yuanda. Both were high-ranking officers of small reconnaissance vessels, having ascended from the ranks, and were acutely aware of the uncertainties of life, endowing them with a heightened sensitivity to the nuances of warfare. Li Feng had no intention of purchasing military or energy stocks, primarily due to a lack of funds. More importantly, he was disinclined to squander time and energy on the selection and acquisition process. In his view, the potential for a large-scale conflict against the Feng clan signified an opportunity to amass greater attribute and military merit values, which sufficed for him. The rest was inconsequential. In just 3 days, the reconnaissance vessel received new operational orders and departed from Military Base 777. According to the interstellar coordinates, it was evidently still within the sphere of influence of the Feng clan. As for the specific operational tasks, only the officers aboard the reconnaissance vessel were privy to advanced knowledge. To prevent the mission from being detected by foreign entities, soldiers like Li Feng, ranked as privates, would receive notifications only shortly before the execution of the task. This waiting period extended to 6 days. Li Feng finally received the combat preparation notice. It was only at this juncture that he learned the NB-4444 reconnaissance vessel had 2 distinct missions. During these past days, the vessel had been engaged in its primary mission, traversing the life planets under the dominion of the Feng clan. The mission involved deploying captured individuals and those persuaded to surrender who possessed considerable strength onto these life planets. They were to conceal their identities and re-establish a degree of power within the Feng clan, serving as covert operatives for the Human Federation military. The overall strength of the Feng clan was not particularly formidable, and their internal structure was fragmented, divided into multiple significant factions. The expanse of outer space was largely unguarded. Unlike the four dominant races, the human, winged, vampire, and soul clans, which maintained reconnaissance and patrols in the cosmos, while the winged, vampire, and soul clans were somewhat vigilant. They primarily monitored and patrolled the stellar systems housing major life planets. In this regard, the human clan held a crushing advantage, leveraging technological prowess. They constructed numerous military bases along the borders and within, complemented by an extensive network of surveillance systems. Only entities of level 50 or above could confidently employ various methods of concealment to evade the pervasive monitoring established by the human clan throughout their territorial domain. The NB-4444 reconnaissance vessel was fortunate, as it did not encounter any high-ranking members of the Feng clan, who might have been scavenging for treasures or training on uninhabited planets. Consequently, the vessel was able to reach and approach its target planets with relative ease. The task of deploying undercover agents is executed by formidable mechs, possessing combat capabilities comparable to level 25. Thus, individuals like Feng and his companions are rendered irrelevant. Once the deployment mission is completed, attention shifts to the subsequent assignment, which involves launching a large-scale assault on a life planet controlled by a significant faction of the Wind Rat clan. The objective is to test and gather data regarding the ruling class of this faction, including the response time and intensity of high-level Wind Rat reinforcements arriving through spatial rifts. Indeed, this task is quite formidable. Feng is not the sole recipient of this notification. A host of new recruits are oblivious to the perilous nature of the mission. However, Wei Peng immediately discerns the gravity of the situation and turns to Feng, teasingly inquiring if he regrets not joining him and Liang Chengyong in seeking leisure last time. A bit, Feng admits candidly, acknowledging the grotesque nature of the current task. In their previous mission, high-level Wind Rats only appeared while they were retreating to the reconnaissance ship, resulting in the sacrifice of one mech. While over 30 combat personnel were tasked with covering their retreat, allowing only a few to escape unscathed. This time, all combat personnel will be dispersed across a designated area to initiate the assault. Just this aspect alone drastically reduces the chances of survival. Additionally, they must await the emergence of high-level Wind Rats before any retreat can commence. The prospect of withdrawal seems bleak. Encountering Wind Rats over level 50 would render the reconnaissance ship incapable of fleeing, even against those above level 40. 6 mechs, capable of reaching speeds of up to 20,000 kilometers per hour, would be unable to escape. Brothers, I've stockpiled quite a bit of alcohol powder. Let us indulge ourselves while we still have time, Wei Peng boisterously declared to the new recruits. Although the recruits sensed an ominous undertone in his tone, they could not help but join in the exuberant cheer. Those daring enough to volunteer for the defense forces in Region F, even if they were novices, were undeniably spirited. Chapter 7. Breaking through the encirclement, Feng chose to disregard the frenzy around him, quietly stowing some energy biscuits in his pocket as he patiently awaited the mission notification. After half an hour, the piercing alert sounded. Wei Peng smashed a bottle and beckoned everyone to the readiness zone. The strong liquor, mixed from the alcohol powder, induced a swift intoxication that dissipated just as quickly. By the time they arrived at the readiness zone, everyone had returned to a state of normalcy. Feng found a vacant spot to sit, and, with a sweeping glance, spotted the young lady Wei Peng had mentioned. She was indeed strikingly beautiful, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age. Not only was her appearance exceptional, but she also exuded an innate confidence and grace. Her deep, luminous eyes bore a subtle pride and composure that was not easily detectable. Upon sensing Feng's gaze, Gu Lingxi suddenly turned to look at him, seemingly attempting to glean something from his expression, her gaze unflinching. Feng felt somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why the young woman was regarding him in such a manner. He paid little heed to the situation, diverting his gaze as he quietly contemplated how to allocate his attribute points. Not only were there the unused 369 attribute points, but also the points acquired from defeating the Wind Mouse clan after the mission commenced. Given the significant risks associated with this task, meticulous planning was imperative. After much reflection, he ultimately resolved to prioritize agility. Stamina and endurance would follow, with spirit and strength coming last. Having reached this conclusion, Feng did not hesitate to allocate all available attribute points to agility. Infinite Attribute System Host. Feng Attribute Points. 0 Constitution, 121 Strength, 113 Endurance, 135 Agility, 2324 Spirit, 121 Ability. Armor Breaking Level 1 with an agility of 2,324. His speed surged to an astonishing 200 meters per second. His reaction time also experienced a remarkable enhancement, allowing him to evade even high-level wind mice, ensuring he would not be swiftly eliminated without the chance to react. The sole drawback was his relatively low constitution and endurance, which limited his explosive power and sustainability. It would take time to reach his maximum speed, and maintaining it over an extended period proved challenging. For this reason, to maximize his chances of survival during the mission, he prioritized enhancing his constitution and endurance after agility. Just as he completed the allocation of his attribute points, the military wristwatch received the assault target from the reconnaissance ship. Li Feng's heavy heart lightened somewhat. The target was a gathering place guarded by a level 10 wind mouse. No curses echoed from the combat readiness zone, indicating that the rest of the team had received similar assault targets. Although the task was exceedingly perilous, at least there was a sliver of hope. He opened the map to find that the reconnaissance ship had arrived at a planet named F25858, with a diameter of 16,000 kilometers, rapidly descending towards the atmosphere. The assault target was a castle covering an area of only 20,000 square meters, surrounded by a vast estate cultivating a variety of special flora and fauna. According to the reconnaissance ship's scanning results, over 5,000 wind mice inhabited the castle. The leader was merely level 10, with most being ordinary wind mice, and only a few exceeding level 5. However, although the wind mice were not particularly formidable, their average level reached 2, with all adult wind mice possessing strength above level 3. The combat readiness zone doors will soon open. Please prepare. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. As the notification sounded, Li Feng promptly activated the combat mode of his multifunctional military uniform. The green uniform began to expand and envelop him entirely, as energy outlets opened up across various points. In this state, provided his reflexes were sufficiently quick, he could exhibit strength comparable to that of a level 15. Brothers, this mission carries considerable risk. I wish everyone good fortune. The massive hatch of the combat readiness area swung open, and Captain Zhuang Yuanda took the lead, maneuvering his mech toward the designated assault target. 5 additional mechs swiftly followed, piloted by the captains of each squad. Among them was Li Feng's former squad leader, Liang Qingyong. With his promotion to second lieutenant, Liang had successfully ascended to the upper echelons of the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship, becoming the captain of the 3rd squad. Li Feng's squad was now under the command of Wei Peng, who had participated in 3 operational missions and held a superior combat record. Over 500 combat personnel followed closely, flying out of the hatch. Li Feng immediately activated the intelligent flying mode, allowing the AI to navigate toward the predetermined target area. He then called up a map to study the terrain surrounding the mission objective. Within mere minutes, they arrived at the designated position, just over 10 kilometers away from the target castle. The implementation of their dispersal plan had proven successful. After a few more moments, the team members positioned in the more distant area also reached their locations. Although some encountered formidable members of the Wind Mouse clan along the way, they easily evaded them thanks to the reconnaissance ship's scanning information. As the countdown to the assault concluded, Li Feng propelled himself at full speed toward the castle below. 9 kilometers, 8 kilometers, 7 kilometers. When he was within 4 to 5 kilometers, the patrolling Wind Mouse sentinels spotted him and raised the alarm. Instantly, numerous Wind Mouse warriors surged forth from the castle. Li Feng halted abruptly, raising his arms. As the sentinels approached within 100 meters, he unleashed a barrage of energy bullets toward them. You have slain an enemy, gaining attribute value 019. You have slain an enemy, gaining attribute value 021. After a month of intensive training, his marksmanship had reached an exceptionally precise level. The Wind Mouse sentinels, possessing only 4th to 5th tier strength, found it nearly impossible to evade the energy bullets at such close range. One by one, the bullets pierced through their skulls, and system notifications rang out in rapid succession. He promptly allocated the newly acquired attribute values, primarily enhancing his agility, while occasionally boosting his physique and endurance. In the blink of an eye, over 10 Wind Mouse sentinels lay slain. Yet, an even greater number continued to pour from the castle, charging at him with relentless fervor. Despite the numerous comrades falling around him, they pressed on fearlessly, launching razor-sharp wind blades in his direction. Cursing the cursed mission under his breath, Li Feng, true to his nature, preferred to fight while retreating, exploiting the supersonic speed capabilities of his multifunctional combat suit to create distance and eliminate the Wind Mouse warriors from afar. As he distanced himself further, his remarkable reflexes allowed him to evade the onslaught of dense wind blades with ease. However, to ensure the accuracy of the collected data, this accursed mission mandated that he press forward without retreat until a withdrawal order was issued. Drawing the alloy sword from his back, he charged headlong into the throng of the Wind Mouse clan. Clang, clang, clang. Even with his exceptional reflexes and agility, he could not completely evade every single wind blade. Although the energy shield of his multifunctional military suit could withstand the low-level wind blades unleashed by the Wind Mouse clan, its energy reserves were depleting at an alarming rate. With a swift maneuver, he narrowly avoided the claws of a 6th-level Wind Mouse. Despite having the opportunity to eliminate it with his superior speed and agility, he did not falter, continuing his rapid descent. With unwavering focus, he deftly dodged the wind blades assailing him from the front. As for those coming from the sides, he disregarded them, relying solely on the military suit's energy shield for protection. He needed to break through swiftly and reach the castle, otherwise suspended in midair amidst relentless foes. Even a swarm of ants could wear him down, let alone the thousands of formidable wind mice surrounding him. Chapter 8. A Choice for Survival. Whoosh. 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 The wind blades struck the energy shield, causing the reserves of his suit to plummet. 95, 90, 85. Thanks to his exceptional reflexes and the protection of the energy shield, he finally managed to break through the encirclement and enter the castle. The energy reserves of his suit dwindled to a mere 65. Fortunately, this sacrifice proved worthwhile. Having successfully entered the castle, he had already chosen a location based on its structure and charged into the spacious hall. Wind mice continued to pour in through the main entrance, back door, and windows, all seeking their demise. As long as his reflexes remained sharp, the multifunctional military suit could unleash power comparable to that of a level 15. In a stronghold where the Wind Mouse leader was only at level 10, he was nearly invincible as long as his energy reserves sufficed. Not to mention, Feng himself was exceptionally powerful and capable of continuous improvement. With no threats from above or below, he thrived in the chaos, engaging in relentless combat. His left hand swung the sword while the right hand operated the energy cannon, enabling both close and ranged attacks. The room echoed with the cries of the fallen. One by one, the wind mice met their end, either cleaved by his sword or obliterated by energy projectiles. Blood flowed freely, quickly staining the granite floor. The metallic scent of blood rapidly permeated the air, filling the entire room. The relentless wind mice contributed to Feng's growing attributes. By periodically enhancing his physicality and endurance, he fought tirelessly, reaping his rewards. Occasionally, a wind blade would come too swiftly to dodge, but it was intercepted by the energy shield of his suit. The bodies of the wind mice continued to accumulate around him. Gradually, even the entrance was obstructed halfway. Feng raised his hand, unleashing an energy bullet aimed at the head of an approaching wind rat. With a sudden twist, the wind rat deftly evaded the energy projectile at close range. As it slashed toward Feng with a wind blade, it accelerated with ferocity, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. Unexpectedly, Feng executed a swift turn, disregarding the wind blade that threatened from behind and evading its attack. He launched a counterstrike with his sword. The wind rat, intent on catching Feng off guard, found itself the one taken by surprise. Just as it narrowly avoided the blade, Feng's left hand targeted it, unleashing a barrage of energy bullets that rained down upon it mercilessly. In an instant, an energy shield enveloped the wind rat, but a mere few energy bullets shattered it, penetrating its body with ease. A notification echoed in Feng's mind. You have slain an enemy, earning 115 attribute points. Feng paid no heed to the message and continued his onslaught. This wind rat was none other than the level 10 leader, and attempting a sudden ambush on him was nothing short of a death wish. His military wristwatch's intelligence was linked to that of the reconnaissance ship, allowing it to effortlessly scan the strength levels of all wind rats and display them on the map. According to his settings, the AI would alert him when an enemy approached within a certain range. The leader of the wind rats had deliberately suppressed its speed and the power of its wind blades, mingling among the ordinary wind rats to draw closer to him. He had discerned the foe's intentions almost immediately, and the outcome was inevitable. Not good. Lord Maris has been slain. The cursed human has killed Lord Maris. With the leader dead, the previously fearless wind rats, akin to moths drawn to a flame, began to divide in their response. Some fled in panic, while others, consumed by rage, charged toward Feng. After eliminating those wind rats seeking vengeance for their leader, the room was littered with their corpses. Some piles reaching 3 to 4 meters in thickness, while others measured 1 or 2 meters. Feng soared out of the window, following the loss of their leader. The wind rats no longer exuded that relentless, fearless momentum. They scattered and sought refuge. As Feng navigated above, he continuously fired to maximize his attribute gains. Once he had a moment, he instructed the AI to display the map and surveyed the data with astonishment. Despite targeting only 6 mechs against the gathering of level 20 wind rat leaders, and with over 500 combatants aimed at the level 10 wind rats, within less than 20 minutes, over 200 combatants had perished. It is evident that the relentless onslaught of the Wind Rat clan has ultimately led to their demise. Although the multifunctional military uniform grants a formidable power equivalent to level 15, it cannot withstand the overwhelming barrage and depletion inflicted by the frenzied attacks of the Wind Rats. Under the command to advance without retreat, the only recourse is to breach the castle, thereby avoiding a multifaceted assault and minimizing attrition as much as possible. Li Feng accessed the system for a brief overview. Host: Li Feng attributes: 0 constitution, 883 strength, 621 stamina, 902 agility, 3846 spirit, 632 ability, armor piercing level 1. Within a span of 20 minutes, he had vanquished over 200 Wind Rats, earning him more than 40 points in attributes. This surge propelled the average of his 5 primary attributes from 56 to an impressive 138. His personal strength escalated from level 7 to level 11. As he continued to eliminate the fleeing and evasive Wind Rats, Li Feng chose to withhold the accrued attribute points for potential future needs. If circumstances permitted, he intended to prioritize augmenting the other 4 primary attributes by 10 points each, for achieving a threshold of 10 in all 5 attributes would confer a new system ability. Warning! Warning! Level 32 Wind Rat detected. Warning! Warning! Level 36 Wind Rat detected. Warning! Warning! Unable to scan specific level, suspected to exceed level 40 Wind Rat. I am Captain Buqianzhang. The reconnaissance ship is preparing to retreat. All combat personnel may begin evacuation at their discretion. Should the reconnaissance ship remain intact, it will return to re-establish contact with you. If the ship is destroyed, there are currently no rescue plans for Military Base 777. Best of luck, comrades. The scattered and concealed Wind Rats proved elusive to eliminate, and Li Feng's available attributes increased to 26 when he heard the voice of the AI and Captain Buqianzhang. He glanced at his energy reserves, which he had managed well, still standing at 52. He immediately set a course towards the undulating mountains, 100 kilometers to the south. Accelerating to speeds of 100, 200, and then 300 kilometers per hour, the multifunctional military uniform surged forward. Before reaching its maximum potential, he arrived at the boundless plain south of the castle. Li Feng descended, decisively deactivating the flight function, and continued his sprint southward. With an astonishing agility of 3,846, his maximum speed approached nearly 400 meters per second, surpassing even the peak velocity of the multifunctional military uniform. In the absence of significant obstacles, and with commendable constitution and stamina, relying on his own speed for evacuation proved effective, conserving energy reserves in the process. While racing ahead, he opened the map for a glance. The reconnaissance ship had ascended, steadily accelerating. One of the 6 mechs had already become entangled with a Wind Rat of over level 30, while the other 5 chose diverse paths. Some soared into the sky recklessly, accelerating with wild abandon, while others darted towards the nearby forests or mountains. The over 300 combat personnel followed suit. High-level Wind Mice emerged, their primary objective being the ever-rising reconnaissance vessels, with the secondary target being the 6 mechs. They had no time to concern themselves with the combat personnel at that moment. This marked their best opportunity for escape. They could flee into outer space or seek refuge in the forests and mountains, each choice bearing its own merits and drawbacks. Outer space, vast and boundless, offered fewer high-level Wind Mice to scour the area. Fearing ambushes from warships, they were reluctant to dispatch numerous Wind Mice for searches. As long as one could reach space and the reconnaissance vessel remained intact, safety was nearly assured. However, the downside lay in the multifunctional military suit's maximum speed of just over 1,200 kilometers per hour. Escaping outer space within 2 hours was virtually impossible. Even those Wind Mice at levels 30 and above posed a lethal threat, and even those at levels 15 or 16 would spell certain doom. Fleeing to the forests or mountains had its advantages, as the attention of the high-level Wind Mice was diverted towards the reconnaissance vessels and mechs, allowing for a swift search for hiding places. The disadvantage, however, was that should a high-level Wind Mouse personally undertake the search, escape would become impossible, regardless of the race. Once their power surpassed level 20, they experienced an evolutionary leap in their life forms, granting them extraordinary perceptual abilities that transcended the 5 senses. The higher the level, the greater the range of perception. Within this perceptual range, even hiding underground would prove futile. Li Feng opted for the latter. He gambled that the Wind Mice of levels 30 and 40 would not waste their training time personally searching for a few human soldiers. Chapter 9. Miniature surveillance devices. A distance of over 100 kilometers could be traversed in merely 5 or 6 minutes. Li Feng entered the undulating mountains, slowing his speed as he navigated through the woods. He was uncertain whether the reconnaissance vessel had escaped peril. With a deep exhalation, he gazed skyward. Towering trees and dense foliage completely obscured his view. A minute prior, his military wristwatch had lost contact with the reconnaissance vessel. This indicated that the reconnaissance vessel had either successfully accelerated to light speed, evading its pursuers, and utilizing the space jump system to escape hundreds of light years away, or that the scanner was unable to detect the specific level of the wind mice, which, being over level 50, had destroyed the reconnaissance vessel. Naturally, he preferred the former. Yet, at this moment, whether the first or the latter scenario unfolded, the crucial factor was whether he could successfully conceal himself and evade pursuit. Losing contact with the reconnaissance vessel meant he could no longer obtain real-time scanning data and maps. He was oblivious to the distribution and strength of the wind mice, rendering him virtually blind on this alien planet. He could only hope for the best. He maintained a combat-ready state while shutting down the defense systems, continuing to advance. He sought out leaves to crush into fragments. Applying the juice to one's skin serves as a means to mitigate the likelihood of being detected by the formidable sight of the high-ranking wind mouse clan. However, should a high-ranking member of this clan pass nearby, any attempts to evade their perceptive abilities would be futile. I have already escaped the atmosphere. Is there anything similar? Moments later, the public channel of the communicator resonated with the voice of the captain of the 2nd Squadron. Although the signals from the reconnaissance ship were absent, the communication devices embedded within the mechs and multifunctional military attire still allowed for exchanges among the group, albeit within a limited range of 1 million kilometers. I have escaped too. Swiftly followed the voice of Captain Liang Qingyong from the 3rd Squadron. But thereafter, silence reigned. Undoubtedly, the 4 mechs, including Zhuang Yuanda, had fallen prey to the relentless pursuit of the high-ranking Wind Mouse clan. How many brothers are still alive? The captain of the 2nd Squadron inquired once more. Me. Li Feng replied casually. I have taken refuge in a cave, leaving my fate to chance. I am still alive, echoed the voices of several team members. The total count remained nearly 300. Yet, this was merely due to the high-ranking Wind Mouse clan's attention being fixated on the reconnaissance ship and the 6 mechs. The outcome, when the Wind Mouse clan initiated a large-scale search, remained uncertain. Do you wish to live? A melodious voice suddenly chimed in through a private channel. Li Feng was taken aback, glancing at the contact. It was a member of the 5th Squadron named Gu Lingxi. Likely the young girl he had briefly encountered in the mobilization area. If you are willing to sign a loyalty contract, I can ensure your survival. Gu Lingxi's voice resonated once more. Not interested. Li Feng was perplexed by Gu Lingxi's intent, but upon hearing the mention of a loyalty contract, he unhesitatingly declined. He understood the nature of such a pact. It was a magical artifact known as a contract scroll, which high-ranking practitioners had reconstructed from ancient texts. It was said that once blood was drawn, the contents of the contract would receive the so-called witness of the heavenly path. Should one violate the terms, they would face the wrath of the heavens. Such contract scrolls were commonplace among alien races, yet within the Human Federation, only high-ranking practitioners could craft them. They were typically utilized as supplements during significant agreements signed by the upper echelons. Should a powerful alien be captured, the military would also employ such scrolls to exert control over them. Li Feng would never relinquish his future into the hands of another simply due to a momentary crisis. Gu Lingxi's voice echoed again. Only by returning home alive can you see the wife who, knowing you are doomed, still chooses to incur a substantial debt to purchase a level 2 genetic serum, granting you a sliver of hope. Li Feng frowned involuntarily. It was not difficult to uncover his identity information. In the military, even a slight connection within the information department could reveal it. Acquiring information regarding Jiang Wanxin's purchase of secondary gene agents proves to be a formidable challenge. He is perplexed as to why Gu Lingxi would take the initiative to investigate his personal data. A broad search would inevitably yield results. Lingering and hesitation merely squanders the fleeting opportunity at hand. After a prolonged wait for Li Feng's response, Gu Lingxi finds herself compelled to exert further pressure. I have no interest. Li Feng's reply is unequivocal and resolute. As long as there remains even a glimmer of hope, he would never consent to a contract that entrusts his future and life to another's discretion. Very well, we shall discuss loyalty later. First, send me your coordinates. I will make my way to you. Sensing Li Feng's steadfast demeanor, Gu Lingxi is left with no choice but to settle for a compromise, regardless of whether he accepts her terms. Their union would enhance their chances of survival if discovered by the high-ranking Wind Mouse clan. At the very least, if they were to flee separately, they could divert some of their pursuers. Agreed. Li Feng activates his intelligence device, instructing it to relay his current location based on the reconnaissance ship's previously supplied scanning map. Within mere minutes, a figure descends from the sky, appearing before him. Gu Lingxi merely nods at Li Feng, refraining from further conversation. At her right hand, The gloves formed by her multifunctional military attire begin to constrict, revealing her delicate, fair hand. On her ring finger rests an ancient bronze ring, into which a surge of energy is infused. In an instant, a black metal box materializes in her palm. This elongated box measures approximately 10 centimeters in length, 5 centimeters in width, and 3 centimeters in thickness. With a mere gesture, the box opens at its center, revealing an astonishing multitude of miniature flying devices, smaller than ants, which swiftly disperse in all directions. Is this a microsurveillance device? Li Feng's face brightens with excitement. Gu Lingxi does not respond, but instructs her intelligence device to share the connected equipment with Li Feng's system. In the next moment, he receives real-time maps and data from the micro-flying devices. As he anticipated, this apparatus is not merely a microsurveillance device. It is, in fact, a top-tier one. Its monitoring range extends to a radius of 1,000 kilometers, capable of detecting biological traces and energy levels. Beings below level 20 cannot escape its scrutiny. Those above level 20 can only be detected if they possess the means to shield their energy signatures. This must cost a fortune, several hundred million at the very least. Li Feng mutters in astonishment. The miniature and top-tier specifications alone would start at millions. Meeting both criteria, it undoubtedly reaches astronomical prices. He cannot help but glance at the ring on Gu Lingxi's finger. By his estimation, this item is likely a legendary storage artifact, possessed only by high-ranking humans or otherworldly beings, with a value that is utterly exorbitant. Gu Lingxi inquired, I have developed this miniature surveillance device. Should it be discovered by the high-ranking Wind Rat clan, you will be responsible for interception and providing cover. Certainly, Li Feng replied without hesitation. With this cutting-edge miniature surveillance device, even the high-ranking Wind Rats participating in the search would be easily evaded. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, the risk of interception and cover would be a worthwhile endeavor. Gu Lingxi deftly produced a scroll from her right hand. Following that, she revealed a brush and a vial of an unknown red liquid. She unfurled the scroll, dipped the brush into the red liquid, and began inscribing characters onto the blank surface. Each stroke emanated a luminous white glow that ascended from the scroll. Once completed, she handed the scroll to Li Feng, instructing him to drop a drop of blood onto it. The content pertained to Gu Lingxi's provision of the miniature surveillance device. In case of misfortune, should the high-ranking Wind Rats discover them, Li Feng would be responsible for interception and cover. How extravagant! Li Feng could not help but exclaim. He was certain that this young woman before him was undoubtedly a favored scion of a military magnate or an ancient interstellar family, sent to hone her skills in reconnaissance. Not only did she possess invaluable storage-type treasures, but also the most advanced miniature surveillance device to secure a companion who could act as a shield in times of danger. She readily utilized an invaluable contract scroll without a moment's hesitation. Without further ado, he extended his right hand, swiftly slicing his fingertip with a metal sword to let a drop of blood fall onto the contract scroll. The blood instantly merged into the scroll, and a radiant glow followed suit. Comparatively, possessing the miniature surveillance device offered significantly greater safety. Not only would it facilitate evasion from the high-ranking Wind Rat searches, but it would also allow them to ambush these Wind Rats during their large-scale searches, thereby enhancing their own strength. Chapter 10. The posture of the ascendant. Continuing deeper into the mountain range, safety was somewhat enhanced. Gu Lingxi carefully stored the contract scroll and tossed 2 crystalline stones, measuring 10 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in height and width, to Li Feng. Upon receiving them, Li Feng was astonished to realize they were energy stones, also referred to as spiritual stones by cultivators, and source stones by those with special abilities. These stones represented an inexhaustible energy source that permeated the entire galaxy. Not only did various instruments and devices of the Human Federation predominantly utilize this energy, but cultivators of Asian descent, those of Caucasian ancestry with special abilities, and even other races relied on this energy for their cultivation. Each stone was worth tens of thousands. If the energy reserve of his multifunctional military suit were to deplete, these could be swiftly utilized for a recharge. Li Feng placed the 2 energy stones into his pocket and immediately activated his flying function to catch up with Gu Lingxi. He could not resist asking, have you not informed the other combat personnel to converge? Remember, everything that transpires today must remain confidential and not be leaked in the slightest. Gu Lingxi spoke with an air of composure, stating that should he successfully return to the reconnaissance ship or military base, his combat footage must first be sent to her. After she had it modified, he could then report it. Li Feng understood her intention, being of direct lineage himself. He was acutely aware of the brutal nature of familial power struggles. For the reconnaissance vessels of the F District's frontier defense forces, the most perilous tasks were undoubtedly those fraught with life and death risks. Gu Lingxi was likely a favored scion of an ancient aristocratic family. For her, the The gravest danger lay in being within the dominion of foreign powers, surrounded by inadequate defensive forces. Should her identity be compromised, she would face not only threats from foreign entities, but also the likelihood of ambushes orchestrated by familial rivals. Li Feng was perplexed as to why she had chosen him as a shield and sought his allegiance. Gu Lingxi countered with a question regarding his current level of strength. Li Feng dismissed her inquiry with indifference. Gu Lingxi, displeased, remarked on his attitude, implying she had tolerated it for far too long. Li Feng, holding on to his considerable influence, was unconcerned with military magnates or ancient families. He expressed his dissatisfaction, accusing her of evasion and ambiguity in her responses. Silently, Gu Lingxi ascended toward the heart of the mountains. After a lengthy pause, she spoke deliberately, sharing that her upbringing had instilled in her the understanding that as one in a position of power, she must wield her significant advantages to survey all matters from above, continually maintaining the high ground and initiative. This would compel those beneath her to interpret her thoughts, intentions, and hidden strategies, thereby revealing their personalities, capabilities, strengths, and weaknesses. Li Feng had no retort, nor did he feel inclined to inquire further. Even without her elaboration, he could surmise much. Gu Lingxi had likely decided to utilize the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship as a training ground, meticulously studying the profiles and combat footage of all its members. It was possible that, through his data and initial combat footage, she had discerned his lack of martial training and innate talent, noting only that he had consumed a second-tier genetic serum, yet grew stronger with each encounter. He must have encountered some unknown opportunity, resulting in significant enhancement of his abilities. Li Feng estimated that Gu Lingxi, while executing her assault, had the capacity to monitor his performance, aware that he had dispatched over 200 members of the Wind Rat tribe in less than 20 minutes, showcasing a marked improvement in his strength. There was also a considerable potential for further enhancement. Crucially, he had those he cared for, leading him to prioritize Jiang Wanxin's safety and refrain from compromising Gu Lingxi's identity for personal gain. This very reason was why Gu Lingxi had selected him as a shield and initially sought to coerce and entice him into her service. Suddenly, Gu Lingxi's voice pierced the air. Allegiance to me comes with an annual salary of 1 billion. Li Feng chose to ignore her. The environment indeed exerts a profound influence, and the character and attitude displayed are entirely inconsistent with the information provided. Gu Lingxi couldn't help but express her grievances silently. Once again, the two fell into a deep silence. Occasionally, the public channel echoed with the counting calls initiated by the two squad leaders, aimed at tallying the number of survivors and inferring whether the Gale Rat clan had launched a large-scale search. Li Feng felt a sense of relief upon realizing that those combatants who chose to escape to outer space for a permanent solution were continuously going missing. The two mechs that managed to escape did so because they were not targeted by the high-ranking Gale Rats, coupled with their astounding speed of 20,000 kilometers per hour. Within mere minutes, they could soar beyond the atmosphere and into the vastness of space. In contrast, the multifunctional military suits, with a top speed of just over 1,000 kilometers per hour, required over 2 hours to break free from the atmosphere. This life-bearing planet reaches the stratosphere at approximately 15 kilometers, with minimal clouds obstructing visibility. Given the relatively small area of the attack, and with the superior eyesight of the high-ranking Gale Rats, a successful escape would demand an extraordinary stroke of luck. Gu Lingxi, utilizing the map provided by her miniature surveillance device, flew into a cave nestled in the middle of a cliff. Li Feng furrowed his brow, feeling that this hiding spot was less than ideal. The primary concern was that while the cliff was adorned with a number of shrubs and small trees defiantly growing through the crevices, the coverage was insufficient, leaving the cave entrance exposed. Should the Gale Rats initiate a large-scale search, they would likely discover this cave. Hiding here was less favorable than seeking refuge in a forest or a tree hollow. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, aware that Gu Lingxi was far from foolish and must recognize the cave's significant flaw. As he had suspected, Gu Lingxi produced a device the size of a shoebox and placed it in the center of the cave. After a series of operations, a beam of light spread outwards. Li Feng intended to inquire about this advanced technology, but soon chose to forego the question, recalling Gu Lingxi's disposition. He surmised it was likely a small simulator capable of mimicking the current environment and possibly possessing the powerful ability to shield against detection. Only in this way could the cave's substantial flaw be effectively mitigated. Before long, Gu Lingxi retrieved an intelligent robot for tidying and organizing, a multifunctional single bed, a high-end audio system, and an aroma diffuser. Li Feng was left speechless. It was no surprise that someone from a prominent family would maintain such standards even in a life-and-death situation. Stay in the cave, do not venture outside, and refrain from making noise that might disturb me. Keep a close watch on the map from the miniature surveillance device. and immediately notify me if any high-ranking Gale rats enter the monitoring range. Gu Lingxi instructed Li Feng before settling cross-legged on the single bed, swiftly entering a meditative state. Li Feng then sat down on the ground. Drawing an energy bar from his pocket, he bit into it and swallowed. Subsequently, he called up the map generated by the miniature drone, vigilantly observing the slightest movements within the surveillance range. He patiently awaited the Wind Mouse clan's extensive search of the mountains. Equipped with monitoring devices that spanned 1,000 kilometers, as well as instruments capable of simulating the environment and even masking perception, he recognized that the large-scale search by the Wind Mouse clan represented the optimal opportunity for him to hunt, harvesting attribute and military merit points. As for the so-called prohibition against venturing out, as stated by Gu Lingxi, he dismissed it as nonsense. Their relationship was merely one of cooperation, not subordination. Chapter 11. Counterhunt. The efficiency of the Wind Mouse clan was far from impressive. Li Feng waited for over 2 hours before the map began to display changes. Within the coverage of the surveillance equipment, numerous wind mice emerged from their gathering spots, spreading out and initiating their search. The mountain range where the two were located was evidently a focal point of the search. Within the monitored area, a significant number of wind mice were making their way into the mountains from various directions. Outside the coverage, a steady influx of wind mice continued to gather. The displayed count of wind mice surged dramatically, creating a sense of unease. Damn it, they've discovered us. I might need to leave early. Take care, brothers. A team member's voice suddenly echoed. The large-scale search by the Wind Mouse clan had evidently begun. I've always had good luck. I doubt this time will be any different. Let's see, there are still 215 of us left. After this extensive search, will the survivors be more than 100 or fewer? I bet on a number below 100. Damn it, if I had known it would come to this, I would have brought a music player. Those two who escaped in their mechs should sing a few tunes for me. The public channel became lively, devoid of fear or tension. They were all madmen, indifferent to life and death, ready to fight if provoked. However, the only one genuinely exhilarated was Li Feng. As the multitude of wind mice continued to converge upon the mountains, he felt an exhilarating thrill. After half an hour, the public channel was filled with teammates bidding farewell. The number of wind mice entering the mountains had surpassed 1 million and was rapidly increasing. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Feng confirmed that there were no wind mice flying above the cliff. He swiftly flew out of the cave. Glancing back, as he had anticipated, the entrance had transformed into a rock face, blending seamlessly with the surroundings, revealing no signs of its previous existence. Beep, beep, beep. The moment he left the cave, Gu Lingxi received a notification from her intelligence brain. Frowning slightly, she interrupted her training, connecting to Li Feng's communication, and said with displeasure, "Did I not instruct you to remain inside the cave?" Li Feng remained indifferent, continuously evading the aerial patrols and the minuscule aircraft that could not discern the power level of the Wind Mouse clan, which was at least above level 20. Swiftly darting through the forest. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Return immediately. You have 3 seconds. If you do not comply, I shall terminate our cooperation and disable the real-time map I have shared with you. Gu Lingxi was instantly alarmed. She understood that those who actively joined the reconnaissance fleet of the F District Frontier Defense Army were mostly reckless individuals indifferent to life and death. Such people could act unpredictably at crucial moments. Yet, Li Feng, who evidently had concerns, was an exception. It was precisely for this reason that she had chosen him. However, she did not anticipate that Li Feng would exhibit the same recklessness. He could have safely weathered the crisis by hiding in a cave. Yet he insisted on recklessly venturing out. Li Feng had no intention of looking back. He did not believe that Gu Lingxi would dare to do such a thing. If she truly intended to follow through, he would unhesitatingly draw the Wind Mouse clan to the cave's entrance. They would scatter in all directions. Hurry back. Regarding military merit, I shall offer you satisfactory compensation afterward. Gu Lingxi truly did not dare to revoke Li Feng's access to the surveillance equipment, and her tone softened considerably. She was also an exception aboard the NB-4444 reconnaissance vessel. She had joined the NB-4444 merely because her level had been stuck at 19 for months, unable to break through the significant barrier of level 20. The instructor attributed this to a lack of experience and the absence of enlightenment through life and death situations. After much contemplation, she had concealed her identity and sought a reconnaissance vessel to join. She did not possess a nonchalant attitude towards life and death, nor did she embrace a reckless mindset. I apologize, but it's not just about military merit. More importantly, in the previous battle, I did not quench my thirst for bloodshed, Li Feng finally replied. Gu Lingxi was left speechless. Joining the reconnaissance vessel had somehow led to a craving for killing? However, what mattered more at that moment was not this. She exclaimed in anger, "Your desire for bloodshed is irrelevant to me. However, your defiance of orders has already angered me. If you do not return, Not only will you bear the consequences, but your wife on planet F-369 will also face repercussions. Are you threatening me? Li Feng abruptly halted. Gu Lingxi bit her red lip, and after a few seconds, she sighed softly, once discovered by the high-level Wind Mouse clan. You will not be able to escape their speed. Furthermore, among the high-level wind mice, if there are those adept in soul-searching techniques, my location will be laid bare. Not to mention, there are those among the wind mice skilled in tracking. Even after several hours, they could potentially follow your scent, traces, and energy to pursue you. Venturing out recklessly and leaving traces poses an immense risk. I will not return to the cave. If I am truly targeted by the high-level Wind Mouse clan and escape becomes impossible, I shall choose to end my own life. Li Feng took a step back before accelerating once more. Gu Lingxi found herself at a loss for words. She attempted to regain her composure and focus on her cultivation. But tranquility eluded her. With a heavy heart, she accessed the map, her mind consumed with unease, monitoring Li Feng's movements, hoping for his safe passage. Perhaps, should he attract the attention of the higher-ranked Wind Rat clan, he might indeed fulfill his promise and choose self-destruction at the first opportunity. The entire mountain range stretched across 800 kilometers in length and 200 kilometers in width, undulating majestically. The cave's location lay near the central region. According to the map provided by the surveillance equipment, the Wind Rat clan was conducting a large-scale search of the mountains, focusing on their various gathering points. Each gathering point was overseen by a leader responsible for a specific area, with varying levels of strength and troop numbers. Upon reaching their designated areas, these leaders dispatched numerous small teams to conduct a thorough search, sweeping back and forth across the terrain. Approximately 10 kilometers from the cave, Li Feng, referencing the map from the surveillance equipment, discovered the first team of the Wind Rat clan. This group consisted of merely 12 members, led by a captain of level 6, while the others were only at levels 3 and 4. At that moment, they were scouring a chaotic field of rocks. Li Feng concealed himself behind a towering tree, intently studying the map. As the wind rats circling above departed, he suddenly surged forward towards them. Alarmingly, the level 6 wind rat was the first to spot him. He drew forth a bamboo tube that appeared to emit a signal, but before he could activate it, Li Feng was upon them. With a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed an energy bullet that instantly pierced the leader's skull. The system notification chimed. You have slain an enemy, gaining an attribute value of 039. In the very instant the notification sounded, Li Feng had already reached another wind rat, dispatching it with his sword, while simultaneously raising his right arm to fire another energy bullet, eliminating a wind rat attempting to flee. Attribute values of 018, 021, and 019 echoed through the air as the notifications continued. In the blink of an eye, all 12 wind rats had been either slain or shot down. A total of 251 attribute values were accrued. Without pausing, he evaded the aerial surveillance of the wind rats and accelerated towards the next target team. Within the cave, as Gu Lingxi observed the map, noting the loss of life among the 12 wind rats, Li Feng set off once more. Gu Lingxi felt a headache coming on. This fellow had previously undertaken only one reconnaissance mission. How had he developed such a thirst for blood? Moreover, it seemed quite insatiable. Having dispatched 12 in one breath, he still seemed unsatisfied. Little did she know, as long as there were enemies to vanquish, Li Feng's bloodlust would forever remain unquenched. Meanwhile, Li Feng employed the same strategy, patiently avoiding the overhead surveillance of the wind rats as he sought the second suitable target for ambush. This team, too, was not particularly formidable. The most formidable among them was merely at level 7. With a sudden onslaught, the battle concluded in the blink of an eye. Another 262 attribute points were credited. Next came the 3rd, 4th, and 5th teams. After dispatching the 5th team, Li Feng's available attribute points had risen to 1512, ample enough to elevate the other 4 attributes above 10 points each. Chapter 12. Continuous Breach. Li Feng found a secluded spot and, with a mere thought, elevated his 4 attributes, constitution, strength, endurance, and spirit, all of which were below 10 points, to the remarkable threshold of 10. His usable attribute points dwindled to 55. A notification resonated in his mind. Your attributes have reached 10 points, granting you the ability to teleport. Teleportation, level 1. Allows instantaneous travel within the field of vision and perception, unhindered by any material or energy constraints, usable once daily. With each level gained, the usage frequency doubles. Infinite Attribute System Host. Li Feng attribute points, 55 constitution, 10 strength, 10 endurance, 10 agility, 385 spirit, 10 ability, armor break level 1. Teleportation level 1. Li Feng was left speechless. This system was astonishingly powerful. The armor-breaking ability alone made him feel invincible. Reaching level 10 meant he could disregard any form of defense. Regardless of any person, substance, or defensive measure, they would crumble before him like mere parchment. The teleportation was even more extraordinary. While instantaneous travel within one's line of sight and perception was not uncommon, particularly among the weaker Human Federation's practitioners or supernatural beings endowed with such abilities. The true marvel lay in its absence of time constraints and freedom from any material or energy limitations. With a few more levels gained, and in conjunction with armor break, it would become a nightmare for his enemies. In the face of formidable foes, or when cornered, it would serve as a divine means of escape. With this ability, he could take off from his current location. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. His focus shifted back to reality. He chose not to pursue the Wind Mouse Tribe's team any further, but instead evaded those above level 20 and the aerial scouts of the Wind Mouse Tribe, steadily advancing westward into the mountains. Not foolish, he understood that the Wind Mouse Tribe he had previously defeated would soon be discovered, potentially attracting numerous level 20 or higher members to hunt him down. In the cave, Gu Lingxi observed Li Feng stealthily moving westward, feeling somewhat reassured. After a moment of hesitation, she expressed her discontent. You've already slain 60 or 70 wind mice. Surely you've had your fill of killing. Only just begun. Li Feng replied nonchalantly. Only just begun? Gu Lingxi was taken aback. Then her anger flared. I don't care how many you need to slay to feel satisfied. Return to the cave immediately, and do not continue to test my patience. Li Feng dismissed her concerns. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Gu Lingxi was so enraged that her teeth ground together, her chest heaving with emotion. She longed to dash herself against the cave walls, wishing to convey to Li Feng the depth of her fury. Cursed wretch, if you seek death, do not drag me along with you. Unable to contain her feelings any longer, she trampled upon the elegance, composure, and grace expected of a scion from an ancient noble family. She could not help but curse. If this slaughter continues, even if you change locations and regions incessantly, you will inevitably provoke the high-ranking Wind Mouse clan to join the hunt. Silence enveloped her ears. There was still no response. I do not wish to die. Could you not be so reckless? After a prolonged moment, Gu Lingxi let out a deep sigh. Li Feng explained, I do not wish to die either. After this round of killing, I will rendezvous with you, and we shall depart this mountain range for the forest 300 kilometers to the east. Gu Lingxi, exasperated, retorted, did you not promise not to return to the cave? If you wish to go to the forest, you may do so alone. Li Feng replied candidly, without the maps provided by monitoring devices, the risks are too great. Surviving is no easy feat, so I must shamelessly go back on my word. Gu Lingxi felt a pang of frustration but restrained her anger. She realized the truth. This fellow was obstinate, yielding only to gentleness. The moment she exhibited a bit of strength, he responded with greater tenacity. Very well. But you must promise that once we reach the forest, all decisions will be under my command, and there shall be no further attacks on the Wind Mouse clan. Regulating her emotions and weighing the pros and cons, she made a concession. Agreed. Li Feng responded with brisk decisiveness. Gu Lingxi furrowed her brows slightly. Sensing that he was merely placating her, Li Feng replied nonchalantly, if you are willing, you may waste a contract scroll to have me sign the relevant terms. Very well. Gu Lingxi felt reassured and immediately began to retrieve her intelligent robotic assistant and various instruments, drafting the contract content in advance. Li Feng did not elaborate further and continued his journey westward. After half an hour, he successfully arrived at his destination. As the Wind Mouse clan commenced a large-scale search, many of their members had already been discovered and met with brutal ends, their numbers steadily dwindling. Only Li Feng, utilizing the monitoring devices provided by Gu Lingxi, transformed from prey into hunter. Soon, he located a relatively weak team and swiftly launched an attack. One after another, he dispatched 5 small teams of the Wind Mouse clan, patiently continuing to stealthily advance towards the northern part of the mountain range, then eastward. After a grueling 10 hours of maneuvering, Li Feng finally returned to the cave. Though it had been troublesome, the rewards were equally substantial. The Wind Mouse clan members who had perished at his hands numbered 2 to 300. His attribute points had surged to an impressive 573. After a moment's contemplation, Li Feng made his choice. He expended 10 attribute points to elevate his teleportation ability to level 2. The ability of teleportation doubles in usage every level. At level 2, one can utilize it twice daily. He did not spare any points on other attributes, allocating 30 points to agility. In this alien world, survival hinges upon reflexes and speed. The remaining 73 points were distributed among the other 4 primary attributes. Host, Li Feng attribute values: Constitution, 12 Strength, 117 Endurance, 12 Agility, 785 Spirit, 116 Ability, Armor Break level 1. Teleportation level 2. The average attribute value has risen to 252, approximately equivalent to a 13th level prowess. Sign it. Gu Lingxi handed Li Feng a pre-prepared contract scroll. Not a chance. Li Feng decisively shook his head. Gu Lingxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Li Feng. Was he really going back on his word yet again? Apologies, Li Feng sincerely expressed, yet his resolve remained unchanged. He understood that to survive and possess the means for self-defense, he must seize every opportunity for enhancement. Gu Lingxi's chest rose and fell dramatically. She repeatedly reminded herself that as a superior being, she must maintain absolute composure and rationality, making the most advantageous decisions regardless of the circumstances. Having already been provoked by this individual, she knew she could not afford a repeat of such a blunder. You wretched scoundrel. Continually testing my limits and defying my orders. Do you dare believe I want to end your life right here and now? In a moment of lost composure, she shouted at Li Feng. Li Feng drew his alloy sword from his back, his stance unmistakable. Should Gu Lingxi dare to strike, he would not hesitate to see if he could retaliate. Future consequences were irrelevant. His immediate survival was paramount. Do not push me. I am a level 19 sword cultivator, equipped with high-level defensive artifacts. Gu Lingxi's spiritual energy surged, emanating a formidable aura. Li Feng remained unfazed, observing her with calmness. Once again, you persist in this manner. I am the favored daughter of an ancient noble family, possessing unparalleled talent for cultivation. In terms of status and potential, I overshadow you 1,000,000 times over. Despite this, I have made concessions to you repeatedly. Can you not yield just once? Gu Lingxi stomped her foot in frustration, tears welling in her eyes. Throughout her life, she had never encountered someone so audacious. Despite being at an absolute disadvantage in status, strength, and power, he dared to stand firm. Had it been any other circumstance, she would have eliminated Li Feng 1,000 times over. Yet here, in this alien realm, she lacked the certainty to pierce through the multifunctional military suit's energy shield with a single strike and vanquish Li Feng. Once Li Feng activated the energy cannon, the resulting thunderous noise would undoubtedly attract a multitude of Wind Rat clan members. She did not wish for death and required a companion capable of serving as a shield against the higher-ranking Wind Rats, buying her some precious time. Next time, for sure, Li Feng calmly promised. Gu Lingxi sighed, producing 2 necklaces and tossing one to Li Feng. This is a miniature simulator. Once connected to a military wristwatch's intelligence core, it can activate a simulation function, allowing one to disguise themselves as various alien forms, complete with their actions and language. Only touch or perceptive abilities can discern the truth. The effect lasts for approximately 1 day, after which the energy depletes, necessitating the replacement of the spirit stones within at an opportune moment. What a remarkable item! Li Feng couldn't help but exclaim. With this gadget, her safety would undoubtedly be enhanced. He proposed, since we have renewed our partnership, let us not rush outside. How about signing a contract that forbids any form of retaliation against me and my wife for 3 years? Agreed. Gu Lingxi nodded. Such willingness? Li Feng wore a skeptical expression. Believe it or not, Gu Lingxi retrieved a new contract scroll, filling in the details with a weary demeanor. She sought nothing more than to escape this life planet and the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. This vessel, capable of assimilating an ordinary person into madness within a short span, was truly terrifying. Chapter 13. A moment of calm. Having successfully signed the contract, Li Feng tucked the scroll into his military uniform pocket. He replaced one of the energy stones in his multifunctional military attire, ensuring the intelligence core and miniature simulator were connected before signaling Gu Lingxi to proceed. Maintain my speed, Gu Lingxi instructed, beginning to survey the distribution of the Wind Rat clan around them. Remembering Li Feng's temper, she patiently explained. The Wind Rats operate in small teams for search purposes, with varying numbers overseeing from above. Departing from below may arouse suspicion. It would be wiser to disguise ourselves as those monitoring from the air. While avoiding the perception range of higher-ranking Wind Rats, they also needed to maintain a moderate pace. Otherwise, the miniature simulator would struggle to provide real-time imagery. Li Feng nodded. Previously, he found Gu Lingxi's superior demeanor and attitude quite irksome. Now, however, he began to perceive her as overly verbose, as her detailed explanations left him feeling intellectually insulted. Seizing an opportunity, Gu Lingxi swiftly stowed away the simulation and perception-blocking devices and soared out of the cave first, with Li Feng closely following. The two quickly blended into the Madair surroundings, appearing as if they were patrolling, evading the higher-ranking Wind Rats as they headed towards the eastern forest. Their speed was not rapid, only reaching 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. As they soared away from the mountains, the presence of the higher-ranked Wind Mouse clan diminished significantly, prompting Gu Lingxi to hasten her pace. When they were still over 100 kilometers from the forest, she gradually descended and sought a concealed spot to hide. This distance was nearing the edge of the surveillance equipment's coverage. To ensure safety, prior to her departure, Gu Lingxi had already commanded her microdrones to shift towards the east through her intelligence brain. However, these microdrones moved at a sluggish pace, far inferior to their own flight speed, necessitating a temporary wait. It wasn't until the monitoring range had shifted to the forest's edge that Gu Lingxi set off once again. Upon successfully entering the vast expanse of the forest, which spanned several thousand square kilometers, Li Feng felt a surge of excitement. The ancient trees towered majestically, their branches lush and leaves abundant, alleviating any concerns of being detected by the wind mouse clan above. The mission to ambush the wind mice would undoubtedly be swifter and more secure than amidst the mountains. Find a tree hollow to hide in. I'll search around and come back for you, Li Feng suggested, glancing at Gu Lingxi. I'll accompany you, she replied, shaking her head, and added an explanation. The tree hollow is cramped and uncomfortable. There was another reason she withheld. She intended to exchange for a more conventional reconnaissance ship upon her return, seeking to hone her skills and gain insights from the dance between life and death. However, leveraging connections for such a vessel might draw unnecessary attention to her identity, presenting potential hazards. It was far more prudent to accumulate 1,000 military merit points to be promoted to second lieutenant. As the lowest rank of officer, a second lieutenant would possess the authority to request a transfer, and at the very least, could command a squadron with subordinates. In future encounters, should the need arise for a shield, she could directly issue orders without the risk of falling into the hands of an unreliable lunatic, as had occurred this time. All right. Li Feng, oblivious to Gu Lingxi's intricate thoughts, readily agreed. His intentions were straightforward. After all, it was Gu Lingxi's surveillance equipment that enabled him to hunt the wind mice effectively. Sharing a portion of his spoils with her seemed a fitting gesture of gratitude. He swiftly identified a weaker group of wind mice, and the duo approached rapidly, at a distance of about 20 meters. Just as Li Feng was about to signal Gu Lingxi to strike, he noticed her swiftly raise her hand. The long sword on her back leaped from its sheath like a silver lightning bolt, darting through the forest with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, the sword reached its target, piercing the skulls of the wind mice with precision. 12 of them perished instantly. While Li Feng searched for a suitable target, he cautioned, "Next time, be careful not to kill them all. Leave me half." Gu Lingxi retorted, "Each to their own skill. Why should I leave you half?" Li Feng frowned. "Then let us each take responsibility for a few areas and regroup afterward. I'll follow your lead." Gu Lingxi raised her eyebrows, feeling as though she had regained some dignity. Li Feng smiled briefly, choosing not to elaborate further as he continued toward his designated second target. As he approached within 100 meters, he suddenly accelerated, moving with a breathtaking swiftness through the forest. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at his destination. With his sword in his right hand and an energy launcher in his left, he swiftly dispatched the more than 10 wind rat tribe members as easily as slicing through vegetables. 100 meters away, Gu Lingxi's mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit an egg. How could his speed be so astonishing? It was incomprehensible. She was aware of Li Feng's power level, which had clearly seen a considerable enhancement. Having chosen him as a shield even before the mission commenced, she had been closely monitoring his movements and data. At level 7, it would have been impossible for him to kill over 200 wind rats in just 20 minutes. Yet, she had not anticipated the astonishing degree of his power level increase. Particularly in terms of speed, her talent and status left her feeling utterly bewildered. "Can we calm down now?" Li Feng appeared before her. "Why is your speed at such an extraordinary level?" Gu Lingxi asked incredulously. "Apologies, but I cannot divulge that information," Li Feng replied, shaking his head. In truth, his power level was only 13, a vast difference from Gu Lingxi's level 19 sword cultivator status. Nevertheless, his agility had reached an impressive 785, allowing his speed to rival that of a level 17. Within this forest, he could even surpass Gu Lingxi's level 19 swiftness. The exceptional agility not only conferred speed, but also heightened reflexes. Amidst the myriad of obstacles in the woods, he could exploit his speed advantage to the fullest. Gu Lingxi stared at Li Feng, increasingly perplexed. She could not fathom what kind of fortuitous circumstance could allow him to elevate to a level comparable to 7 on his very first mission. Moreover, to experience such a substantial improvement on his second mission was beyond her comprehension. "Can we settle this?" Li Feng inquired once more, eager to harvest attribute points without wasting time on internal strife. Gu Lingxi silently nodded. "Let us split it evenly." Li Feng intended to adhere to their previously established distribution plan. He was concerned that if this continued, Gu Lingxi's temper might flare, compelling her to recklessly challenge him in a speed contest despite the presence of high-level wind rats. Gu Lingxi looked at him in astonishment, a strange feeling of being unexpectedly cherished blossoming within her. Was the sun rising in the west? This madman, who had clearly subdued her, was now willing to make some concessions? No, she quickly realized, a chill creeping into her heart. With her status, it should be others who felt such sentiments. Let us go. Li Feng, though not particularly astute, possessed a mind that darted through thoughts like a flickering flame. Once again, he set forth to seek out a third target for ambush, followed swiftly by a fourth and a fifth. The ensuing chaos appeared considerably more harmonious, with each participant receiving an equal share. After successfully eliminating 5 teams, Li Feng adhered to his previous strategy, relocating to the opposite side of the forest to continue his onslaught. His pace was markedly swifter than in the mountains. Within merely 6 hours, he had vanquished 20 squads of the Wind Mouse clan. The accrued attribute points totaled 27, the majority of which he allocated to agility. It was only upon surpassing the 100-point threshold in agility that he began to distribute his additional attribute points among the other 4 categories. Chapter 14. The return of the scout ship. Having successfully harvested from the forest, Li Feng proposed a change of locale for their continued endeavors. Gu Lingxi ceased her previous antics. As before, the two utilized a miniature simulator to disguise themselves as Wind Mouse clan scouts, soaring towards a great mountain in the southwest. Upon arrival, they repeated their previous tactics, searching for and ambushing the squads tasked with patrolling the mountain. Drawing from their prior experience in the Great Forest, they found themselves facing stronger adversaries with greater numbers, yet still dispatched them with ease. What level of power have you truly attained? Gu Lingxi, repeatedly provoked to her limits and compelled to acquiesce, had sworn silently to sever ties with Li Feng until they safely returned to the military base and distanced herself from him entirely. However, as they continued to ambush 20 more teams in the mountains, her curiosity proved insatiable, and she could not resist inquiring aloud. She was astonished to observe that Li Feng's speed in dispatching the Wind Mouse clan was rapidly increasing, his power evidently on the rise. First, tell me, if the scout ship were to be destroyed, do you possess any means of escape? Li Feng countered with a question of his own. I have numerous methods. Gu Lingxi replied, her defenses crumbling under the continuous pressure. I possess a miniature signal device capable of emitting a distress signal, which military bases near the border can generally receive. Additionally, I have a communication jade slip, a treasure used for correspondence among cultivators, through which I can contact my master for assistance. She will find a way to come. Furthermore, I own a flight treasure of considerable quality. If I can achieve level 20 and undergo the first phase of life evolution, I could traverse the starry expanse aboard the flying treasure and return to the military base at the border, though it would require a significant amount of time. Li Feng was at a loss for words. No wonder she appeared to treat perilous situations as if they were mere vacations. With so many means of escape at her disposal, he could leisurely sip wine while slaying foes, exuding an elegance that surpassed even Gu Lingxi's. He calculated his average attribute points, which had reached 40. As for my current strength, I estimate it to be around level 15. Gu Lingxi stared at Li Feng, her mind consumed by a single thought. Outrageous. With her vast experience, she found it hard to comprehend what kind of fortuitous circumstances could allow someone who had only consumed a single vial of secondary gene serum to elevate to level 15 in less than a month and a half. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she pressed him with a question. How could your strength level rise so rapidly? Li Feng, puzzled, replied, given your insight and intellect, you should discern that I am not foolish. Such inquiries are inherently unanswerable. Despite her resolve, she could not help but ask, what is the matter? Gu Lingxi maintained a facade of toughness, yet internally felt utterly humiliated. This only solidified her determination to distance herself from this madman. Not only could he shatter one's composure, causing a loss of the dignity expected of a superior, but he also had the power to render one foolish. There was only one refuge left. As they entered the majestic mountains, Li Feng let out a deep sigh. The reconnaissance ship's extensive attack covered a mere diameter of around 4,000 kilometers. The Wind Rat clan's search parameters were similarly constrained. While there were numerous hiding spots, only the perilous and vast mountains and forests were suitable for his counteroffensive maneuvers. After harvesting the resources of the current mountain, he and Gu Lingxi would need to find a place to conceal themselves thoroughly. Please note, contact with reconnaissance ship NB-4444 has been re-established. As he was contemplating their next target, the notification from the AI suddenly rang in his ears. Excellent news. The reconnaissance ship had not been destroyed. Gu Lingxi was overjoyed. Though she possessed several means of escape, she had yet to perceive any signs of breaking through level 20. Her experiences with life and death were evidently insufficient. Departing through legitimate means would facilitate her continued training within the military. Li Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since the escape methods were in Gu Lingxi's hands, he had harbored some concerns. With the reconnaissance ship safe, those worries dissipated. He hastened towards the first selected target for attack. to prevent any high-level wind rats from lurking or searching in outer space. The reconnaissance ship was temporarily stationed 200 million kilometers away from planet F25858. Captain Bu Qianzhang's voice echoed through the communicator. Next. The reconnaissance ship will leverage the advantages of its scanner to conduct a circumstantial search, gradually approaching planet F25858. Please be patient for further updates. Damn it, Bu Qianzhang. You coward. It took you over a day to return, Li Feng muttered to himself. Is this what it means to escape disaster? Don't celebrate too soon. Even if no high-level wind rats are ambushing in outer space, the reconnaissance ship will need at least a day to complete the risk assessment and reach planet F25858. The wind rats are still conducting extensive searches, which poses a risk of being discovered. What a bore. Brothers in the control room. Send over some videos to pass the time. The public channel buzzed with life once more, including the two mechs, and himself and Gu Lingxi. There were now only 52 survivors remaining. The quantity in question may not necessarily be sustained until the end. The reconnaissance vessel can only cover the signal to planet F25858, as its scanner remains incapable of detecting the planet itself. Consequently, the combatants are left in the dark, entirely unaware of the distribution of the wind rat tribe and the locations of the higher-tier members. Li Feng diligently proceeded toward the site of the first target. Among the 25 members of the wind rat tribe, the most formidable reached level 8. Stealthily approaching within 50 meters, the two launched their assault simultaneously. Leveraging his superior speed and reflexes, Li Feng swiftly eliminated half of his assigned targets. Gu Lingxi, not one to lag behind, concluded her combat moments later after a brief interval. The duo set off once more, skillfully evading the patrols of the wind rats as they made their way to the second target location. The third, fourth, and fifth teams required over 10 hours to sequentially dispatch 20 teams. Within the extensive search area, no suitable mountains or forests remained for their counter-hunting endeavors. The two disguised themselves as wind rats and returned to the cave where they had initially sought refuge. Once everything was arranged, Gu Lingxi sat on her bed, intently practicing her cultivation, while Li Feng found a dry spot to sit and access the system for a review. Host, Li Feng, attribute values, 0 physique, 40 strength, 39 stamina, 41 agility, 100 spirit, 39 ability, armor break level 2. Teleportation level 2. This mission undoubtedly yielded significant rewards for him. Not only did his average attribute values elevate to 518, barely crossing into the 16th level, but he also acquired the ability of teleportation, upgrading it to level 2. Furthermore, he expended an additional 10 attribute points to enhance armor break to level 2, which allows him to disregard 20 points of the target's defense. A day later, the large-scale search for the wind rats persisted, but the intensity had noticeably diminished after 3 days. The reconnaissance vessel NB-4444 finally approached planet F25858 amidst the ongoing search. The scanner aboard the vessel proved far superior to Gu Lingxi's monitoring equipment. The scan results indicated that only one level 35 and over 30 members of the wind rat tribe above level 20 were participating in the extensive search. The high-tier members who had arrived via the spatial rift to offer support had evidently departed. Captain Bu Qianzhang swiftly devised an evacuation plan. The crew, guided by the map provided by the scanner, avoided the searching wind rats and assembled outside the extensive search area, under the cover of the reconnaissance vessel and two mechs. They prepared to withdraw at an opportune moment. Chapter 15. A fruit basket delivered. The evacuation proceeded smoothly, with the maps provided by the reconnaissance ship's scanners. Everyone easily evaded the surveillance and search teams of the Wind Mouse clan, successfully gathering beyond the extensive search perimeter. Two mechs that had escaped into outer space returned to provide cover and secure the rear. The reconnaissance ship descended to an altitude of approximately 100 kilometers. At this point, the crisis was definitively averted. Even if discovered at this juncture, the level 35 Wind Mouse would take 20 minutes to report, allowing higher-ranking members of the clan to arrive through spatial rifts. At a height of around 100 kilometers, the multifunctional military suits could reach the location in merely 5 or 6 minutes. A single level 35 Wind Mouse, relying solely on the reconnaissance ship, would be easily suppressed. Not to mention the two mechs, comparable to level 25, tasked with providing cover and securing the rear. A little over 10 minutes later, including the two mechs, 47 survivors successfully returned to the combat zone of the reconnaissance ship. The battle forces had suffered over 90% casualties. Without pausing, the reconnaissance ship ascended rapidly, distancing itself from the life-bearing planet. Well done, my friend. Congratulations on surviving once more, Liang Qingyong exclaimed as he leaped from the mech to greet Li Feng. Same to you. Li Feng responded with a smile. You're quite fortunate. Wei Peng perished in battle. You've only participated in 2 missions. Yet you can be promoted to squad leader, Liang Qingyong remarked with a click of his tongue. Li Feng smiled, but offered no reply. He anticipated more than just a promotion to squad leader. The position of team leader was nearly secured, and he had an over 80% chance of attaining the rank of battalion leader. Based on his estimates, he had earned no less than 2,000 military merit points from this operation alone. Coupled with the points from his first mission, his rank could ascend to a 2-star second lieutenant. The previous mission had resulted in grievous losses for the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship. All the squad leaders of the 235th Squadron had perished, leaving just over 100 of the 500 combat personnel. This latest mission was even more devastating. Not only had 3 of the 5 squad leaders fallen, but the battalion leader, Zhuang Yuanda, had also met his demise. Out of the 500 combatants, fewer than 50 survived. Both Liang Qingyong and the other surviving squad leader from the second squad were newly appointed, each starting with the rank of 1-star second lieutenant. During this operation, they could gain substantial military merit points from the initial deployment of the Wind Mouse clan's internal agents. However, accumulating enough to advance to 2-star second lieutenant would be quite challenging. If they were to internally promote to battalion leader, Li Feng, with the highest rank, would undoubtedly surpass them. The reason for only an 80% chance was that if any 3-star or higher second lieutenant officers requested a transfer, they could seize his position as battalion leader. It all depended on luck. Li Feng was eager to ascend to the rank of battalion leader. The higher the military rank, the greater the freedom. As battalion leader on a small reconnaissance ship, one would be the second in command, possessing the authority to influence the captain's decisions significantly. Moreover, during combat missions, one would hold command privileges. With this identity, one can undoubtedly accumulate greater attribute values and military merit while executing tasks. I shall take my leave now. Liang Qingyong patted Li Feng on the shoulder before departing from the readiness area. Li Feng followed suit, returning to his quarters. Each mission's conclusion brings a sense of profound change. After the last task, only he, Liang Qingyong, and Wei Peng remained from their dormitory. This time, after waiting for several minutes, no one entered. Of the 10 team members, he was the sole survivor. After a brief moment of reflection to dispel the feelings of solitude and melancholy, he steadied his mindset and instructed his intelligent assistant to organize the combat footage. Instead of reporting it, he sent it to Gu Lingxi as agreed. Soon, Gu Lingxi sent a video call request. When Li Feng accepted, she inquired, "I can find someone to modify this combat video only after we reach the military base and can contact the outside world. It will take a few hours. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely," Li Feng replied nonchalantly, as it merely meant he would know his military merit a little later. Gu Lingxi then asked, "Have you forgotten something?" "I have not." Li Feng shook his head. Gu Lingxi urged him, "Think again. I'm tired. Let us leave it at that." With a decisive motion, Li Feng ended the video call. He understood that Gu Lingxi was awaiting the return of the microsimulator, a precious item that was far more important than mere appearances. After changing out of his military uniform and into a spare one, he proceeded to the training room, entering the virtual training pod to practice swordsmanship and marksmanship. Compared to the training helmet he had exchanged for 100 military merit points, the training pod allowed him to set various scenarios, environments, and adversaries while also possessing a semi-sleep function to alleviate physical and mental fatigue. He engaged in training for an entire day. The intelligent assistant notified him that the reconnaissance ship had arrived at the military base, officially entering a month-long testing and rest period. Li Feng concluded his training and, while hurrying to the hatch, instructed the intelligent assistant to bring up the military base's shopping platform. With his remaining 39 military merit points, he exchanged for a luxurious fruit basket. "Brothers, I'm taking you out for some fun. Food, drink, and entertainment will all be on the house. Who's in?" Liang Qingyong's voice echoed through the squadron channel. "I am. Count me in. I'll go." Except for Li Feng, who declined. The remaining 7 members of Team 3 eagerly responded. Upon reaching the hatch, however, Li Feng did not depart, choosing to remain by the door. One by one, members of the fleet began to leave. "Are you really not going? This is a tradition passed down through our reconnaissance ship. If you don't join me in experiencing this, how will you lead your subordinates in finding enjoyment in the future?" Liang Qingyong, accompanied by the 17 members, approached the hatch. Perhaps next time, Li Feng reiterated his refusal. Liang Qingyong did not press further, leading his 7 teammates away from the reconnaissance ship. After a brief wait, a drone delivered the fruit basket that Li Feng had ordered. The packaging was quite exquisite, and it contained several rare varieties. Yet the total weight amounted to only 6 or 7 pounds. The price, however, was rather exorbitant. 39 military merit points, equivalent to 3,900 credits. Holding the fruit basket, he made his way to Gu Lingxi's room. He had stationed himself by the hatch, not merely to await the delivery of the basket, but out of concern that Gu Lingxi might leave the reconnaissance ship, thereby wasting those 39 military merit points. As he approached the female soldier's dormitory, Li Feng pressed the doorbell. Inside, Gu Lingxi was in the midst of her cultivation. The NB-4444 reconnaissance ship housed only her as the sole female soldier. The dormitory was, in fact, more spacious than those occupied by officers with private quarters. Upon hearing the doorbell, she felt a flicker of confusion, interrupting her practice. She instructed her AI to display the external footage. Seeing Li Feng standing at the door with a fruit basket only deepened her bewilderment. She could not fathom his intentions for visiting. Was he here to commit murder and seize treasure? Yet, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. Though he was undoubtedly a madman, he was a clever one at that. He was acutely aware of his identity, and even on the alien planet, he had never shown the slightest hint of covetous desire, let alone now that he had returned to the military base. After a moment of hesitation, she retrieved a compact defensive device, approximately 50 centimeters in size, setting it to activate its energy shield automatically if anyone approached within a meter. This brought her considerable reassurance. Additionally, she possessed high-grade defensive artifacts cultivated by advanced practitioners. With this small defensive device in place, she felt doubly protected. Even in the event of a high-level alien attack, she would be able to withstand it temporarily. Only then did Gu Lingxi command the AI to open the door. I brought you some fruit, all specialty products from an alien planet, each one carefully selected, Li Feng said, smiling as he entered and waved the fruit basket in front of her. In an instant, a sword appeared in Gu Lingxi's hand. She leapt to her feet, her gaze fixed on Li Feng, bracing herself for any eventuality. The individual before her was certainly not the genuine Li Feng. There was a high probability that a high-level alien had infiltrated the reconnaissance ship, attempting to seize control of all crew members to commandeer the vessel. Alternatively, there was a slight chance that her identity had been inadvertently revealed, prompting a rival from her family to enlist the aid of high-ranking human or alien beings to disguise themselves as Li Feng in an assassination attempt against her. Regardless, she was resolute in her disbelief that the bloodthirsty madman would come to deliver fruit. The rationale was simple. During their time on the alien planet, she had possessed overwhelming advantages in both status and strength, coupled with access to various top-tier life-saving devices. In the face of an ordinary madman, whether for self-preservation or to align with her, one would expect them to grovel and obey, more compliant than a dog. Yet, Li Feng was different. No matter how she threatened or intimidated him, he remained unyielding and domineering. She was forced to lower her defenses twice. Despite possessing overwhelming advantages, she paradoxically lost her decision-making power and dominance. How could such a person, devoid of any life-threatening circumstances, behave like a cunning merchant or politician, coming forward to ingratiate herself? She firmly believed that even if Li Feng harbored intentions of murder and plunder, he would act directly rather than presenting a fruit basket in an attempt to confuse her and lower her guard. Chapter 16. Achieving Cooperation Surely. You do not suspect that I intend to draw near with the ulterior motive of launching a surprise attack? Seeing Gu Lingxi appear as though facing a formidable adversary, Li Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. Even if I coveted the treasures and equipment you possess, would it not be far more prudent to strike on an alien planet? Gu Lingxi remained silent, her gaze unwavering upon Li Feng. After all, having fought side by side through life and death, why harbor such grudges? I come solely to seek your signature on a mutually beneficial cooperation agreement. Li Feng pondered Gu Lingxi's attitude with confusion. After all, she was a direct descendant of a prominent family, possibly even its heir. Her potential was extraordinary, and her intellect and character were undoubtedly commendable. Logically speaking, given that an agreement had been signed prohibiting retaliation against him, and knowing his strength could increase dramatically, she should have chosen to bide her time, waiting for the contract's conclusion before seeking vengeance based on his power level. Stop pretending, if you truly are that madman. Even if you sought my cooperation, you would approach me with hostility, never with a fruit basket in hand, Gu Lingxi scoffed. Do you really think I wish to go mad? You possess an array of unfathomable means of self-preservation, and thus cannot comprehend the difficulty of surviving to complete a mission. Li Feng spoke candidly. Upon the conclusion of this mission, I shall undoubtedly be promoted to second lieutenant, qualifying me to apply for a transfer from the reconnaissance vessel. Yet I have no desire to leave. To alleviate my wife's worries, the only way is to assure her of my adequate self-defense capabilities, beyond my power level. Collaborating with you, a key figure nurtured by a prominent family and potentially its successor, would serve as a significant safeguard. For you carry within you an arsenal of cutting-edge technology and magical artifacts. How shall we collaborate? Gu Lingxi suddenly felt convinced, as the records indicated that Li Feng shared an exceptionally close bond with his wife, Jiang Wanxin. They regarded each other as their sole source of support. Li Feng bore no resentment towards Jiang Wanxin for her substitution as a foster daughter. He even sacrificed everything to leave the Li family for her. Likewise, Jiang Wanxin spared no expense, borrowing substantial sums to purchase genetic serums, all to provide Li Feng with a sliver of hope. It was precisely for this reason that she had designated Li Feng as her shield before the mission commenced. Li Feng elaborated, within 3 years. Whether facing formidable foes during missions, or if your identity is compromised and targeted by competitors, I shall do everything within my power to cover your retreat and buy you time. Of course, this is contingent upon my survival, provided that the adversaries are not so overwhelmingly powerful that they could eliminate me in an instant. Moreover, I possess the prerogative to withdraw at any moment, depending on the circumstances. Conversely, in times of crisis, you must share with me your most advanced instruments and artifacts to the best of your ability. Gu Lingxi disdainfully remarked. Only when there is a glimmer of hope should you consider delaying and defending. I am more than capable of handling such formidable foes on my own. What use are you? That remains to be seen. Li Feng replied with a smile, glancing at the apparatus beside Gu Lingxi and inquiring, is this device capable of generating an energy shield for defense? Gu Lingxi nodded. Li Feng pressed further, what is its effective range? Gu Lingxi elucidated, approximately 10 meters. Activate it. Li Feng stepped back, creating some distance. Although puzzled, Gu Lingxi informed the intelligence core to activate the defensive device. An energy shield, faintly visible and spanning 6 to 7 meters, materialized before them. With a thought, Li Feng activated his teleportation ability, appearing instantaneously before Gu Lingxi. He grasped her arm and teleported once more, transporting them outside the energy shield. How is this possible? Gu Lingxi exclaimed, aghast and incredulous as she gazed at Li Feng. While teleportation was not particularly astonishing, the ability to traverse an energy shield was beyond her comprehension. With this skill alone, should I find myself ensnared by powerful beings of other races, I could effortlessly aid your escape. Li Feng continued. Furthermore, whether regarding the non-retaliation contract or the cooperation contract, I shall only sign for 3 years. With your intellect, you should discern the reason behind this. Gu Lingxi furrowed her brow. You are not a cultivator. What gives you the confidence that you can become powerful enough to disregard the threats posed by my family in merely 3 years? Li Feng replied nonchalantly, ignorance or arrogance. It matters not. Regardless of whether I can achieve this, it at least indirectly demonstrates that my potential for growth is substantial. If the contract were to extend indefinitely, and if I were to contend for the position of family heir or require your strength in other matters, you would need to assist me to the best of your ability. Gu Lingxi responded without hesitation. The same applies in reverse. I can offer you assistance whenever you require it. Li Feng shook his head. A prolonged term is too uncertain. The future is unpredictable. A provisional 3-year agreement is preferable. If our collaboration proves fruitful, we may find that no contract is necessary in the long run. Gu Lingxi contemplated briefly before nodding. Let it be known in advance that I am here to train in the military and to gain insights into life and death. After breaking through to level 20, I will depart from the military. Upon my departure, I shall leave various instruments and devices in your care. Very well, let us formalize the contract. Li Feng eagerly agreed, recognizing that this not only secured the instruments for himself, but also enhanced their safety without the need for Gu Lingxi to provide cover. Gu Lingxi, having made her decision, retrieved a contract scroll and began inscribing the terms with a special material. Li Feng's overture for collaboration had altered her original decision to reassign from the reconnaissance vessel NB 4444. There exists a formidable shield, endowed with remarkable potential and bound by a contractual agreement, whose retention ensures a higher degree of security. In the future, during the contest for familial dominance, it shall serve as an immense asset. The sole source of her discontent lies in Li Feng's bloodthirsty nature, which compels him to prioritize the satiation of his murderous instincts even in critical situations, dismissing all dissenting opinions with his formidable personality. She can only hold her breath and endure, hoping for an early breakthrough to level 20. May I temporarily take custody of this contract and return it to you after I visit home? Upon the completion of the agreement, Li Feng inquired of Gu Lingxi. Gu Lingxi nodded. It can remain with you, or be destroyed. Either way, it does not affect the contract's validity. I shall take my leave now. Li Feng promptly bid farewell and departed. Gu Lingxi called out to him, revealing her strength. I possess detailed intelligence regarding the high-ranking officials and factional relationships of Military Base 777. Do you wish to acquire it? Certainly. Li Feng responded eagerly. Although he intended to charge forth relying solely on his strength, he would not refuse such vital information. Furthermore, let me share a significant piece of news, Gu Lingxi continued. For reasons unknown, the Caucasian faction has achieved a substantial breakthrough in supernatural abilities. They have not only discovered methods to expedite the elevation of power levels, but have also seen individuals successfully transcend the 50-level barrier, attaining a second evolutionary stage of life. Following extensive negotiations and power plays, the federal leadership and major conglomerates have reached a consensus to secure control over a resource known as the Holy Stone. They intend to initiate a large-scale war against the Wind Rat clan, should this endeavor proceed smoothly. And should alliances be forged with one or two of the other three dominant races, there lies the potential to reignite a massive expansion that has been stagnant for millennia. Declaring war on one or two of the hegemonic races. An era of upheaval is imminent, and the significance of military power will continuously rise. Internal conflicts will also intensify. I shall not pressure you to align with the generals and factions that are friendly to our family. However, remember to avoid those leaders and factions embroiled in extreme racial disputes. The advantages held by the Caucasians will only grow, and being drawn into such conflicts will render your advancement in the military exceedingly difficult. Should I assist you, it might incur substantial losses for my own family. Understood. Li Feng replied casually as he turned to leave. No one would obstruct his path to supremacy. He had no intention of entangling himself in any radical factional strife. If the enemy could not breach their ranks, there was no time to slay his own kin. Should they impede his progress, his blade would show no mercy. Chapter 17. The captaincy is at stake. Upon returning to the training facility, Li Feng entered the virtual training pod. He first sent a message to Jiang Wanxin, informing her that he had safely concluded his second mission and was preparing to return home in a few days. As for the specific date, it remained undetermined, as he still had matters to attend to. Subsequently, he instructed the intelligence system to compile the combat footage from this mission, editing out any radical statements and actions that had not quenched his thirst for slaughter, and sent a copy to Jiang Wanxin. Soon, he received a response from Jiang Wanxin. Brimming with uncontainable delight, Li Feng adjusted his mood and devoted himself to practicing swordsmanship and archery. After more than 3 hours, Gu Lingxi sent a video, precisely the combat footage he had earlier agreed to share with her. This combat video had undergone modifications, all their extensive dialogues, various instruments, and even the display of Gu Lingxi's prowess had been erased and replaced. The edits were seamless, with the data perfectly aligning with that of the reconnaissance ship's scans. Li Feng paid it no mind and directly instructed the AI to submit the video. As long as it did not affect his military merit points, he was indifferent to how it was altered. Within half an hour, the military merit points were tallied and reported back to him. As he anticipated, during his tenure on planet F25858, the hunting of the Wind Rat clan also counted towards his military achievements. In this mission, the first operation involving the infiltration of a Wind Rat clan trader did not result in combat. Hence the majority of the credit went to Captain Bu Qianzhong and the 6 mechs, while the remaining was divided among the operational personnel. Each combatant received merely 10 merit points. In the second operation, he had eliminated over 1,200 Wind Rats, depending on their varying power levels. He accrued a staggering 2,360 merit points. Additionally, the successful completion of the reconnaissance mission entitled him to 120 merit points as a combat personnel. Thus, for this mission, he amassed a total of 2,490 merit points. Coupled with the 239 points from the initial task, he achieved a grand total of 2,729 points. This singular operation propelled him 9 ranks higher, elevating his military rank to second lieutenant. However, this significant advancement in rank merely enhanced his status and benefits. What Li Feng truly valued was whether he could be promoted to squad leader, which was also why he intended to stay a few more days. The reconnaissance ship of the F District Frontier Defense Army, more precisely, was the 777th large military base of the F District and the NB-4444 small independent reconnaissance vessel. To ascend from private to second lieutenant in such an environment indicated that one's strength and potential far surpassed those of other junior officers, bestowing considerable value for recruitment and cultivation. Not to mention, he had been in the military for less than 2 months, executing only 2 operations before being promoted to second lieutenant. His displayed strength had reached level 16. The only drawback was that he was not among those who could attain the highest level of over 40. Yet, based on the remaining criteria, he was qualified to select his own backing and express loyalty to a certain officer. A major would undoubtedly welcome him with open arms. Lieutenant colonels and colonels would surely regard him as a prime candidate for focused cultivation. He could also adopt a wait-and-see approach, allowing the officers seeking to recruit him to make the first move. Li Feng's strategy was to bide his time. Thus, one can seize the initiative. As for the nature of the backing sought, it is of little consequence to him. As long as he can smoothly assume the position of the squadron commander, he is content with the prospect of either succeeding or displacing Bu Qianzhong to become the captain of the reconnaissance vessel NB-4444. Beep beep. The military merit statistics would be compiled in just 2 hours, and Li Feng's military wristwatch emitted a notification for a communication request, interrupting his practice. He glanced at the screen. It was a voice communication request from Captain Bu Qianzhang. He promptly connected. Bu Qianzhang's voice soon resonated. Li Feng, where are you? Li Feng explained, I am in the training room practicing marksmanship. Bu Qianzhang, with curiosity, inquired, why not seek some amusement to alleviate boredom? Li Feng replied with a smile. I am not bored at the moment. Bu Qianzhang, a figure who had risen through the ranks of the reconnaissance vessel with both strength and intellect, wasted no time in small talk and directly addressed the matter at hand. Now that you have entered the officer ranks, it is time to pay homage to a higher authority. Our NB-4444 reconnaissance vessel is directly managed by the Information Department's reconnaissance office from the base. We have no direct superiors, granting us a high degree of freedom. However, on the contrary, if trouble arises, there is no superior to bear the burden for you. Furthermore, Colonel Dennis, the head of the reconnaissance office, exercises considerable control over it. Although he does not intentionally suppress others, promotions, transfers, benefits, and various assignments tend to favor the white officers. If you wish to transfer from the reconnaissance vessel in the future, relying on this immediate superior for assistance in securing a promising or lucrative military position will be nearly impossible. After a pause, and once Li Feng indicated his understanding, Bu Qianzhang continued, Colonel Zhang of the 7th Fleet holds you in high regard for your potential and capabilities. If you are willing, I can arrange a meeting. Without delving into specifics, if you wish to transfer from the reconnaissance vessel in the future, you will have your pick of large, medium, or small warships, along with a variety of top-tier military positions within your rank. Even if there are no vacancies, arrangements will be made for you. Li Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he smiled and asked, Captain, will I be able to succeed Zhuang Yuanda and become the squadron commander this time? Bu Qianzhang shook his head. No? Why? Li Feng expressed his astonishment. Bu Qianzhang couldn't help but curse. I have delayed for so long to speak with you because of this matter. An incompetent officer from the reconnaissance office contacted me, inquiring whether I had any objections to the deployment of a white squadron commander, several flight commanders, and a batch of new recruits to the NB-4444 reconnaissance vessel. If he dares to confront me about this in person, I will undoubtedly stab this fool in the back. This is clearly an attempt by white individuals to overstep boundaries and vie for control over the NB-4444 reconnaissance vessel. Since its inception, the NB-4444 reconnaissance vessel has undergone hundreds of complete military annihilations and reconstructions, yet it has always remained under the control of us, the yellow race. Unfortunately, no matter how much I agitate Colonel Liang, the deputy head of the reconnaissance office, he cannot provide any resolution. Rest assured, I have already sent a message to the officers of the NB-4444 reconnaissance vessel who have ventured forth. They will undoubtedly not stand idly by and will cause a commotion at any cost. Furthermore, should these scoundrels dare to send people over, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them all. After the next mission concludes, I assure you that you will certainly be promoted to the position of captain. Li Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, Can Colonel Jiang ensure my promotion to captain this time? Even Colonel Liang found himself at a loss. It seemed his influence could not penetrate this situation. Bu Qianzhang shook his head and remarked, under ordinary circumstances, it would be manageable. But this time the situation is exceedingly peculiar. Our small, independent reconnaissance vessels have a simple personnel structure and a remarkably illustrious history and record. The officers who have embarked upon such missions possess a strong sense of belonging. Moreover, we have frequently executed various high-risk operations. Yet never before has there been an instance of any party attempting infiltration or a power grab. With that in mind, I shall assess the situation further before making a decision. Li Feng neither outright rejected nor wholeheartedly agreed. Bu Qianzhang, perplexed by the reasons behind this, pieced together the critical information provided by Gu Lingxi and speculated on the matter. The Caucasians had made significant breakthroughs in their abilities and were beginning to vie for greater military power. The NB-4444 reconnaissance vessel, although modest in size, had become a crucible for cultivating formidable military leaders through its rigorous trials. Should a widespread racial war erupt across the galaxy, those officers who had survived countless life-or-death encounters aboard the reconnaissance vessel would undoubtedly shine in the future. It is a crucial battleground for the contest for military authority. The NB-4444 reconnaissance vessel had suffered catastrophic losses in this mission, with scarcely 1 in 10 remaining. Even the second-in-command had perished in battle, making it an opportune moment for infiltration. As long as Bu Qianzhang remained a captain, if a significant number of Caucasian officers were to board the NB-4444, they would certainly come prepared. Bu Qianzhang might not be able to eliminate them all within the bounds of the rules. He still believed that securing the captaincy and gaining a modicum of decision-making power was of paramount importance. Chapter 18. The test very well. Should any officer propose more favorable terms, provided they are not a Caucasian, you are free to agree without concern for my sentiments. Bu Qianzhong took no offense at Li Feng's polite refusal and explained, those of us who have risen from the lower ranks of the NB 4444 form a unique faction. This holds true for those officers who have been away for quite some time. Li Feng nodded. I understand. Captain Liang discussed these matters with me previously. All right. Then you shall observe for now while I stir things up at the intelligence division. Bu Qianzhong concluded the call. Li Feng, however, felt a headache coming on. The struggle for military power had escalated to a contest among the upper echelons of the military, having already made concessions aboard the NB 4444 reconnaissance vessel. It was not just a matter of a mere second lieutenant like him. Even those officers who had departed from the NB 4444 might find themselves powerless to change the course of events. Given the profound influence of Gu Lingxi's family, it may be possible to effectuate adjustments through the exchange of interests. However, Gu Lingxi must maintain her anonymity, rendering her assistance unattainable. At present, he can only proceed one step at a time. With a renewed mindset, he recommenced his practice in swordsmanship, archery, and evasion techniques. After merely 3 or 4 hours, an unfamiliar call interrupted him. Upon answering, Li Feng discovered the caller claimed to be a communications officer from the military law office. Inquiring if he could spare a moment to visit, he instructed the officer to ask the colonel whether he could guarantee the attainment of the position of battalion commander. An hour later, a major personally sent a communication request. Li Feng's singular condition remained the same, the acquisition of the battalion commander role. Gradually, more individuals began to make contact, yet the outcome was invariably the same. Those privy to the rumors urged Li Feng to reconsider, while those oblivious readily acquiesced. Subsequently, however, silence ensued. The notification for his promotion to second lieutenant arrived the following day, with related formalities available for online processing. 2 sets of new multifunctional officer uniforms were delivered by an intelligent robot. Compared to the multifunctional uniforms of privates, the officer's attire exhibited only slight variations, boasting additional minor functionalities. Nonetheless, it could still only exhibit a strength equivalent to level 15. The prospect of securing the battalion commander position gradually dimmed. For 3 or 4 consecutive days, even the officers seeking to recruit him diminished in number. Li Feng, weary of waiting, resolved to take matters into his own hands. He would act as he pleased, confident that anyone who dared obstruct him would meet their demise. He refused to believe that with Captain Bu Qianzhong, who wielded decision-making authority, and Gu Lingxi, who concealed her formidable capabilities, he could not ascend amidst the chaos aboard the reconnaissance vessel NB 4444, seizing power and eliminating his adversaries. He instructed his AI to chart a course from the military base to planet F-369, although both lay within the F sector. It was necessary to first reach a nearby life-sustaining planet before redirecting to F-369. After previously chastising the military hierarchy and communication magnates, Li Feng now found himself compelled to do so once more. Despite being within the same sector, the distance was a staggering 500 light-years. The cheapest ticket for the journey cost no less than 35,000. A private's monthly salary stood at 5,000, increasing by 1,000 with each rank. Upon reaching second lieutenant, the increment rose to 3,000 per rank. As a second lieutenant, he earned a mere 20,000 monthly. Were it not for his military merit, which afforded him some leeway, he would not even have enough funds for a ticket home after a month of perilous service. Li Feng promptly converted all his military merits into federal currency. Coupled with last month's salary of 7,000, he amassed a total of 300,000. He instructed the AI to purchase the nearest ticket and sent the details to Jiang Wanxin. Soon, he received a reply from Jiang Wanxin confirming that she would arrange for time off to meet him at the space station. After practicing for over an hour with the mecha controls, Li Feng finally departed from the reconnaissance ship and activated the flight function, following the route provided by the intelligent brain to arrive at the transport area. Various transport vessels of all sizes were ubiquitous, with only a handful of small civilian crewed transport ships available. Upon locating the spacecraft he intended to board, Li Feng was preparing to validate his ticket when a burly middle-aged man in a major's uniform obstructed his path. Li Feng inquired, "Is there something you need?" The imposing major boomed, "Why did you not salute upon seeing an officer?" "That is not my custom," Li Feng retorted. "Now, is there something you need? Let me teach you some manners." The major stepped forward with lightning speed, his hand swinging towards Li Feng's face. Bang! Li Feng's reflexes were swifter. He landed a punch squarely on the major's cheek. The massive figure stumbled backward like a mountain toppled. It was evident that this individual was a skilled martial artist, proficient in defense and of considerable rank. Despite the heavy blow, he sprang back to his feet as if unscathed. "Wait, I was sent to convey a message and recruit you. With Li Feng charging towards him, the major hastily raised his hand to halt him. Yet, Li Feng had no intention of stopping. Regardless of your purpose, daring to strike first invites my wrath. Boom. In an instant, he closed the distance, delivering a fierce punch directly to the major's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Before the major could rise again, Li Feng unleashed a flurry of punches upon him. Stop! The security patrol, having activated their combat mode, rushed to the scene. Li Feng promptly instructed the intelligent brain to retrieve his identity information, NB-4444, a small independent reconnaissance ship and a 2-star second lieutenant. Upon seeing this, the patrol members immediately turned to leave, regardless of the circumstances. A lieutenant striking a major constituted a significant breach of military protocol. However, the antics of a madman emerging from a small independent reconnaissance vessel were a different story. These individuals, even if merely ordinary soldiers, were capable of anything and carried considerable influence. Let alone a 2-star lieutenant, the patrol had no authority to intervene. And even the military law enforcement dared not intervene. As long as there were no fatalities, those of lower rank would simply have to accept their misfortune, while those of higher rank could seek recourse through video evidence and their connections. Li Feng, pressed for time, knew the crewed transport ship was about to depart. After delivering a few more punches, sensing he was nearing the major's limit, he ceased his assault before inflicting severe injury. Damn it, that was brutal. I'm a level 15 martial artist, yet I was beaten like a child. The major staggered to his feet. Disregarding the warnings of a concussion and nasal fractures from the intelligent brain, he struggled to open his swollen eyes, searching for Li Feng, only to see him already boarding the crewed transport ship after passing the electronic ticket check, blood frothing from his mouth. He glanced around, seeking out any individuals he found displeasing, intending to vent his pent-up frustration by delivering a sound thrashing. Upon entering the ordinary zone, Li Feng located his designated seat and removed his backpack. He instructed his intelligent assistant to bring up the shopping platform for F369 star and, after a moment of contemplation, made a decisive purchase, spending over 20,000 credits. He ordered a multifunctional mattress and several vials of vitality elixirs. Only then did he don the training helmet from his backpack. As he finalized the training parameters, an unfamiliar video call request from an unknown number flashed on his military watch. He adjusted the screen size and accepted the call. Before him materialized a projection measuring 20 centimeters in width and height. To his surprise, the figure in the image was none other than the burly major he had just pummeled. Li Feng furrowed his brow, choosing not to terminate the communication, realizing that the earlier encounter had merely been a test. The burly major grinned, revealing a wide mouth missing 3 teeth. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Ho Jianda, 5-star major, captain of the Di-658 large destroyer. Li Feng remained silent, awaiting further discourse. Ho Jianda continued, I have a few questions for you. Please respond promptly. First, why do you aspire to be the captain of the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship? Li Feng felt a stir within him and replied, for greater freedom. The major's second inquiry followed swiftly. What rank do you hope to achieve in the military? Without hesitation, Li Feng proclaimed, Federal Marshal. Ho Jianda's eyes, which had been narrowed, widened in astonishment. Was he insane? A mere 2-star second lieutenant harboring ambitions greater than those of a general? Even the generals perched atop the military power hierarchy dared not dream of becoming the elusive Federal Marshal, a title that had yet to be attained by anyone. After a lengthy pause, Ho Jianda regained his composure and ended the call. He forwarded the video exchange with Li Feng to a specific number. A mere 15 minutes later, he received a response and subsequently sent Li Feng another video call request. Their communication resumed. Ho Jianda began, we will secure the captaincy for you. Excellent. Li Feng nodded in agreement. Ho Jianda, intrigued, queried, are you not curious about which faction we represent before accepting? It could only be the extreme color faction or the militaristic faction. Li Feng shrugged off the concern, indifferent to which faction he would join. As long as they could provide him protection in the initial stages, he would be content. In the future, when he possessed the capability and qualifications to reciprocate, it might lead to significant risks and complications, but he was confident in his ability to withstand them. Suddenly, Ho Jianda chuckled. The pressures we face are far greater than those from the extreme color faction or the militaristic faction. Do elaborate. Li Feng's curiosity piqued. The extreme color faction and the militaristic faction were already challenging enough to navigate within the military. He could hardly fathom what other factions could pose an even greater challenge. Ho Jianda said softly, the welfare faction. What on earth is this faction? Li Feng was utterly perplexed. Chapter 19. The welfare faction. Our mission is to unreservedly advocate for the rightful benefits of the soldiers in the military, Ho Jianda explained. What kind of pressure could this possibly entail? Li Feng found himself increasingly bewildered. Such a faction should be revered and cherished within the military. Where could the pressure originate? Think more carefully. Ho Jianda chuckled. The leader has tested many individuals through 3 rounds of assessments, each with a perfect score of 100. Previously, only 2 individuals achieved full marks in the first 2 rounds. You, however, scored a perfect 100 in the first round and a staggering 100 trillion in the second. Our leader appreciates those bold enough to boast. Li Feng couldn't help but smile, finding the scoring somewhat trivial. Who knows? Ho Jianda urged, if you cannot discern the reason. It reflects a lack of intellect and political acumen. It is rare to encounter a leader who grants such extraordinary scores. Do not let me down. Li Feng nodded. Deep in thought. After a moment, he suddenly had an epiphany. The welfare faction has offended all the prominent families and conglomerates. Our leader was once a towering figure in the military hierarchy. At such a level, as long as one does not rebel outright, even a disastrous fall can lead to a favorable conclusion. Yet our leader has been stripped of his military rank. Ho Jianda inquired with a grin. Let me ask you once more, will you join us? Absolutely. Li Feng replied without hesitation. His resolve remained unwavering. He would align with whichever faction could ensure his early protection. Welcome aboard, Ho Jianda said with a smile. Perform well and strive to qualify for an interview with the leader. Regardless of the faction, peripheral members merely possess a safeguard against bullying. Only core members, those who are cultivated with care, receive the faction's resources without reservation. Li Feng asked curiously, what constitutes qualifying for the interview? I do not know, Ho Jianda chuckled. I was selected at the age of 23, passed the tests, and joined the welfare faction. At 43, I was promoted to a 1-star major. And only then did I have the privilege of meeting the leader. Now, at 45, those 2 individuals who scored full marks in the first 2 rounds also achieved the same in the third. I heard they met the leader after being promoted to captain. Thank you. Li Feng nodded in gratitude, realizing that Ho Jianda's detailed account served as a reference. It also illustrated the vast disparity between peripheral and core members. During his time as a peripheral member, Ho Jianda spent 20 years rising to the rank of 1-star major. After becoming a core member, he ascended to 5-star major in just 2 years. You currently belong to the non-core members. The competition for the captaincy involves certain special reasons that you are not authorized to know at this moment. However, you may rest assured and await notification. We do not lack this bit of energy. Ho Jianda concluded the communication succinctly. Li Feng, in a buoyant mood, hummed a tune of good fortune before donning his training helmet to practice swordsmanship. The small manned transport vessel officially departed, soaring away from the military base and continuously accelerating to light speed. Once they were sufficiently distanced from any significant celestial bodies, thus meeting the criteria for spatial jump, the jump system was activated. Whether it was a small transport ship or a medium to large vessel, all civilian spacecraft, much like small warships, had a maximum spatial jump range of only 100 light-years. The military base where Li Feng was stationed was approximately 3,500 light-years from planet F-369. Considering various stopovers, the journey would take roughly 2 days. Upon reaching a nearby habitable planet, Li Feng transferred to another large manned transport vessel bound directly for F-369. Beep, beep, beep. With around 3 hours remaining in the journey, Li Feng was engrossed in practicing mecha operations when a voice communication request notification sounded. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Jiang Wanxin. Once connected, her voice, tinged with sincere regret, reached him. I just received notice that the company requires my immediate presence for an urgent matter. I must go now. If I cannot return to the space station in time, you will have to make the journey back alone. That's all right, you go ahead, Li Feng replied lightly, though a slight furrow formed on his brow. Despite Jiang Wanxin's brief mention, he was not oblivious. She had already taken a day off, yet was being summoned back to the company, clearly a deliberate targeting. Compared to his previous life, it was even more challenging for ordinary individuals in this era to rise above. However, as long as one harbored no grand aspirations, life could be simple and relaxed. The pay was modest, yet the work was easy, allowing one to merely coast through the days. In this age, nearly all jobs could be supplanted by artificial intelligence. Nevertheless, to maintain societal stability, federal law mandated that every company must employ a certain number of human workers and second-class alien employees, ensuring that all human citizens and second-class aliens earn sufficient wages to meet their basic needs, preventing them from idly pondering thoughts deemed inappropriate by the wealthy and powerful. Consequently, there were scarcely any irreplaceable positions within major corporations. The Jiang family primarily operated in the gambling industry. On planet F-369, they managed a multifaceted establishment named Jinyu, which encompassed entertainment, banquets, accommodations, casinos, and sports arenas. With the emergence of a promising young major from the family, the business had flourished remarkably over the years. Not only had the gambling hotel on F369 undergone several expansions and acquired numerous gambling licenses, but branches had also been established on several nearby habitable planets. Jiang Wanxin, being the adopted daughter of the Jiang family, enjoyed a favorable position, earning a monthly salary of 20,000, serving as the logistics supervisor for the third-floor arena. Her work was relatively effortless, requiring her merely to sign electronic documents in the office each day. The remaining affairs were managed by intelligent robots. Such tasks hardly bore any significance. Electronic documents and remote signatures were treated similarly. Jiang Wanxin spoke up. Let us proceed this way. I will resolve the matters as swiftly as possible. All right, Li Feng replied, concluding the communication. He did not dwell on it further and continued to practice his mecha control. Regardless of who might be targeting him, the truth would soon reveal itself in a few hours. With his current strength and network of resources, there was little in the F369 star that could not be resolved through sheer force. If necessary, he would simply activate the combat mode of his military uniform. However, for now, it merely served as a means of intimidation. On March 12th of the Federation calendar, less than 2 months passed before Li Feng returned to the F369 star. Stepping off a large manned transport vessel, he boarded a smaller one, departing from the space station towards the docking port of Doran City. Each life-bearing planet had its own rotational and orbital periods, resulting in varying durations for a single day and a year. Yet, dates and times were standardized according to the human ancestral home, Blue Star. Having received news from Jiang Wanxin that she was unable to arrive, Li Feng exited the docking port and instructed the intelligence system to request a flight route. Instead of returning to the residence shared with Jiang Wanxin, he directed his course towards the Golden Jade Casino Hotel. Along the way, he marveled at the bizarre shapes and towering structures that reached hundreds of stories high. Countless colorful flying vehicles navigated the bustling airspace. The risks of alien attacks increased as one approached the border regions of the Human Federation planets, which correspondingly led to a decrease in population. Although F369 was situated several thousand light-years from the border, it still belonged to Zone F and was not entirely unaffected. The entire life-bearing planet, including the second-class citizens of alien descent, housed approximately 9 billion inhabitants, slightly below the average of 1 billion. The vast majority of these 9 billion resided in Doran City, while the outskirts were dominated by factories, plantations, farms, and villas. Chapter 20. Golden Jade Casino Hotel. The Golden Jade Casino Hotel spanned an area of 200,000 square meters and comprised 55 floors. It appeared that the young major from the Jiang family truly had a promising future and considerable potential. Observing the Golden Jade Casino Hotel, which was not only expanding in height, but also saw nearby buildings being demolished, Li Feng could not help but exclaim in admiration. After humanity entered the era of rapid interstellar expansion, the federal military experienced a glorious period that lasted for millennia, despite being persistently suppressed by the federal parliament. During its peak, the nobility system was forcefully introduced into the ultimate parliamentary hall several times by high-ranking military officials. Some even dared to propose the division of territories. However, following the catastrophic defeat against the winged race, the Human Federation abandoned its expansionist ambitions, shifting to a defensive posture, and the military fell into a prolonged state of stagnation that lasted for millennia. As the number of generals significantly dwindles, their influence within the parliament continues to diminish, leading to a corresponding decline in their authority. In the latter stages, the absence of large-scale wars to elevate military ranks necessitates that members of the federal parliament actively propose various measures to promote and cultivate generals in order to maintain a certain quantity. If the high-ranking military officials are facing such challenges, the conditions for those in the mid and lower ranks are even more dire. The benefits and welfare provisions have reached a point where there is little left to cut. A major with the rank to command a large warship, overseeing a contingent of over 100,000 subordinates, is considered to have entered the threshold of senior officers, holding a respectable status. However, their influence across the various life planets remains minimal. The rise of the Jiang family can be attributed solely to the potential of a major, which in military terms signifies robust backing and extensive connections. Li Feng exemplifies this perfectly. Despite being merely a 2-star second lieutenant, numerous colonels have sought to recruit him. Yet he remains unimpressed. In an era dominated by the Caucasians, only those with sufficient qualifications and audacity to engage in the racial conflicts at the expansive military base 777, those capable of reclaiming the position of squad leader, are worthy of his allegiance. Conversely, without substantial potential, the leader of the welfare faction would not expend considerable networking resources to restore him to his former role. Moreover, if he still perceives himself as a member of the Li family, mingling with senior officers from the welfare faction could easily propel the Li family to new heights. There will invariably be a senior officer within this region possessing connections in either the political or commercial realms to bolster the Li family's transportation business. Upon reaching the third floor, Li Feng inquired about directions to the office area. The Golden Jade Casino Hotel is divided into two sections. The upper part primarily serves as accommodations, dining, entertainment, and banquet facilities, while the lower part is dedicated to gambling-related activities, featuring a wide array of lottery types, casinos, and arenas. The third floor houses over 20 venues of varying sizes, primarily hosting duels centered around level 5 strength. The combatants are predominantly alien slaves and various exotic beasts, with a minor representation of second-class aliens and an even smaller number of human participants. Revenue is generated mainly through ticket sales, betting commissions, and pay-per-view options. As Li Feng traversed the area, he noted the sparse crowd, with several venues remaining empty and not hosting any duels. The primary reasons for this are the lack of excitement in level 5 duels and the absence of a license for death matches at the Golden Jade Casino Hotel. Only 3 licenses for death matches exist on planet F-369, all firmly held by interstellar gambling giants. These licenses, along with various unlimited betting permits and interstellar betting qualifications, are the true sources of substantial wealth. Compared to those industry giants, the Jinyu Gaming Hotel merely excels among local gaming companies. It has enough resources to sustain itself and even the capacity to expand its operations towards neighboring territories. Upon entering the office area, due to familial connections, the usual alarm and security personnel did not approach him. Li Feng searched for the office of the logistics supervisor and paused as he passed the logistics storage room. To his surprise, he found Jiang Wanxin inside, diligently organizing various goods. In the soft glow of the lights, her figure resembled a flower in its first bloom. Delicate and fragile, her slender, dexterous hands struggled to move boxes that were disproportionate to her stature. Beads of glistening sweat continuously trickled down her fair and refined forehead. Her originally serene and flawless face now bore unmistakable signs of fatigue and anxiety. "Wanxin," Li Feng called out. Jiang Wanxin's body stiffened slightly as she abruptly turned to face him at the door. The weariness and worry on her face dissipated, replaced by boundless joy in her eyes. Li Feng inquired, "Who is targeting you?" Understanding the reason for his presence, Jiang Wanxin did not conceal the truth and casually remarked, "It's not so much a targeted effort. Do you remember that I told you our manager on the third floor has a rather peculiar personality? That woman named Jiang Yuanfeng?" Li Feng had a vague recollection of her. She was the younger sister of the current head of the Jiang family, known for her spoiled and tempestuous nature, making her unsuitable for any family alliances. With age, her temperament had not mellowed. Instead, she became increasingly eccentric, finding fault with everyone. "After all, I'm also a foster daughter of the Jiang family. No matter how much trouble she causes, she shouldn't direct it towards me," Jiang Wanxin said helplessly. However, half a month ago, her husband broke through to level 10 and was promoted to a senior position within the Jiang family, which elevated her status significantly. Li Feng felt a sense of relief and decisively stated, "Resign." "All right, I will authorize the AI to apply for my resignation right now." Jiang Wanxin nodded gently. After all, with a monthly salary of 20,000, she did not consider this minor trouble to be of significant concern. The loan and completely leaving the Jiang family were secondary. Her primary concern was that she hoped Li Feng would not become overly aggressive during missions due to financial worries. However, she would not oppose any decisions he made. Li Feng asked, "Where's Jiang Yuanfeng's office?" Knowing his intentions, Jiang Wanxin shook her head repeatedly. "Forget it. She hasn't truly made things difficult for me in the past. You can let it go, but I cannot." Li Feng stepped forward and gently embraced her. "Trust me. Whether in the military or here, I will not make hasty decisions regarding uncertain matters. Whatever course of action I take, I will exercise caution." "All right." Jiang Wanxin ceased her objections. With no more reservations, Li Feng took her hand and led her out of the logistics storage room. "Wanxin, you have quite the temper. It's merely a malfunctioning robot that required you to move some items, and you dare to apply for resignation?" As he stepped outside, an exasperated voice pierced the air. Li Feng raised his eyes to see a woman in her 40s, still possessing an alluring charm, adorned in flamboyant attire, striding towards him in a huff. It was Jiang Yuanfeng, who had taken the initiative to confront him following the receipt of her resignation. "How audacious to resign. Your temper is even greater than that of our Jiang family's legitimate daughter. Is it because your husband, whom the family cast aside and sent to the borders to face death, not only returned alive, but also ascended to the rank of officer? Do you now believe that our Jiang family is unworthy of a mere lieutenant's wife?" Upon spotting Li Feng, she momentarily froze before regaining her composure. Her voice sharpened, dripping with sarcasm that was utterly repulsive. In a flash, Li Feng surged forward, arriving before Jiang Yuanfeng in an instant. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Bang! Jiang Yuanfeng was caught completely off guard, and a sharp pain shot through her face as she plummeted to the ground, crashing forcefully onto the metallic floor. Li Feng placed a foot upon her face, slowly grinding it down. A piercing scream escaped Jiang Yuanfeng's throat, reverberating like a slaughtered pig. No matter how fiercely she struggled, Li Feng's right foot bore down upon her head like an immovable mountain, rendering her unable to lift it. Suddenly, the alarm blared, indicating that someone was injured. A multitude of robotic security personnel surged in from all directions, while curious employees peered from around corners to witness the commotion. Chapter 21. Intentional Action Warning. Warning. Please cease all harm to company management. Hands on your head, face the wall, and squat down. A battalion of robotic security guards raised their stun guns towards Li Feng. Not far off, a formidable alien security captain, accompanied by a cadre of his kind, approached the scene. With a mere thought, Li Feng activated the combat mode of his military uniform. He effortlessly dodged the electric currents fired by the robotic guards, unleashing energy bullets that penetrated their control systems with unerring accuracy. In mere moments, over 20 robotic guards, equivalent to level 3 in strength, were utterly decimated, reduced to mere scrap metal. The alien captain and his comrades, upon witnessing the scene, halted in their tracks, hesitant to advance. Among them, the strongest captain possessed a mere level 8 strength, and with his auxiliary gear, could muster a maximum of level 10. Should a confrontation ensue, the outcome would scarcely differ from that of the robotic guards when faced with a multifunctional military uniform capable of unleashing level 15 strength. They were not machines. They dared not engage in a real fight. Li Feng chose not to pursue the matter further. Involving Jiang Wanxin had always been a calculated decision. Forcing Jiang Wanxin's resignation had been a carefully deliberated choice, and he had predetermined the scale and limits for teaching Jiang Yuanfeng a lesson. The ironclad life in the military had stripped him of any reverence for life. Were it merely for vengeance, he would have resorted to bloody means to eliminate this woman. Accompanying Jiang Wanxin, there was no intention of bloodshed from the outset. His purpose was primarily to showcase his connections, alleviating any concerns Jiang Wanxin might have regarding his future safety within the military. Let us proceed. We shall collect some interest now and defer the principle for another time. Li Feng deactivated the combat mode of his military uniform and took Jiang Wanxin's hand, leading her away. The captain of the alien security team and his subordinates, as if granted a reprieve, promptly cleared a passage for them, merely earning a paycheck. The security personnel had no intention of resisting now that Li Feng had chosen to withdraw. Are you intentionally provoking the Jiang family to report us? Jiang Wanxin inquired curiously along the way. Indeed, no thought escapes your keen perception, Li Feng replied with a hint of exasperation. His current level of strength had surpassed the 15 levels that the multifunctional military uniform could provide. There was no need to activate the combat mode merely to deal with a few low-level security robots. According to federal law, soldiers were prohibited from engaging the combat mode of their multifunctional military uniforms and attacking, except in cases of sudden alien assaults, alien slave uprisings, or other emergencies. The severity of such an offense far outweighed the consequences of attacking a human in a casino known for brawls. Deliberately adding a serious crime to his record was primarily a concern about revealing his strength. He feared the Jiang family might regard him with trepidation and hesitate to report him. Thus, he would be unable to demonstrate his connections to Jiang Wanxin. Jiang Wanxin chuckled lightly. Shall I pretend to be oblivious next time? There's no need to indulge me. Aware of her sharp intellect, Li Feng opted for honesty. Smiling as he explained, if the Jiang family truly intended to report the matter, you would witness the extent of my connections. In the military, even a mere second lieutenant with such connections could influence matters on Life Planet, signifying immense potential valued by high-ranking officers. This should alleviate some of your concerns and worries about my position within the military. Jiang Wanxin grasped Li Feng's right hand tightly, a serene tranquility enveloping her heart, a profound sense of happiness lingering within. With your intelligence, you must have already surmised some of my thoughts and decisions. After a moment's hesitation, Li Feng retrieved the contract scroll he had signed with Gu Lingxi and presented it to Jiang Wanxin. She opened the scroll, glanced at its contents, bit her lip gently, and nodded. I support all your endeavors. Li Feng had not misjudged her. Upon receiving the battle video, he calculated that his military merit would likely allow him to be promoted to the rank of lieutenant. Yet, he only mentioned that he would return, without stating intentions to apply for a transfer or retirement, leading Jiang Wanxin to infer that he wished to remain aboard the reconnaissance ship. She silently resolved to support any of his decisions, harboring a glimmer of hope that he might change his mind. Have the mattress and the medication I ordered arrived? Li Feng chose to change the subject without elaboration. Jiang Wanxin's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Li Feng felt a rush of warmth in his heart. prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon exiting the Golden Jade Casino Hotel, he promptly instructed his intelligent assistant to chart a course home, all the while embracing Jiang Wanxin and activating the smart flight mode. The apartment rented by the two was not far from the hotel, a modest one-bedroom unit, lacking in smart appliances and devoid of a robotic assistant. Yet, the rent was a staggering 3,000 yuan per month, a price justified by the building's robust security system. Once home, Li Feng eagerly lifted Jiang Wanxin into his arms, bringing her to the newly acquired multifunctional mattress. Soothing music filled the air as gentle, romantic light radiated throughout the room. In harmony with their movements, the mattress undulated like waves, occasionally projecting three-dimensional scenes of lush forests and starry skies, enveloping them in an immersive experience. Whispers of affection echoed, and the atmosphere became thick with the intoxicating essence of their intimate union, continuing until the late hours of the night. Eventually, Li Feng, feeling fulfilled, held Jiang Wanxin close. They basked in the tranquility and satisfaction that their closeness provided. After a long pause, Li Feng broached the subject. I'm considering borrowing some funds from Gu Lingxi to start a company. What do you think? Not a good idea. Jiang Wanxin replied, gently shaking her head. I understand your intention is to provide me with a safety net should I decide to resign. Previously, she had wished to avoid entanglements with Gu Lingxi, not wanting to owe her any favors that might compromise her judgment in unforeseen circumstances. However, she felt no need for such measures. After all, she was now a level 3 fire system cultivator. With just 2 more levels, she could secure a respectable position in a military enterprise. Have you really reached level 3 so quickly? I thought you intended to become an apothecary. Why the shift towards a military career? Li Feng was taken aback. He recalled Jiang Wanxin mentioning her innate talent for cultivation since childhood. As a foster daughter, the more exceptional she became, the harder it was to control her own destiny. Consequently, she had refrained from cultivating, concealing her abilities and remaining stagnant at the first level. He had assumed her talent was merely comparable to that of her peers, never anticipating that she could break through from the first level to the third in less than 2 months without any auxiliary materials. It was your combat videos that led me to deduce your decision to remain on the reconnaissance ship, Jiang Wanxin confessed after a moment's hesitation. If I can master the crafting of various cold weapons and artifacts for cultivators, it should prove beneficial to you. Aware that many of her thoughts were transparent to Li Feng, she ultimately chose to speak the truth. Yet, there were aspects she deliberately withheld. She had no intention of revealing that her talent for fire spells was significantly inferior to her aptitude for water spells. The decision to abandon water-based spells in favor of fire-based ones stemmed entirely from the lucrative prospects associated with fire mages, whose income far surpasses that of practitioners of other elemental arts. Li Feng proposed, given the rapidity with which I can enhance my abilities, I shall not lack for conventional weaponry or various magical artifacts in the future. You may choose according to your own inclinations. I comprehend. Jiang Wanxin nodded in agreement. How about attempting a few challenging maneuvers? Li Feng suggested once more, his hands beginning to wander with mischief. Ding ding ding. Jiang Wanxin, responding in kind, tacitly consented, when the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Chapter 22. In effortless resolution, Li Feng instructed the intelligence system to display the surveillance footage. The monitor revealed the scene outside the door. For individuals clad in multifunctional tactical uniforms, members of the Special Affairs Bureau were examining their identification. It appeared that the Jiang family had indeed summoned the authorities, having disclosed everything to Jiang Wanxin. The fact that the Jiang family reported or did not report the incident was ultimately inconsequential. However, with the Special Affairs Bureau members at their door, they could only dismiss them and proceed with their activities. Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin donned their clothing, allowing the multifunctional mattress to tidy itself and return to its original state before finally opening the door. Li Feng, do you have a moment? If so, we kindly request that you accompany us. The four inquired, their demeanor polite. Had they been mere junior officers, they would have undoubtedly resorted to direct apprehension. Their own exceptional abilities and status rendered them anything but ordinary. The multifunctional tactical uniforms they wore granted them power comparable to level 15. The Special Affairs Bureau, renowned for being the most formidable law enforcement force across various life planets, was not only equipped with multifunctional tactical gear, but also boasted an array of mechs and military-grade equipment, specifically designed to handle unique incidents on those planets. It was not just a junior officer they were dealing with. Even a lieutenant or captain would be apprehended without hesitation. Yet, Li Feng was somewhat of an anomaly. According to the identification records, he was a recently promoted junior officer stationed aboard a reconnaissance vessel of the F District Frontier Defense Force. The general populace was aware that such vessels had a staggering 99 mortality rate. Those who embarked seldom returned. However, they understood that anyone emerging from such vessels possessed formidable strength. unparalleled combat experience, and eccentric personalities, often unpredictable in their actions. Please wait outside. I will arrange for someone to address this matter, Li Feng responded decisively. Promptly closing the door. Outside, the four exchanged glances, left with no choice but to wait. Li Feng then requested the intelligence system to send a voice communication to Hou Jianda. Are you in such a hurry? Relax, the position of captain is yours without contention. Even the mightiest of beings cannot usurp it. Hou Jianda's voice soon resonated, evidently misunderstanding Li Feng's intentions regarding the captaincy. This is unrelated. I reside on planet F-369. Upon my return today, I activated the combat mode of my multifunctional military uniform and engaged the direct descendants of a medium-sized family on that planet, obliterating a contingent of robotic security. Currently, members of the Special Affairs Bureau are stationed outside my residence. Li Feng elucidated, expressing his intent to inquire if any connections might mitigate the situation. It's a trivial matter. I can handle it, he asserted. The F-369 Star's Commander Lin oversees the local military base. If he were to reach out to the commanding officer of the military stationed at F-369, a simple communication between the base's military law department and your planet's special affairs office would suffice to resolve the issue. Hou Jianda, not questioning why Li Feng, despite his capabilities, would resort to a military combat mode, readily acquiesced. Although the military's influence has waned significantly, and the entire Federation is predominantly under the control of prominent families and conglomerates, it is merely an average family on a life planet. Engaging with the direct lineage or even eliminating members of that family is not an insurmountable task. The crux of the matter lies in the active soldiers and officers. Should they act unlawfully, they are merely sent to military prisons and courts for confinement and trial. Across major life planets, the military's power is not particularly substantial. Yet on their home turf, they cannot be easily manipulated by an average family that wields influence solely on a singular life planet. Thank you, Li Feng expressed with a smile. There is no need for formalities between us. Hou Jianda took this lightly, understanding that favors are often exchanged. His assistance in contacting the officer capable of resolving the matter would undoubtedly incur a debt of reciprocity from Li Feng. Given Li Feng's demonstrated potential, he felt no loss in this arrangement. The exorbitant costs of interstellar communication deterred him from idle chatter. All right, see you later. After ending the voice communication, Li Feng turned to Jiang Wanxin, raising an eyebrow. A faint blush graced Jiang Wanxin's cheeks as she approached the multifunctional mattress. Once the skirmish concluded, Li Feng reviewed the external video footage and noted that the four members of the Special Affairs Office had already departed. Hou Jianda's efficiency was commendable. Within an hour, the matter had been resolved. In the Jiang family estate, within a villa located in the central district, the lavish hall echoed with the invectives of Jiang Yuanfeng, who had fully recovered from her injuries after treatment. She vociferously berated both Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin, occasionally directing her ire towards Jiang Honghai, the head of the Jiang family, for his cowardice in not sending someone to exact vengeance after his sister was assaulted. She chastised her husband, Tan Yongfeng, for his impotence, lamenting that when his wife was harmed, he showed no courage to mobilize the thugs from the gambling den for retribution. She also condemned the direct descendants of the Jiang family for their lack of familial loyalty, as none stood up in her defense. Tan Yongfeng, meekly beside her, attempted to explain that a mere second lieutenant was inconsequential, albeit one who emerged from a perilous background. Engaging in a direct confrontation with such a person could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Thus, it would be wiser to pursue legitimate means and formal avenues for retribution. Meanwhile, several offspring of the Jiang family observed the turmoil with keen interest. Jiang Honghai, seated on the sofa, felt an overwhelming headache, hoping fervently to dispatch his troublesome sister swiftly. In truth, he had no desire to involve the authorities. It was not fear of Li Feng. After all, he was merely a second lieutenant, despite his somewhat outrageous and intimidating origins. However, officers emerging from such places, as long as they remain aboard the reconnaissance vessel, are destined to meet their demise in the course of action. If one merely stays on the vessel for a month or two and then requests a transfer, without any martial prowess or innate talent for cultivation, their future is bleak and hardly worth mentioning. The reluctance to report stems from two reasons. Firstly, he has harbored a dislike for this sister since childhood, lacking any fraternal affection and even feeling a degree of aversion. Secondly, Jiang Wanxin is, after all, a foster daughter of the Jiang family, and in name, she is considered his daughter. The loss of her potential to forge connections with influential aristocrats or top-tier talents diminishes her value, although she may not be of much use. Acting against her could easily provoke dissatisfaction among other foster children. The final decision to report was largely influenced by the reputation of Tan Yongfeng, who possesses both intellect and strength, and has already ascended to the upper echelons of the Jiang family. Additionally, in the gambling industry, reputation holds significant weight. Li Feng had struck at the Jiang family's direct descendants at the Jinyu gambling hotel, destroying over 20 robotic security guards. Failing to confine him to a military prison for 30 to 50 years would only invite perceptions of the Jiang family as vulnerable. Finally, amidst Jiang Yuanfeng's incessant chatter, Jiang Honghai received a video communication request from a familiar major at a small military base. He hastily rose to his feet, causing Jiang Yuanfeng to promptly cease her noise. A fervent smile appeared on Jiang Honghai's face as he connected the video call. A middle-aged man clad in a major's uniform appeared on the screen. Jiang Honghai spoke. Major Liang, I must trouble you to have a word with the military law department to secure a sentence of 30 to 50 years for the individual in question. I will transfer the required fees to your account. However, Major Liang shook his head. I fear this matter may disappoint you, Jiang. The person you wish to detain has considerable connections, directly linked to Colonel Ma. Furthermore, Colonel Ma has instructed the military law department to contact the special affairs office on your planet, advising them not to apprehend anyone. The actions taken at your hotel, including the assault and destruction of robots, were part of a military operation. Jiang Honghai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly straightforward matter would encounter unexpected complications. Given his brother's potential in the military and his existing rank of major, he could only manage to associate with someone like Major Liang. Colonel Ma, after all, oversees the defense of numerous planets and the operations of small military bases. Perhaps he had sought assistance from the senior members aboard the reconnaissance vessel, which had produced many prominent figures. Major Liang sighed. Individuals of note who emerge from such backgrounds are fiercely protective. To them, soldiers who have risen to prominence are akin to their own kin. Any troubles that arise are met with assistance, regardless of their magnitude, without consideration of the associated risks. I appreciate your assistance, Major Liang. We shall share a drink upon our next meeting. Jiang Honghai, having no means to compel the issue, was left with no choice but to relent. Chapter 23. Reluctance to take action. Second brother, what does Major Liang mean? Upon witnessing Jiang Honghai disconnect the video communication, Jiang Yuanfeng was instantly agitated. What do you mean? If you don't comprehend, ask Yongfeng to elucidate it upon his return. With matters unresolved and a rift formed with Li Feng, Jiang Honghai's mood soured, prompting him to unleash a tirade against Jiang Yuanfeng. What does a mere second lieutenant know? It is undoubtedly a conspiracy between you and that so-called major to deceive me. Jiang Yuanfeng was undeterred by Jiang Honghai's demeanor. Instead, he responded with even greater fervor. If you refuse to support me, I shall appeal to third brother, compelling him to dispatch warships to eradicate those two little scoundrels, Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin, as if they were traitors. Jiang Honghai, overwhelmed, had little desire to engage in further debate with Jiang Yuanfeng, knowing it would be futile. Such individuals are resolute in their own logic and beliefs, convinced that their personal truth reigns supreme. He gestured subtly to Tan Yongfeng, who could only attempt to placate Jiang Yuanfeng, absorbing the brunt of Jiang Honghai's ire. Father, this matter may not conclude amicably. Indeed, he has leveraged connections and expended significant favors, undoubtedly harboring resentment towards our Jiang family. Jiang Honghai's children stepped forward. Chuxue, what is your perspective? Jiang Honghai turned to Jiang Chuxue, believing that the root of this predicament lay in her disdain for Li Feng, which had prompted Jiang Wanxin's substitution. How could a mere second lieutenant, fueled by intense grievances, dare to cause a scene at the Jinyu casino and assault the sister of the Jiang family patriarch? He mistakenly believes that his fortuitous rise to the rank of second lieutenant grants him the right to retaliate against the Jiang family, even regretting the decision to seek a foster daughter as a substitute. A flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Chushue's eyes. Merely a buffoon, lacking cultivation and martial talent. He cannot survive long in such an environment. Ignoring him will ensure his demise on an alien planet. Jiang Honghai nodded slightly. Jiang Chuxue continued. Since there are prominent figures willing to intervene on behalf of this upstart, we need not compromise our dignity by sending someone to resolve this issue, which might incite displeasure among those influential individuals. However, it would be prudent to inform Li Weimao of the Li family. Li Feng has applied to join the Border Defense Forces reconnaissance ship, yet he is scheming behind the scenes. Li Weimao desires to eliminate Li Feng even more than we do. Unaware of any influential support, upon learning that Li Feng has returned alive, he may hastily take action against him. True, yet you overlook Li Zhinya. He is a cunning old fox. By now, he should already be aware of Li Feng's disturbances at the hotel. Jiang Honghai offered a few insights and, observing his children deep in thought, waved his hand dismissively. Since we cannot resolve this, we must accept the embarrassment. There is no need for excessive aggression. Let us observe the situation with the Li family. Our grievance stems merely from seeking a substitute foster daughter, while their animosity towards Li Feng runs deeper. Li Feng, in his reckless pursuit of vengeance, sought to confront the Li family, who had previously abandoned him in his time of need. Today's events merely presented an opportunity for him to exploit. The onlookers, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded in understanding, aligning their thoughts with those of Jiang Honghai. Shortly after Li Feng's violent altercation at the Jinyu Casino Hotel, the head of the Li family, Li Jinya, received word of the incident. He remained silent and inactive for quite some time, as he did not perceive any value or threat from a grandson who had willingly severed ties with the family. It was only when a deputy director from the Special Affairs Office contacted him to inform him that they had received notification from the station military that Li Feng was engaged in military duties, prompting the evacuation of the Special Affairs members, that he was taken aback. He discovered, to his astonishment, that such a reconnaissance ship could still attract the attention of influential figures who cared for the newcomers serving aboard. Suddenly, Li Feng's value seemed to rise significantly. Despite his lack of martial talent and spiritual cultivation, which would surely lead to his demise in such an environment. If he were to be reassigned to the station military, his chances of promotion would be nearly non-existent. However, with a notable figure willing to remember those who had served on the same reconnaissance vessel, a generous investment could ensure assistance in securing a greeting from the commanding officer of the station military. With the qualifications gained from serving on the Frontier Defense Reconnaissance ship, achieving the rank of lieutenant or captain within the station military should not be overly difficult. Li Jinya closed his eyes in contemplation. A lieutenant or captain in the station military would not significantly bolster the Li family's prospects, yet could prove beneficial in times of need. Most crucially, should a talented descendant emerge, aspiring to achieve greatness within the military, having a low-ranking officer with years of experience in the family could provide essential support during the initial stages of their career. Having come to this realization, he instructed his intelligent assistant to retrieve Li Feng's previously deleted contact information and sent him a message requesting his presence at the Li family estate. Moments later, the intelligent assistant received a response from Li Feng consisting of merely 4 words: "Get lost." Li Jinya was momentarily struck with disbelief and astonishment. Had military service truly dulled his senses? He had never anticipated such a reply. After all, Li Feng had been one of his key protégés among the third-generation heirs, demonstrating exceptional intellect among his peers. Logically, even if he harbored resentment for not wanting to expend his connections or for feeling abandoned, he should have recognized that support from the Li family could facilitate his advancement within the military. Any person of sound judgment would understand that in the face of a promising future, personal grievances should be cast aside. Such a lack of wisdom and magnanimity would never lead to prosperity. After a brief moment of shock, a flash of cold resolve crossed Li Jinya's eyes. This response clearly indicated Li Feng's lingering animosity towards the Li family. He preferred to take precautions and eliminate potential threats before they could manifest. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately suppressed the murderous intent festering within him. Even the Jiang family, which holds considerable influence in the military, has suffered a quiet setback. If Li Feng were to encounter any misfortune, it could potentially lead to significant complications. It would be prudent to wait for the Jiang family to act out of embarrassment. Should the Jiang family refrain from intervening, Li Feng would not survive long aboard the reconnaissance vessel. After careful consideration, he instructed his intelligence system to send a message to Li Weimao, the third-generation heir. He intended to inform him of the Jiang family's loss of face concerning Li Feng and caution him that they might deliberately entice him to confront Li Feng. If Li Feng does not seek vengeance, he should not fall into the Jiang family's trap and become their weapon. Conversely, if he does pursue revenge, his irascibility and lack of foresight could be exploited, allowing for a series of calculated losses on his part. Subsequently, he could prepare relevant evidence and seek connections to report to the military law enforcement at the mid-tier military base stationed on planet F-369. Even if the officers who embarked on the reconnaissance vessel with Li Feng were willing to intervene, they may not be able to suppress the situation. Moreover, above them lie the military law enforcement of larger bases and even the Federal Military Department. In the confines of his room, Li Feng was preoccupied with enjoying a world of intimacy with Jiang Wanxin, wholly devoid of any intentions to seek retribution against the Li or Jiang families. The recent acts of violence had indeed driven him to a certain madness, leading him to increasingly rely on brute force rather than intellect to resolve issues. However, when it came to Jiang Wanxin's safety, he meticulously weighed the consequences and potential dangers of his actions. With his current capabilities, status, and connections not yet sufficient to effortlessly crush his adversaries, he felt no urgency to resolve past grievances. On March 20th, a tranquil day, Li Feng and Jiang Wanxin ventured out to explore and visit the open plantations and farms. Although they had no intention of borrowing money from Gu Lingxi to start a business, after discussions, they concluded that engaging in commerce was essential. This was an era dominated by powerful families and conglomerates that monopolized both political and business realms. For the sake of a stable ascent in the early stages, Li Feng unhesitatingly chose to align himself with the welfare faction. In the future, he would inevitably find himself opposed to the prominent families and conglomerates. The higher he ascended, the more likely he would face relentless suppression. Undeterred, he was prepared to rely on his absolute strength to crush and obliterate any opposition. Conversely, possessing substantial wealth would undoubtedly enhance his methods. In this era, the only opportunity for ordinary individuals to rise was through levels of power. Li Feng not only possessed such power, but was also an officer on an independent reconnaissance vessel. Lacking sufficient capital in the initial phase, he could start small. His original plan was to seize opportunities during simple, low-risk missions to procure some or rare flora and fauna to transport back, which he could hand over to Jiang Wanxin for resale. Once he accumulated a certain amount of wealth, he would attempt to establish plantations and farms. Despite military regulations requiring the surrender of spoils, these rules primarily served to constrain ordinary soldiers. Officers possessed various methods of evasion. The personnel aboard the independent reconnaissance vessel, despite openly disregarding and violating numerous military regulations, often find the military law enforcement turning a blind eye. However, Jiang Wanxin has proposed a more gruesome and lucrative notion, the slave trade. Should the opportunity arise, capturing some alien races for transport could prove profitable. Since the dawn of humanity's interstellar era, the federal laws have been amended to establish a hierarchy. The human race is classified as first-class citizens, while those conquered or willing to surrender are designated as second-class. Races that once resisted fiercely, inflicting substantial losses on the Federation, are relegated to slavery. The slave trade, while legal, is regarded as a barbaric practice, attracting widespread condemnation. Li Feng is aware of Jiang Wanxin's proposition due to his alignment with the welfare faction, which stands opposed to the powerful families and conglomerates. In his pursuit of rapid wealth accumulation and control over a capable group of slaves, he sees potential benefits. Yet, he wishes for Jiang Wanxin to experience the world's beauty through its cuisine and landscapes, while he bears the burden of its brutality, darkness, and bloodshed alone. To his dismay, Jiang Wanxin's resolute stance compelled him to acquiesce, albeit temporarily. While observing various planting equipment within a plantation, Li Feng received a notification on his military wristwatch. Upon inspection, he found it was the official notice of his promotion to the position of squadron leader of the NB-4444 reconnaissance vessel. Elated, he realized that this role would elevate him to the second-in-command, just beneath Bu Qianzhong, granting him significant authority. This was indeed a monumental occasion for him, as possessing operational command would allow him to make arrangements most advantageous to his interests. Just over an hour later, while celebrating at home with Jiang Wanxin, a voice communication request came from Captain Bu Qianzhong. "Well done, my friend, quietly securing such a golden opportunity." As soon as the connection was established, Bu's astonished voice echoed. "The White faction's attempting to seize control of our reconnaissance vessel has caused quite a stir these past few days. Many senior officers, even those assigned to garrison duties, have returned in a frenzy. The more irate among them have even activated combat modes, injuring guards and forcibly entering command quarters to demand explanations from the generals. Ultimately, they all found themselves incarcerated within military prisons." Li Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Are they truly that ferocious? How could they not be? Bu Qianzhong sighed. You have only spent a month or two aboard the reconnaissance vessel, lacking deeper ties. For those senior officers, the attempted seizure of the NB-4444 is not merely an assault. It represents their origins, a place of youthful recklessness, a testament to countless brushes with death, and the birthplace of their dreams. To transform it into a vessel exclusively manned by whites would be akin to a collapse of faith. Indeed, Li Feng, placing himself in the shoes of others, reflected on the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship that had witnessed his brush with death on 2 occasions, now transformed into a vessel manned by Caucasians. The thought of returning to reminisce about the past would be thwarted. Even if he managed to enter, a throng of white individuals would loom before him, their predatory gazes making it impossible to reclaim the memories and sensations of yesteryears. A surge of murderous intent coursed through him. Bu Qianzhong lamented, having imprisoned numerous school officials in one fell swoop. Yet the situation remains unchanged. Clearly, the higher-ups at the base have reached a compromise and consensus unbeknownst to us. Who would have thought that despite the prevailing trend, you could still reverse your fortunes and seize the position of squad leader? Without a major general stepping in to present sufficiently enticing incentives for the white commanders, it is utterly impossible to disrupt the already established agreement. This matter is rather intricate and not suitable for disclosure. Li Feng shook his head and inquired. The names of the airborne squad leader and the new recruits should have been released by now. Indeed, they have been. As the squad leader, you possess the authority to access the list. Bu Qianzhang declared with palpable intensity. 2 squad leaders, 28 team leaders, along with the new recruits. Total 325 Caucasians. The level of their capabilities remains elusive, despite my efforts to investigate. Nevertheless, it matters not. I am the captain. You are the squad leader, and the 3 squad leaders are our allies. I refuse to believe that with decision-making power in our hands, we cannot eradicate these scoundrels. Li Feng cautioned. Their audacity to board the reconnaissance ship indicates they possess certain advantages. We must not underestimate them. Bu Qianzhang acknowledged this and asked, when will you return? I wish to find an excuse to test their capability levels. Furthermore, as the second-in-command of the reconnaissance ship, you are obliged to accompany me to the military prison to persuade those veterans to acknowledge their mistakes and relent, rather than continuing to confront the situation head-on, which could lead to an unresolvable predicament. Acknowledging their errors now, coupled with a few significant penalties alongside support from their backers, would provide room for maneuver. Others may struggle to sway them, but as the current first and second-in-command of the reconnaissance ship, they will extend us some deference, even in their fury. With our intervention, persuading them to acknowledge their faults should not be an arduous task. I will not be able to return until the beginning of next month at the earliest, Li Feng replied without hesitation, declining Bu Qianzhang's proposal. He did not wish to see those veterans completely disregarded, as he hoped to gain prior insight into the capabilities and hidden cards of the Caucasians. However, the significance of being at home with his wife outweighed all else. You irresponsible scoundrel. Bu Qianzhang could not help but curse. You handle this for now, and please explain the reasons to those veterans. Once I return, I will individually visit the prison or make contact to offer my apologies. Very well. Damn it. What business do you have on the reconnaissance ship when you have a wife at home? Bu Qianzhang could only relent. Chapter 25. Return to the reconnaissance ship, April 3rd. Li Feng boarded a large manned transport vessel. He would return to the military base on the 5th. Upon entering the reconnaissance vessel, despite being mentally prepared, he couldn't shake the feeling of having wandered into the wrong place. Along the way, numerous Caucasian soldiers traversed the corridors, which he found rather disconcerting. This unease stemmed from the long-standing conflict surrounding skin color. The advent of the space jump system allowed the beleaguered human race, constrained by dwindling resources, to break through its limitations and officially embark upon the interstellar era. However, this development incited fierce competition among nations, culminating in a global war. Initially, the conflict was characterized by national alliances, but as numerous countries fell, a coalition based on skin color emerged. The 2 most dominant skin colors allied to obliterate another. Ultimately, the discovery of planets inhabited by alien life forms, coupled with significant casualties among humans, led the remaining 2 major skin colors to reconcile. They established a federal government, united against external threats, and embarked on a path of reckless expansion. To prevent the resurgence of self-destructive internal strife, the Federation enacted a series of laws and regulations to eliminate disputes based on skin color. Yet, the underlying tensions and rivalries between the 2 groups persisted, manifesting from the highest echelons of parliament and the military to the common populace and foot soldiers, albeit kept within manageable limits. Both factions consciously segregated themselves, with most inhabited planets predominantly occupied by individuals of a single skin color. The representation of the other skin color was even less than that of second-class alien citizens and enslaved aliens. This trend extended to the military as well, where the personnel aboard smaller warships were predominantly of the same skin hue. Only on larger vessels could one observe the collaboration of both skin colors. Li Feng, having never served on a large warship, found himself momentarily unsettled by the sight of so many Caucasian comrades. On other small to medium-sized vessels, he would have merely needed time to acclimate, but aboard the NB 4444, a type of small independent reconnaissance ship, the crew was notoriously unhinged. They would not force themselves to accept or adapt to discomfort. The only outcome was indifference to life and death, ready to engage if provoked. As long as one side was annihilated, the other would no longer have to endure discomfort. Li Feng disregarded the cold, hostile glares from the Caucasians. First locating his private quarters to stow his training helmet and the assortment of food and fruits prepared by Jiang Wanxin. He then ventured next door to seek out his partner, Gu Lingxi. Bu Qianzhang remarked that during this period, she had neither left the military base nor the reconnaissance vessel, remaining sequestered in her quarters, avoiding various tests and conflicts. Upon entering her room, Li Feng observed Gu Lingxi sitting cross-legged on her bed and curiously inquired, "Aren't you stuck at level 19, unable to break through despite your training? Why remain cooped up here?" Gu Lingxi retorted. Who secured you the position of captain? Are you falling back into old habits? Li Feng's expression soured as he replied. Remember, we are partners. If something is inconvenient to discuss, you may simply inform me. Do not present your lofty demeanor before me, disdainfully refusing to answer any of my inquiries. Gu Lingxi sighed in resignation, stating, in the path of cultivation, stagnation equates to regression. Only through diligent practice can one seize the opportunity for breakthrough when it arises. Welfare faction. Li Feng further clarified the question posed by the other party. This information was not suitable for him to disclose to Bu Qianzhong. Yet he did not hesitate to share it with Gu Lingxi. Given her brief tenure in the military and her status, there would be no conflict of interest with his earlier developments within the army. On the contrary, their relationship was one of collaboration, even formalized by a cooperative agreement. Should Gu Lingxi acquire any unfavorable intelligence regarding the welfare faction, she would be able to relay it to him. Have you lost your mind? Gu Lingxi exclaimed. Astonished at Li Feng's choice. I advised you against joining the extremist faction, and you opted for an even more absurd group? Do you not realize that this faction is not only weak but also destined for obscurity? That is a matter for the future, Li Feng replied nonchalantly, steering the conversation in another direction. Upon my return, you were my first priority, as I wished to inquire about your stance. During the mission, are you willing to collaborate and eliminate all the white individuals? Gu Lingxi scoffed. To vie for control over this small independent reconnaissance vessel is to engage in an irreconcilable conflict, a matter of life and death. As a person of the yellow race, how could I remain indifferent? I chose not to concern myself with Bu Qianzhong and the others solely because you madmen are fixated on violence, creating chaos aboard the reconnaissance ship, devoid of reason. Such a relentless cycle of conflict, constrained by military regulations, serves no purpose. Within the confines of the rules, formulating a strategy that delivers a decisive blow to eliminate them all at once is the key to victory. The peripheral issues are utterly meaningless. That is reassuring. Li Feng felt a sense of relief. Gu Lingxi was merely a fleeting presence, not lingering long aboard the reconnaissance vessel or within the military. Learning that she had not involved herself in the conflicts aboard the ship alleviated his concerns that she might again elevate herself above others, dismissing the chaotic matters at hand. Suddenly, the military wristwatch emitted a beep. Li Feng glanced at it to find a file sent by Gu Lingxi. Upon opening it, he was met with a comprehensive analysis of the strength levels and capabilities of all the white individuals aboard the reconnaissance vessel. He could not help but give Gu Lingxi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. Did you pull some strings to obtain this?" Gu Lingxi, dismissive, waved her hand at Li Feng, signaling that he could leave. However, recalling his irritating habit, she reluctantly explained. This matter has likely reached a compromise and consensus among the high-ranking officials at the 777th Large Military Base. The NB-4444 reconnaissance vessel is merely a sacrificial pawn. To ascertain the strength levels and capabilities of those white individuals, one must leverage significant connections and approach the high-ranking officials at the base directly. Doing so would expose my identity far too easily. The information was meticulously gathered and organized by me, utilizing miniature surveillance devices and enlisting the expertise of top-tier hackers to infiltrate the training pods within the training room. Elated by this success, Li Feng promptly took his leave. Exiting Gu Lingxi's dormitory, he redirected his steps towards the captain's office to consult Bu Qianzhong, while forwarding the collected data to Bu Qianzhong. He also requested a list of contact details for the esteemed seniors, who would undoubtedly prove invaluable networking resources in the future, given their shared experiences aboard the reconnaissance vessel. The bonds forged were exceptionally robust, making them impervious to trivial conflicts or betrayals. Having already contacted those released from military custody, he sent out communication requests to each of them. For those still confined, he made a trip to the military prison at the base, visiting each individual in turn. After a day and a half of relentless effort, he had established contact with everyone. Thereafter, he settled comfortably into his private dormitory, awaiting new assignments while honing his mech operation skills with the training helmet. In his leisure moments, he also perused the materials provided by Gu Lingxi. Chapter 26. The Thoughts of the Higher UPS. On April 12th, Li Feng received a message from Bu Qianzhong, summoning him to the captain's office. He had an inkling of what was to come and promptly ceased his training to make his way there. Regardless of the size of the warship, the captain held an unparalleled position of authority. The captain's office served as both a workspace and a relaxation area, unlike the independent dormitories of the senior military officers, which were located in the central area of the warship. The captain's office occupied the bow of the reconnaissance vessel, accessible via stairs and an elevator that led directly to the control room below. The captain's office was divided into two sections, the inner lounge and the outer office, encompassing over 100 square meters in total. Bu Qianzhong's office was rather unadorned, featuring only a weapons rack displaying an array of blades, firearms, and energy weapons, accompanied by a simple desk and a row of sofas. After passing through the identity verification, Li Feng entered the office, finding that he was not the first to arrive. Captain Cui Jingping of the 2nd Squadron had already been there. A few minutes later, Captain Liang Qingyong of the 3rd Squadron and Captain Gu Lingxi of the 5th Squadron joined them. "Please, take a seat." Wu Qianzhong gestured, activating the intelligence system. Waves of violet light began to surge rapidly within the office. The four remained unperturbed. The captain's office was equipped with an independent defense system capable of generating an energy shield, as well as surveillance countermeasures. Any miniature surveillance devices hidden within the office would be rendered visible. Soon, the display screen activated by Bu Qianzhong revealed several tiny flying devices, no larger than ants. He immediately initiated their destruction mechanism. Concentrated violet light enveloped the diminutive flying machines, obliterating them. "I have just received the mission notification. Please take a look." Bu Qianzhong addressed the group, instructing the intelligence system to disseminate the mission details to the four of them. Li Feng opened the newly received message and scrutinized it carefully. The mission's destination was the planet F25986, still within the domain of the Wind Mouse tribe. This planet was an independent entity of the Wind Mouse tribe and had not established spatial rifts with other inhabited planets of their kind. The entirety of the planet mirrored the Wind Mouse tribe, a fragmented entity where various factions fought their own battles. Currently, the two most powerful factions were engaged in a large-scale war. The leader of the stronger faction was named Fast, possessing a formidable strength of level 37. While the opposing leader, Mose, held a level of 35. Mose was also a genius infiltrator initially dispatched by the military to this planet. Over several decades, with clandestine support from the military, Mose not only significantly increased his power, but also successfully became a dominant figure on the planet. Li Feng speculated that perhaps in preparation for an impending large-scale invasion, Mose, under military guidance, deliberately instigated a new round of conflict. Their reconnaissance ship's mission was to masquerade as interstellar pirates and travel to planet F25986. They intended to infiltrate Mose's ranks as interstellar mercenaries, seeking to eliminate Fast and assist Mose in unifying the entire planet F25986. This task appeared to be quite manageable. There seemed to be some discrepancies in the consensus reached with the higher-ups regarding our abandonment and sacrifice, Cui Jingping remarked in surprise. "I also feel it's not overly difficult." Liang Qingyong nodded in agreement. The main reason for this sentiment lay in the fact that a small reconnaissance ship, while executing its mission, feared encounters with high-level extraterrestrial beings above level 40 the most. Additionally, there were spatial rifts on the planet, allowing high-level extraterrestrials to arrive rapidly for support. In this mission, both major risks had been mitigated. Furthermore, they had formidable allies from the Wind Mouse tribe on the planet. Small reconnaissance ships prioritized agility and speed. Consequently, they were not only smaller in size compared to other small warships, but also possessed far less powerful attack systems. Unlike other types of small warships, which were equipped with various wide-range shockwaves and special audio waves specifically designed to combat high-level extraterrestrial threats, even their energy cannons lacked a certain potency. However, against a level 37 Wind Mouse, they would at least be able to hold their ground. "What do you think?" Bu Qianzhong turned to Li Feng and Gu Lingxi. Li Feng pondered. "It's hard to say. It feels more like they want us to compete with those white-skinned individuals over who has the stronger and longer life." Gu Lingxi cast a surprised glance at Li Feng, commenting, "You are a tad bit more astute than those two fools." Cui Jingping and Liang Qingyong exchanged glances. "What are your thoughts?" Bu Qianzhong quickly turned to Gu Lingxi. He shared a similar sentiment with Li Feng, but could not grasp the underlying key. "You all continue to deliberate on the strategy and inform me once you reach a conclusion." Gu Lingxi, disinterested in further explanation, rose imperiously, issuing a command before turning to leave. The three of them exchanged looks, pondering their next steps. Li Feng found himself in a state of mild exasperation. The young woman had once again adopted an air of superiority. He opened his mouth, intending to bring her back to reason, but thought better of it and fell silent. He had come to understand Gu Lingxi to some extent. On this reconnaissance vessel, there were only two individuals who were truly fearful for their lives, himself and Gu Lingxi. Her decision to turn away undoubtedly stemmed from her assessment aligning with his own suspicions, leading her to dismiss the idea of wasting time in this place. He mused that they should strategize based on who could best ensure their survival. Resolute in this thought, Li Feng proposed the idea, regardless of whether his deductions were accurate. A more cautious arrangement would greatly benefit him, as it would allow him to continuously accrue attribute points to enhance his strength. The stronger he became, the more capable he would be of preserving his life. Bu Qianzhong, possessing a similar mindset to Li Feng, readily nodded in agreement with this suggestion. With the leaders of the reconnaissance vessel reaching a consensus, the remaining crew had little room for dissent. Although Cui Zhengping and Liang Qingyong were somewhat bewildered by the discussion and not particularly fond of conservative strategies, they swiftly expressed their approval. A rather cautious and prudent plan was quickly formulated. However, the specific details would need to wait until they encountered the level 35 Mo's and could engage in discourse with him. As Li Feng and his companions departed the captain's quarters, they adhered to the protocol that allowed squadron leaders to be the first to receive information regarding operational tasks. On his way back to his quarters, Li Feng instructed his intelligence brain to relay the details of this mission to the two Caucasian squadron leaders. Upon passing Gu Lingxi's room, he felt it prudent to clarify matters further, so he retraced his steps and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. The door remained firmly closed. However, a few minutes later, Gu Lingxi sent a voice message. If you wish to ascend within the military hierarchy, you must learn to view matters from the perspective of those in power. The power struggles among the upper echelons must also adhere to established protocols. Even if a consensus is reached to implicitly cede control of the NB 4444 reconnaissance vessel to the Caucasians, it must occur within the confines of the rules. It is impossible to acquiesce outright. Otherwise, one could simply assign the reconnaissance vessel a mission of total annihilation, or forcibly transfer all survivors from the previous mission to other warships. Such actions would not only obliterate the authority of the compromising higher-ups, but also render it challenging for them to maintain control over their subordinates. Moreover, middle management could easily emulate this behavior, allowing the lower ranks to be treated as expendable resources. Once the lower echelons find themselves with no options, it may lead to a cataclysmic class conflict. As those in power, it is also necessary to sift through the multitude of gravel to identify the gold worth refining. Just as the leader of the welfare faction, fully aware of the perpetual troubles that arise from engaging in racial disputes, recognizes the significant risks of remaining on this reconnaissance vessel, yet still expends his connections to secure you the position of captain. This alone serves as ample evidence of his belief in your immense potential, warranting the investment of his resources to gain you a slight advantage. However, he can only secure advantages for you. It is impossible for him to extricate you from risky situations or grant you overwhelming advantages. You must consistently realize your potential amidst repeated storms, convincing him that he can continue to invest more resources in you. Only through such layered trials and selections can formidable allies and even successors be identified and nurtured, should you be deemed promising. Paving a broad avenue for you without consideration of cost would lead to ruin when you ascend to a position of power with no margin for error. The higher echelons of the white class treat the white individuals who have boarded the reconnaissance ship in a similar manner. They will only leverage their authority to secure certain advantages for these individuals, yet challenges remain. Upon hearing this, Li Feng received another voice message from Gu Lingxi. Our advantage lies in our control over the warship's decision-making. To counter this advantage, combatants of Asian and Caucasian descent have been mixed into the same squad. This arrangement hinders our ability to assign high-risk missions solely to the Caucasians. Likewise, the Caucasians cannot exploit this aspect to scheme against us. They can only capitalize on their relatively superior average strength. This remains their greatest advantage. Organizing a prolonged operation is the most prudent choice. Based on this outcome, the reasons remain unknown, yet the crux is that the reconnaissance ship, accompanied by the level 35 Mo's, cannot eliminate the level 37 fast. However, it is only temporarily unable to do so. Other possibilities do exist, yet they somewhat conflict with the objective of defeating fast to aid Mo's in unifying this planet. In the broader context of the Federation's impending large-scale invasion of the Wind Mouse tribe, this mission stands as the most critical, representing the true core interests of both parties' upper echelons. Following this is the contest and struggle for power. Whichever faction survives will reap substantial military merit through this mission, serving as both reward and recognition for the upper echelons in maintaining or seizing control over the reconnaissance ship. Li Feng suddenly realized and felt entirely at ease. If this were indeed the case, he was most likely to be the one who would ultimately prevail. Chapter 27. The Visit to Persuade. On March 13th, Hu Qianzhong officially issued a lockdown order, prohibiting all members from leaving the reconnaissance ship. This served as a precursor to an imminent operational task. However, only the captain, the major, and 5 squad leaders were privy to the task's details. On the same day, a multitude of engineering robots and aircraft converged, commencing modifications on the NB 4444 reconnaissance ship. The so-called modifications merely involved some adjustments to its exterior. There exist various interstellar pirates and mercenaries from different races, all operating outside the regulations of their respective factions. The former primarily engages in plundering vital life planets and resource-rich worlds, while the latter typically undertakes assassination and attack missions in a hired capacity, even intervening in wars. The two often intertwine, with considerable overlap in their operations. The true distinction lies in the former's pursuit of scale, while the latter opts for a more elite approach. The interstellar pirates and mercenaries of the human race traverse the cosmos in a variety of modified transport vessels. Remarkably, some manage to acquire decommissioned warships through certain unique means. Transforming such a decommissioned warship into a pirate vessel is a complex endeavor. In contrast, the reverse is a straightforward affair. A few external adjustments suffice. A multitude of engineering robots and drones can accomplish the modifications in less than a day. The NB-4444 reconnaissance ship has undergone a complete transformation, with its very shape altered to a significant extent. The most striking feature is found on either side of the hull. One side bears a colossal black flag, adorned with skulls and cannons, painted in a special pigment. The opposite side displays the blood-red letters of the Wolf King Interstellar Pirate Group. All of this is verifiable, as the Wolf King Interstellar Pirate Group indeed exists, and this group has transformed a small warship into a pirate vessel. Furthermore, the leader, known as the Wolf King, is of mixed heritage, with crew members of various skin tones. There is a historical context involving the intervention in the internal conflicts of the Wind Rat race. Even high-ranking members of the Wind Rat Society, upon delving into this matter, find no discrepancies, despite attempts to contact the Wolf King through connections. This notorious pirate leader, once well known in Sector F, along with several senior subordinates, has long been covertly integrated into military ranks. Assisting Moss in vanquishing adversaries and unifying an entire life-bearing planet is merely the beginning. What the federal military seeks is for Moss to infiltrate the Wind Rat Coalition after launching a large-scale offensive, providing critical intelligence to the military. At crucial moments, he could also lead his subordinates in a decisive betrayal. The federal military's control over Wind Rat traders extends beyond Moss alone. Having an interstellar pirate group to obscure their actions makes it easier to provide military assistance to these Wind Rats. As the warship modifications reached completion, Bu Qianzhong promptly issued the command to set sail. The NB-4444 reconnaissance ship embarked on its journey once more. According to protocol, Li Feng instructed the AI to relay the established operational plans to the two white squadron leaders privy to the entire combat strategy upon formal departure. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly while he was practicing mech operations with his training helmet on. Li Feng paused his practice, removed the helmet, and commanded the AI to display the external footage. To his surprise, two white individuals appeared at the door. Peter, the squadron leader of the first squad, and Carl, the squadron leader of the fourth. According to the data gathered by Gu Lingxi using a miniature surveillance device, both individuals are endowed with supernatural abilities. Peter has reached level 17, while Carl stands at level 15. This level of prowess far exceeds that of their peers. Even amidst the perilous confines of a small independent reconnaissance ship with a mortality rate soaring to 99. Similar to the other two squad leaders, Cui Zhongping and Liang Qingyong. One holds only an 8th rank, while the other possesses merely a 7th rank. Even Captain Bu Qianzhong, despite his stature, only commands a 15th rank. Both of these individuals are merely in their 30s. In any significant military base, they would be the kind of promising talents that even major generals would personally seek to recruit and cultivate. In contrast, Li Feng, who achieved a 16th rank by the tender age of 20, has yet to attract the attention of any major general. The chief of the welfare faction has merely dispatched agents to conduct preliminary evaluations. This is all due to the fact that he is not a cultivator, having reached his level through some unknown, exceptional means. For millennia, the human race has placed great emphasis on individual strength. Over the past 10,000 years, various methods for enhancing personal power have emerged abundantly, akin to a flourishing garden of diverse blooms. However, countless examples demonstrate that the cultivation of the yellow race and the extraordinary abilities of the white race far surpass all other means of personal strength enhancement. Most alternative methods, regardless of how swiftly they may elevate one's abilities in the initial stages, predominantly cap out below the 20th rank. Only a select few can surpass the 20th rank and achieve the first round of life evolution, yet no one has ever broken through to the 30th rank. Theoretically, given the ages, potential, and training value of Peter and Carl, they should far exceed Li Feng. Is there something you require? Li Feng instructed the intelligence system to open the door, allowing these two nominal subordinates to enter. Peter wasted no time and stated directly, "The squad leader has the authority to make temporary adjustments to the operational plan during missions. If you are willing to cooperate, we would not mind sharing some military merits with you." Li Feng suddenly understood their unexpected visit's purpose. They had realized that the proposed plan was excessively conservative and entirely inconsistent with the reconnaissance vessel's operational style. They had deduced their intention to vie for control over the reconnaissance vessel and were attempting to persuade him, the squad leader, to collaborate clandestinely. Curiously, he inquired, "Why approach me instead of seeking out Bu Qianzhong, who holds greater authority? Logically, if you could reclaim the squad leader position after I had already secured it, it must be that someone of general rank is involved. It is highly improbable that they would risk jeopardizing their standing or that of all yellow race officers by collaborating with us of the white race." Peter replied calmly, "However, your strength is merely a consequence of special methods and based purely on potential. It is unlikely that a general would invest considerable resources to help you reclaim the squad leader position. Furthermore, you possess valuable instruments such as miniature surveillance devices. You are likely overlooked yet unwilling to concede, eager to prove yourself as the heir of a military lineage, are you not? Moreover, your tenure aboard this reconnaissance vessel is relatively short, and your sense of belonging pales in comparison to that of Bu Qianzhong." Li Feng suddenly realized. They had mistakenly assumed that those miniature flying devices flitting about were deployed by him. It remains unclear whether the chief of the welfare faction intervened on his behalf due to his exceptional performance during the evaluation. How shall it unfold? As long as you are willing to cooperate, I can assure you that you will stand tall and achieve notable military merits without encountering any troubles. Peter continued with determination. "Regarding the videos and data pertinent to our collaboration, we shall enlist individuals to modify them, ensuring that no investigations will arise. There exists only a minuscule probability of being discovered, and even if that were to occur, your esteemed elders would merely issue a mild reprimand. Seizing the opportunity to prove your worthiness for focused cultivation is undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor, is it not? You should send a message to inform them of this matter in advance." Li Feng sighed softly. "I have shared all permissions for the miniature surveillance devices with Bu Qianzhong. Moreover, within this room, there exists a miniature aircraft." Peter and Carl's expressions changed abruptly. After exchanging glances, they appeared relieved. "Given the circumstances, we can only offer you a chance to survive," Peter stated nonchalantly. "Considering your unique status, let go of any aspirations for military merit. If you are willing to stand firmly on our side, I can guarantee your safe return." "No need." Li Feng shook his head, truly oblivious to the danger. Peter and Carl exchanged scornful smiles and turned away without hesitation. Their objective for this visit was indeed to persuade Li Feng to collaborate, motivated by the overly conservative new plan they had received, rather than a lack of confidence. They merely sought a more prudent approach. Furthermore, Li Feng's unique identity warranted sparing his life, reducing potential grievances. However, as Li Feng refused to compromise, they found themselves at an impasse. Even with the door closed behind them, he would remain just an unremarkable descendant of a military lineage not on the priority cultivation list. They were all promising youths esteemed by commanders, their status on par with Li Feng's, and it would be entirely reasonable and compliant to eliminate him, with minimal repercussions. Watching the two depart, Li Feng commanded the intelligence system to seal the door and donned his training helmet once more, resuming his practice in mecha control. He paid no heed to their disdain, as he would have dealt with those obstructive individuals regardless of this minor interlude. Chapter 28. Solo Strike as the Captain. Li Feng possessed considerable control over the reconnaissance ship's intelligence system. A day later, as per Li Feng's specifications, the ship's intelligence system notified him of its impending arrival at planet F25986. He promptly accessed the imagery and data for review. Upon confirmation, he instructed the reconnaissance ship's intelligence to disseminate the mission plan to all combat personnel and issued orders to proceed to the readiness zone. He took along the miniature simulator and energy stones obtained from Gu Lingxi during his last mission, activated the flight function of his multifunctional military uniform, and made his way to the readiness zone. Upon arrival, he found that only 2 squad leaders had arrived before him, entering their mechas. With a mere thought, he connected to the number 1 mecha linked to his wristwatch's intelligence system, causing the cockpit door to swiftly open. He flew into the cockpit, verified his identity, and established an automatic brain-machine connection. Attempting to maneuver the mecha a few times, he found the experience akin to virtual training, yet the response was disappointingly sluggish. The combat mech, boasting a comprehensive battle power equivalent to level 25, possesses the remarkable attributes of high offense and defense, adorned with over 100 energy launch ports. Its most significant flaw, however, lies in its inadequate response speed. The control system of the Human Federation has reached an extraordinary level of sensitivity, executing commands almost instantaneously, as soon as the thought arises. For individuals with a strength below level 20, the distinction is nearly imperceptible. Yet, for those above level 20, the response speed and agility exceed that of an ordinary human by a factor of over 100, making the differences apparent. Even in the simplest of tasks, such as directing the energy launch ports to strike a target, The operator must first convey their intent through brainwaves. The mech's control system receives the command and relays it to the attack system, which then activates the energy launchers to unleash energy projectiles or energy cannons. Despite the advancements in Federation technology, this process can only be compressed to a response speed approximately 100 times that of an average human. This is further complicated when maneuvering the mech to perform various actions or movements, requiring consideration of the flexibility and reaction time of the mech's joints. Li Feng's agility attribute reaches an impressive 100 points, granting him a reaction speed and body flexibility approaching that of a level 19. The synergy of these attributes allows him to exert control over his own body that nearly surpasses his control over the mech. Li Feng. I successfully contacted Mose and shared our plan briefly. The voice of Bu Qianzhong echoed through the private channel. Understood. Li Feng replied. I have authorized you to communicate with Mose. Please inform me how you plan to rendezvous after discussing with him. We will deliberate on the specifics of the plan when the three of us meet. Bu Qianzhong added. Li Feng accessed the communication channel, and indeed, Mose, the level 35 leader of the Windrat clan, appeared on the private channel list. He promptly connected with Mose. Leader Mose, I am Li Feng, the commander of the reconnaissance fleet. Greetings, Commander. Mose's voice resonated with respect, despite his formidable power and status as the ruler of the second largest force on a life planet. His demeanor remained humble and slightly ingratiating. Li Feng glanced at the current position of the reconnaissance ship and inquired, We expect to arrive at planet F25986 in 5 minutes. Is the situation there as reported? Mose nodded affirmatively, yes. Li Feng decisively stated, Once we locate the reconnaissance ship, we will reveal ourselves for support. Mose responded, Understood, Commander. Li Feng then contacted Bu Qianzhong to relay the outcome of their discussion. Concluding the call, all personnel had assembled, totaling 536 combatants, including him, with 325 being Caucasian. As the reconnaissance ship entered within 1,000,000 kilometers, the scanner began to envelop planet F25986. Under the scrutiny of the scanner, the entire planet was laid bare, hiding nothing. The situation mirrors that reported by Moss. The two armies stand at a standoff, with occasional small-scale forces attempting various surprise attacks. To ascertain the position of Moss's forces, the reconnaissance ship slowed its speed while slightly adjusting its course. 90,000 kilometers, 80,000 kilometers, 70,000 kilometers. Li Feng meticulously analyzed the data captured by the scanner. The combined strength of these two armies exceeded 30 million, all elite forces of level 3 or above. Moss's side was clearly at a disadvantage, with only 12 million troops and significantly inferior high-end combat capabilities. There were just over 1,000 level 20 and above wind rat warriors on Moss's side, whereas the Foss side boasted a staggering 2,000. As the reconnaissance ship drew nearer, the scanner gradually penetrated the energy shields of those wind rats of level 30 and above, capturing their data. Upon reaching a distance of 10,000 kilometers, the Foss side had scanned 4 level 30 wind rats, including Foss itself. In contrast, Moss's side had only revealed 1 level 31 wind rat, with no trace of Moss himself. This was due to a premier artifact provided by the Federation military, capable of cloaking perception and scanning abilities for Moss. Compared to other races, the Human Federation held an overwhelming advantage in reconnaissance and surveillance. Even a small reconnaissance vessel could deploy scanners with a coverage range of up to 100,000 kilometers. Only those formidable beings of 50 or more levels among other races could achieve perceptual ranges exceeding 100,000 kilometers. Moss, at level 35, could perceive only 7 to 8,000 kilometers, a far cry from the reconnaissance vessel S 100,000 kilometers. Both the scanner and the sensory capabilities could effortlessly penetrate various obstacles. However, they were not without weaknesses. The most significant vulnerability was their difficulty in penetrating energy-formed barriers. Different types of energy shields greatly diminished the effectiveness of scanners and sensory abilities, with higher intensities yielding greater attenuation. Additionally, both humans and alien races possessed various means and artifacts specifically designed to counter scanning and perception. This explains why the reconnaissance ship could only detect wind rats of level 30 and above upon entering within 10,000 kilometers, yet still failed to locate Moss. Likewise, it elucidates why Moss, despite being at a considerable disadvantage, dared to initiate war against Faust. He possessed not only the artifact from the Federation military that could obscure perception, but also various scanners and artifacts for attack and defense. Armed with these tools, he could effectively know both himself and his adversary, continuously adjusting and responding to Faust's movements. Soon, the reconnaissance ship entered the atmosphere and continued its descent. Upon detecting the presence of the reconnaissance vessel, Moss began to deactivate the artifact cloaking his perception, immediately becoming visible on the scanner. Li Feng promptly instructed the reconnaissance ship's intelligence system to notify all combat personnel to prepare for deployment. Following Bu Qianzhang's directives, the reconnaissance vessel descended to a mere altitude of 100 kilometers before halting, hovering above the Mo's army. In accordance with Li Feng's orders, the ship opened the hatches of the combat zone. Brothers, during this operation, we are the interstellar pirates of the Wolf King Brigade. No one is permitted to engage in any form of communication with the Wind Rat tribe without my explicit authorization. Let us depart. With a commanding voice, Li Feng took the lead, controlling his mech and soaring out of the hatch, followed closely by 5 other mechs and over 500 combatants. Captain, below, Mose ascended rapidly, approaching at an accelerated pace. Wait a moment, Chief. Li Feng exchanged a brief greeting with Mose, then ordered all personnel to remain on standby before suddenly accelerating his mech towards the southern flank of the Mo's army. What on earth? Everyone was left bewildered by Li Feng's unexpected maneuver, except for Gu Lingxi, who seemed to have an epiphany. A glance at the 3D map brought her instant clarity. On the southern edge of the Mo's army, a small contingent of fast troops was launching a probing attack. This fellow is likely craving some bloodshed. In reality, Li Feng's intentions aligned closely with Gu Lingxi's deductions. He was indeed heading towards this small contingent of fast troops, not out of a bloodthirsty impulse, but rather to reap a harvest of attribute points. This motivation was also why he was willing to join the welfare faction to secure the position of team leader. As the leader, he possessed the authority to command operations. As long as Bu Qianzhang, who held the ultimate decision-making power, did not interfere, he could arrange matters as he saw fit. Chapter 29. First Harvest. Li Feng, what are you doing? Came Bu Qianzhang's inquiry through the communicator. Li Feng casually replied. Impatiently yearning for a thrill, I intend to slay a few wind rats for excitement. Damn it. Now I too feel the urge to launch a few shots at the wind rats. Bu Qianzhang was intrigued. Having spent 15 years aboard the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship, he had ascended from the lowest ranks to lieutenant, surviving countless life-and-death battles. Had it not been for long-term psychological counseling, his murderous tendencies would have undoubtedly reached a monstrous level. Li Feng found himself even more motivated to seize the captaincy after hearing Bu Qianzhang's words. If he became the captain, he would disregard concerns about reckless firing, or whether his temperament, command capabilities, and decision-making skills would be questioned by higher-ups. He would undoubtedly fire a few shots first to reap some attribute points. Captain, came Mose's hesitant voice through the communicator. This formidable level 35 entity was not questioning Li Feng's actions, but was torn between protecting him and safeguarding the remaining combat personnel. Let the chief remain there. I will take care of some enemies and return once I've had my fun, Li Feng responded. Understood. Mose promptly acknowledged. Captain, you summoned us to stay behind. Yet you fled on your own. What does this signify? The public channel resonated with Peter's sarcastic inquiries. Indeed, to leave silently is rather absurd, I assent it. Not merely absurd, but deeply troubled. You scoundrel, abandoning the main force without any explanation during the execution of the mission. Upon my return, I shall not hesitate to report you. I shall bear your surname. Soon, a multitude of white members began to hurl insults in a fervent uproar. The Asian members, refusing to be outdone, retaliated with equal fervor. The public channel was engulfed in a cacophony of curses. Yet, Li Feng remained unperturbed, indifferent to the chaos. It was merely a fleeting expression of frustration. No one could truly challenge him. The NB-4444, an independent reconnaissance vessel designated for high-risk operations, comprised members who were unruly and audacious enough to flout most military regulations, even daring to speak impudently to their captain. However, none would dare defy a military order. Even when commanded to face certain death, they would execute the orders without hesitation, all the while cursing. Disobeying military orders is not only a capital offense, but can also result in expulsion from the reconnaissance vessel, with all prior records obliterated. For the madmen aboard the vessel, the latter consequence was infinitely more terrifying than the former. Within a mere moment, they covered hundreds of kilometers. The attacking Wind Rat tribe boasted around 3,000 elite members, each with an average level exceeding 6. Among them were over a dozen at level 20. Their strategy revolved around leveraging their mobility and range advantages, persistently skirmishing at the periphery to harass and exhaust the enemy from a distance. Further afield, a level 32 Wind Rat observed the unfolding battle closely. Each side possessed its own strengths. Mose, with his superior intelligence, was able to assemble elite forces, frequently launching successful assaults on the vast army of Fast. He could even mobilize top-tier combatants to eliminate the elite forces within Fast's ranks. Conversely, Fast wielded significant strength, capable of openly dispatching elite units to attack and wear down Mose's forces. Whenever Mose organized an elite counterattack, they would promptly retreat and alter their assault position. Should Mose deploy high-level forces, The elite would hold out momentarily until reinforcements from the 30-plus level wind rats in the rear could arrive. Once entangled, more high-level forces would continuously join the fray, leading to inevitable defeat for Mose. To avoid a joint assault by the wind rats of level 20 and above, Li Feng halted his advance 10 kilometers away. At this distance, should they rely solely on energy projectiles or cannons, any wind rat of level 5 or above, with even a modicum of concentration, could evade the attack. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. He raised his arms, and 2 smoke grenade launchers swiftly emerged from the palms of his mech. With a mere thought, he launched several smoke grenades towards the heart of the enemy and in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 10 smoke grenades were dispatched. A pungent and blinding fog billowed forth, rising swiftly and incessantly. Not only did the ordinary wind rat clan suffer greatly, but even those above level 20 with heightened perceptive abilities were profoundly affected. Li Feng seized the opportunity, activating the 3rd gear of the energy cannon mode. The mech's dorsal hands, chest, and legs unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles, indiscriminately bombarding the enemy's ranks. The thunderous roars echoed. Ding! You have slain an enemy. Gaining attribute value 041. Ding! You have slain an enemy. Gaining attribute value 045. Attribute values of 051, 042, and 039 resounded in Li Feng's mind amidst the tumult. Within the fog, the cacophony of explosions persisted, scattering remnants of flesh and bone. Retreat! Retreat! The level 26 leader of the Wind Rat clan, after much contemplation, ultimately abandoned the plan to breach the fog and assault Li Feng, opting instead for a temporary withdrawal. There was no alternative. Li Feng was concealed within the ranks of the Mo's army, surrounded by a multitude of wind rats. Should they penetrate the dense formations, they would only find themselves ensnared within the Mo's forces, unable to reach Li Feng, and even less capable of escaping if ensnared. Continuously, wind rats surged forth from the rear obscurity, hastily retreating. Li Feng, not foolish enough to initiate a pursuit, continued to unleash a relentless barrage from behind. Each enemy eliminated counted as a victory. After all, as the captain, he held the authority to return to the reconnaissance vessel to replenish energy reserves. This battle commenced unexpectedly and concluded swiftly. As the elite of the Wind Rat clan withdrew, the fog gradually dissipated. In a mere minute or two, Li Feng had launched over 1,000 cannon shots, leaving him with only 20 energy units remaining. The results were astonishing, creating a massive crater spanning 100,000 square meters and 3 to 4 meters deep within the fog. The bodies of the wind rats were reduced to mere fragments. Upon reviewing his available attribute values, they surged to an impressive 203 points. Over 400 wind rats of level 6 and above perished in this concentrated onslaught. Li Feng felt invigorated and immensely satisfied. Although this ruthless act of slaughter bore little relevance to his operational objectives and even risked alarming the enemy, potentially leading to criticism and disciplinary action, he deemed it worthwhile. As long as he could demonstrate sufficient potential, even with a reckless streak, the welfare faction would undoubtedly support him, ensuring his ascent remained unimpeded. Concerns over a disciplinary mark were trivial. Those emerging from the reconnaissance vessel seldom paid heed to such matters. Contented, Li Feng then turned and returned to the underside of the reconnaissance ship. After rejoining his team, he issued the command to proceed. Following the Mo's, they arrived at a castle, where peculiar gazes from the wind rats trailed them along their path. The gaze was intricate, imbued with both animosity and exhilaration. However, it was evident that Mose had issued stern orders. Both his high-ranking subordinates and the ordinary wind mice dared not approach, but merely observed from a distance. They entered a castle, its expanse a mere tens of thousands of square meters. Inside, it was stark and desolate, devoid of even guards as per Li Feng's instructions. Everyone remained on standby, assigned to maintain vigilance. Any wind mice venturing within 100 meters of the castle, apart from Chief Mose, were to be shot on sight. To prevent any potential traitors from launching a sudden attack, Li Feng delegated the defense arrangements to 5 squad leaders and parked the mechs in a vacant area of the castle before following Mose into his secret chamber. He then instructed the reconnaissance ship's intelligence corps to send a video conference request to Bu Qianzhang. Soon, Bu Qianzhang's virtual image was projected into the chamber through Li Feng's military wristwatch. Captain, esteemed leader, a small token of my appreciation, I hope you will accept it. Mose stood upright, bowing respectfully. From his elevated forepaws appeared a tray, upon which rested 2 vibrant red jade stones, faintly shimmering with an inner light. Li Feng and Bu Qianzhang exchanged glances, and with a calm demeanor, Li Feng approached to grasp the 2 stones. They felt smooth and warm to the touch, and he sensed an enigmatic energy pulsating within. He decisively placed the jade stones into the pocket of his military uniform. Chapter 30. Finding the key point, Chief Mose. Does Fast possess any means or treasures capable of shielding against scanners? With the tray in Mo's hands vanishing, Bu Qianzhong wasted no time and delved straight into the matter. Mose indeed possessed a special type of communication treasure, allowing him to contact personnel back at the military base. Decades ago, upon his assignment to infiltrate this planet, he had regularly reported his developments and circumstances in meticulous detail. As the captain, Bu Qianzhong had the authority to access these reports. Both Li Feng and Bu Qianzhong understood that the pressing concern lay in discerning how Fast could withstand the combined efforts of the reconnaissance ship and Mose in such a short span of time. However, the volume of information was overwhelming, and they were neither inclined nor had the luxury of time to delve into it extensively. It would be far more efficient to inquire directly with Mose upon their meeting. Fast had ruled this planet for over a century, amassing all top-tier treasures without lack of such means. Mose shook his head, stating, however, even combined, their strength could not fully shield against the scans of a small reconnaissance ship. At the very least, nothing can hide within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Thus far, he remains under my surveillance. The scanner I possess operates similarly to those equipped on small reconnaissance vessels. Li Feng pressed further. What about abilities such as teleportation or invisibility? Among his subordinates, there were indeed those endowed with such capabilities, though he himself did not possess them. Mose provided a resolute answer. Li Feng and Bu Qianzhong exchanged glances. Both perplexed. This should not be the case. If Fast was devoid of such capabilities, what reason would the high-ranking Caucasians have to believe he could withstand the combined forces of the reconnaissance vessel and Mose in such a short span of time? My lords, are you concerned that our alliance may fail to eliminate Fast? Mose cautiously articulated his inner doubts. Ever since Bu Qianzhong had first contacted him, informing him of the intent to adopt a more conservative strategy, he had found the situation perplexing. The independent small reconnaissance vessels had always been synonymous with radicalism and recklessness. The decision to pursue a conservative and cautious approach struck him as utterly incomprehensible. He had feared that Bu Qianzhong and Li Feng did not trust him. A member of the Wind Mouse clan, fearing betrayal, which led to such a decision. To avoid any slights during their communication and meetings, he had been not only respectful but also somewhat obsequious. He had even gritted his teeth and selected two of his most precious treasures as gifts for their meeting, fearful that they might find fault with him if even one of them felt discontented. The two gifts were identical in material, size, and quality. Upon hearing the two questions posed by Li Feng and Bu Qianzhong, he suddenly grasped the underlying reason for their decision. Indeed, Bu Qianzhong nodded in affirmation. You two are overthinking it. Mose sighed in relief, his confidence restored. Although my strength is considerably weaker than Fast's, I possess several binding treasures. If the reconnaissance vessel maintains a relentless assault, it will surely force Fast out. I can then make my appearance and entangle him. This should not pose a problem in the short term, as long as the energy beams from the reconnaissance vessel can strike Fast and inflict significant damage. We will undoubtedly take him down in one fell swoop. Li Feng inquired, is it possible that Fast could summon stronger allies in a short time? Impossible. Mose shook his head. Fast is known for his irritable temperament, greed, and selfishness. He has no connections with other planetary rulers or major powers. I assure you, there are no spatial rifts on this planet. Even if he were desperate enough to seek help at any cost, it would be impossible for higher-level members of the Wind Mouse clan to arrive in such a short period. Could it be that we have misjudged the situation? Bu Qianzhong turned to Li Feng, beginning to doubt their earlier conclusions. However, Li Feng shook his head firmly, convinced of their assessment. If they could easily and swiftly eliminate Fast, the mission would pose no risk whatsoever. With the reconnaissance vessel providing low-altitude support, the combat personnel would likely suffer minimal losses. The Caucasians boarding the NB-4444 reconnaissance vessel possessed a significant advantage in terms of power level, yet they would merely be undertaking a fruitless journey, inadvertently earning substantial military merit. It was evident that some high-ranking Caucasians had discerned something overlooked even by Mose, the very person involved in this matter. Unable to evade the scanning of the reconnaissance vessel, and lacking stealth or instantaneous escape methods to extricate himself from Mose's entanglement, Li Feng pondered for a moment before inquiring, Leader Mose, what can you tell us about the defensive capabilities of Fast? The most notable characteristic of Fast lies in its mastery of various formidable offensive techniques. While it possesses defensive mechanisms and treasures, they are not its forte. I recall now, Mose suddenly remembered, when I first infiltrated, I overheard that this life planet once bore a treasure known as the Azure Lotus Stone, renowned for its extraordinary defensive properties. By a stroke of luck, the Wind Mouse clan acquired it and presented it to Fast, after which they were exceptionally promoted to rule over millions of clans. This revelation sparked immediate understanding in Li Feng and Bu Qianzhong. It was indeed an oversight on our part regarding such crucial intelligence, We seek your forgiveness, my lords. Mose, realizing the gravity of the situation, broke into a cold sweat, filled with trepidation. If this defensive artifact could withstand the most powerful energy beams from the reconnaissance vessel, the implications would be severe. A rash offensive by a group of 30-level wind mice would pose little threat to the reconnaissance vessel, which could easily retreat. Mose, not significantly weaker than Fast, equipped with a treasure that cloaked his presence, could escape with ease. However, the personnel aboard the reconnaissance vessel, particularly those who participated in the assault, would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Neither Li Feng nor Bu Qianzhong expressed their thoughts, instead swiftly instructing their intelligence brain to gather information regarding the Azure Lotus Stone. Upon confirming its existence, they immediately accessed the relevant data, as deduced by Gulingxi. The higher-ups at the base were indeed not without purpose. The critical detail lay in the early reports submitted by Mose, which he himself had forgotten. Despite numerous reminders and inquiries, he could not recall the information. According to the data, the Azure Lotus Stone is classified as a level 30-40 defensive treasure. If successfully refined, it could create an energy phantasm of the Azure Lotus Stone to shield against unavoidable, powerful attacks. The hallmark of the Human Federation's warships is their high offense and defense. However, the smaller reconnaissance vessels rank at the bottom in terms of both offense and defense among similar small warships, only slightly surpassing small transport ships. In comparative analysis, the most potent energy beam on the reconnaissance vessel is designed for precise strikes against high-level alien entities, making it a worthy opponent to the Azure Lotus Stone. It might either breach the Azure Lotus Stone or fail to do so. Even if it were to be successfully shattered, the residual force would be minimal, incapable of penetrating Fast's own energy shield. A single devastating blow to Fast would yield dire consequences. The reconnaissance vessel and Mose, despite their desire to devise a strategy to suppress Fast, aim to buy as much time as possible for their respective forces to retreat. Meanwhile, the formidable wind mice under Fast's command could easily inflict severe damage on both factions. Even if Mose commanded his subordinates to intercept and hold back, the combat personnel aboard the reconnaissance vessel would inevitably incur substantial losses. Whoever can escape depends on their strength and fortune. In hindsight, this operation is not beyond redemption. The Qinglian Stone Peak, having endured a formidable assault, will experience significant energy depletion, requiring ample time to replenish its energy. MOC's confinement method allows for a quicker recovery. This interval provides sufficient opportunity for the reconnaissance ship to analyze its missteps and, leveraging the advantages of its scanner, compel Fast to return once more. Subsequently, it is notable that the majority of survivors are individuals of higher power levels among the Caucasians. As the captain, Bu Qianzhong, who ought to garner the most military accolades, has committed this blunder, even if he escapes punishment, his military achievements will be minimal. Truly, a flawless scheme. These high-ranking Caucasians are indeed shrewd in their calculations. Were it not for your insistence on this deduction, we would have faced dire consequences. Bu Qianzhong remarked with a tinge of irony. Not only are my comrades' lives at stake, but I too may find myself a mere figurehead. Should I dwell on this mistake, the moment I succumb to the dual pressures and proactively request a transfer, the control of the NB-4444 reconnaissance ship would irrevocably change hands. Even if I withstand the pressure, it would be arduous to endure the next mission or the one thereafter. Now that I comprehend where the trap lies, the path forward becomes clear. Li Feng mused. I shall return briefly to perform a trick for you. After witnessing the trick, we shall deliberate on a detailed plan. What trick? Bu Qianzhong inquired, perplexed. Li Feng smiled, offering no reply. With a mere thought, the 203 available attribute points he recently acquired diminished by 100 points instantaneously. The level of armor piercing escalated from level 2 to level 3, enhancing its effect from ignoring 20 defense of any target to disregarding 30 defense.